Chapter 538. While Thales was shocked by Viscount Patterson's exaggerated actions and had yet to understand the meaning behind his words, Gilbert's voice traveled into his ears from behind him. "Your Grace, Viscount Patterson. A special seat has been prepared in the banquet hall. If you," Gilbert had been receiving guests of a lower level on the other side. They ranged from the heads of important industries to the invited bureaucrats of the capital. It was obvious that they knew about the sudden situation and rushed over. "There is no need for that, Casso, boy. I came for him." Patterson obviously did not hear Gilbert's words clearly, but it did not affect him from treating Gilbert coldly when he saw him. "Just for him." Viscount Patterson bowed to the prince again. His action was so great that it made everyone in the hall break into a cold sweat. He was then supported by someone to the banquet hall. Thales, Doyle, and Glover all sighed in relief. Gilbert looked at the Viscount's back and sighed softly. Patterson is one of the 7 Jade Star attendants with more of a personality. He disdains to attend many occasions, partly because he is old and has no scruples. But it is clear that it is time for him to think about his descendants. As he looked at Thales' puzzled gaze, Gilbert added, "One of his sons is in your guards." "One of his sons is in your guards," Second Penal Officer Gray Patterson. Thales understood what was going on. The guests arrived one after another. Although most of them were bureaucrats and nobles with lower statuses and Thales did not need to personally welcome them, Mindy's hall was already extremely busy. Mallows and Gilbert were already having a hard time just coming out to receive the guests. Even Viscount Kenny and Count Godwin, who were invited to help and act as half-hosts, had to go back and forth. They did not have time to rest. But unexpectedly, Patterson was not the only one who came early. "Your Highness, the day of holy pursuit is blessed." The guests who came after Patterson did not give Thales the chance to return to the lounge. Viscount Adrian came with his wife, and Thales had no choice but to give up on his plan to rest. He readjusted himself to a radiant state. "You have grown up. You look very spirited and handsome. You have the elegance of King Kessel in the past." Adrian himself was only in his 30s, and he looked young and energetic. However, after cramming for the past few days, Thales learned that the Viscount's family ruled over the fertile and beautiful Swan County and its surrounding areas in Central Territory. He could be said to be the most important member of the 7 Jade Star attendants. Thales did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He greeted and exchanged pleasantries with them in a pleasant manner. Viscount Adrian stared straight into Thales' eyes. His wife smiled without saying a word. She was quiet and beautiful. Obviously, no matter how strong the cold winds in Northland are, no matter how heavy the snowstorm is, no matter how fierce the yellow sand in Western Desert is, and no matter how hot the temperature is, it is still difficult to hide the dazzling stars in the sky. Thales could only respond gently, according to Gilbert's teachings. He had to be neither servile nor overbearing, but there was no lack of it. He could neither be too prominent nor too hoarse. Like a qualified Jade Star prince. Then, Adrian bent down and held Thales' palm gently. His lips touched the back of Thales' hand. "I'm not their lord or king, am I?" Thales sent Viscount Adrian off. He rubbed the back of his hand that had been kissed twice. "I mean, not at the moment." "No," Doyle answered absent-mindedly. The personal guard's unusual answer made Thales realize that something was wrong. Doyle nodded and bowed as he watched Viscount Adrian leave in an almost obsequious manner. Even Glover was very respectful and greeted him along the way. Compared to when the old Viscount was around just now, his attitude was completely different. "What's wrong?" The young Duke frowned. "Are they very special?" Doyle only snapped out of his daze then and scratched his head. "Ah, sorry. Your Highness, do you still remember Lord Adrian? Our highest commander, the chief guard captain?" Thales frowned and remembered Lord Adrian, who led the royal guards when he entered Renaissance Palace to meet the king. The prince seemed to have understood something. "So, Viscount Adrian just now is not only a 7 Jade Star attendant, but also, yes." Doyle watched him disappear from his sight before he breathed a sigh of relief. Our immediate superior's nephew. Thales muttered to himself for a moment, but he was not thinking about Doyle and Glover's career. Patterson and Adrian, the two great families of the 7 Jade Star attendants, came to Mindy's hall ahead of schedule, and even came to me. This can't be a coincidence, right? His suspicions were soon confirmed. 5 minutes later, when Thales was about to return to the lounge to wait for the next batch of important guests, a man and a woman walked down the carriage hand in hand. They walked into Mindy's hall in different steps, and under the guidance of an attendant, they arrived in front of him. Glover and Doyle's expressions changed slightly, as if they were facing a great enemy. "Your Highness," Doyle said worriedly. We'd better go back. Let Count Casso come," but the guests moved very quickly. Before Doyle finished speaking, they had already arrived in front of Thales. Your Highness." Under the urging of the woman beside him, the young male noble finally spoke with a muffled voice, his breath weak. I am Luther. I am very, very happy," Thales frowned. The man in front of him was very young, only 17 or 18 years old, but his entire body was awkward, his expression was tense, and his posture was bashful. What was even more outrageous was that he had his head lowered and only stared at the soles of his shoes. He did not even look at Thales, as if the floor tiles of Mindy's hall were more attractive. Thales noticed that although this little noble named Luther was strange and trembling, his makeup was exquisite, and his clothes were gorgeous. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort to dress up. The number of carriages outside the hall increased, and the sound of the wheels colliding on the stone road became louder and noisier. In the next second, before the stuttering Luther could finish his greeting, his facial features tightened. Staring at the floor, he suddenly became anxious and struggled to shake the woman's arm. "Mother, I want to go back. I don't want this place. I want my chess piece." The woman's expression changed. Thales only then noticed the young noble woman beside Luther. She looked to be in her 30s. Her face was elegant, her waist was light, and her posture was decent. However, her expression was a little tired. Her clothes were conservative, and her colors were dark. She worriedly squeezed out an apologetic smile at Thales. Then, she leaned close to her son's ear and whispered, "Child, you've practiced. Child, you've practiced. You've done very well. Do you remember what I told you?" Her tone gradually became stern. But Luther's voice became impatient, and his movements became more intense. "No." His voice was bitter, and there was a sobbing tone in his voice. His arms moved more and more vigorously. "I want to go back. I want my chess piece. I want the chessboard." He completely ignored the fact that the Duke of Star Lake and his attendants, as well as the guards and servants in the front porch, were watching from the sidelines. His mother anxiously comforted him, but Luther's struggles became more unreasonable. He squatted on the floor, and his posture was inelegant. "I want to go back. Go back. Go back, go back, go back." Glover and Doyle looked at each other. The two of them nervously moved closer to separate Thales from Luther, who was moving more and more vigorously. They were afraid that this obviously abnormal guest would do something detrimental to the Duke. The elegant and graceful woman's face was pale. She tried her best to pull her son up, and at the same time, comforted him with gentle words, but it was obviously ineffective. Then, a gentle voice cut into this small accident. "It's okay, Luther." As Luther continued to sob, they turned their heads and saw Thales pushing Glover and Doyle aside with a smile. He ignored their attempts to stop him and squatted down in front of Luther. The noble woman, who was about to ask the servants for help, was slightly shocked. "I also like to play chess. The rise and fall of the Empire version, right?" As if the prince's words had some kind of magic, Luther stopped struggling. Instead, he gave up and stared at the floor while he panted. "It's just that I've never been good at using swordsmen. I always throw away most of them before I upgrade them tonight." Thales shrugged. Luther did not say anything. He was still panting. "I don't have any chess pieces in my hands now." Thales sounded very annoyed. He seemed to be very displeased. But fortunately, I have more interesting new chess pieces. Thales extended his hand to his chest. Glover saw the Duke's actions clearly, and he was instantly shocked. Your Highness, Thales took off the 9-pointed star emblem on his chest and twirled it in front of Luther like he was presenting a treasure. Look, it's embedded with a crystal. It sparkles under the sun. There's a wheel here. When you change the angle, it can reflect different colors. Count, how many colors are there? Luther looked up in a daze. The noblewoman stared at the prince's actions in a daze. She wanted to say something, but she did not. And there's a mechanism here. You can hide some letters or something. If you put it on the chessboard, it might be able to replace a king. Ahem, replace a knight. Thales toyed with the emblem that represented his identity with great interest. He slowly stood up. Luther's gaze followed the prince's emblem as it slowly rose. He stood up subconsciously. Thales suddenly grinned. Do you like it? Take it. Luther stretched out his palm in a daze. But Thales' hand froze halfway. But today, you must listen to your mother, the prince said with a smile. Or I will take it back. Luther only stared at the jade star emblem. He stared with a focused expression. Thales did not know how much he understood. Thales felt a little helpless, but he still placed the emblem in Glover's hand. The latter took the 9-pointed star emblem, lowered her head, and began to study the mechanism and the refraction of light inside. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the focused Luther with a smile. Glover and Doyle, who had been in a battle-ready state, looked at each other at a loss before they returned to their original positions. The young noblewoman inhaled gently and exhaled slowly. She first looked at her son, then at Thales. She smiled sincerely, and there was gratitude in her tone. Your Highness Thales, although I have long heard of you, compared to your intelligence and genius, your kindness and tolerance are more touching. As expected of the master of this hall. The young noblewoman elegantly lifted the hem of her skirt and tilted her head slightly. She looked graceful and charming. Eleanor Barney, greetings to you. Your suffering is over. May you overcome all obstacles and spread your wings to soar. Of course. Thank you, Lady Eleanor. Thales nodded politely, but he could not help but glance at Luther on the other side. Eleanor noticed the prince's gaze and took a deep breath. Luther has not grown up yet. The young noblewoman pursed her lips and tried hard to hide the tears in her eyes that were either due to embarrassment or shame. But teenagers can also create miracles. There was stubbornness in her eyes. I believe that you are very clear about this, Your Highness. Eleanor extended her right hand gracefully. Thales held his mother's hand gently and respectfully. He was prepared to kiss her in return. Of course, Lady Eleanor. I am clear. But in the next second, Thales felt his palm tighten, and his expression changed. Lady Eleanor smiled apologetically, but she flipped Thales' palm over in an unconventional manner and bent her knees. Please do not take it to heart. As a vassal, it is our duty to kiss the master's hand as a greeting. Thales watched in shock as Lady Eleanor held his palm with both hands and gently pulled off his gloves. Then, she turned the tables on him and kissed the back of his hand. Her lips were very soft, and the strength was different from the previous 2 kisses. It was more like a gentle brush. My son cannot carry out his duties. The mother then let go of the prince and smiled to resolve the awkwardness. Naturally, I will do it for you, mother. The Barney family will always be by your side. Thales was so shocked that he could not speak. He only subconsciously withdrew his hand. Lady Eleanor was not bothered. She only smiled gently and turned to leave. She dragged her son, who was focused on playing with toys, to the banquet hall. Thales was stunned on the spot for a second. He then turned his head and saw that the 2 guards were also dumbfounded. After a long while, Doyle took a deep breath. I believe that you have already seen Little Iron Spike. Doyle scratched his head, feeling a little troubled. About that, Your Highness. I know that these words are not very convincing coming from my mouth. I also know that a mature woman is very charming. Thales arched his eyebrows. But your highness, you must not be bewitched by her beauty. Thales snorted in resignation to resolve the awkwardness. But he immediately paused. Little Iron Spike? You mean Lady Eleanor? Thales thought for a while and found the answer from the constellation history lessons he had recently crammed. He immediately felt relieved. This lady must be extraordinary to have such a nickname. Iron Spike. This is not some strange and evil sex toy. In history, this meant that 400 years ago in the middle of the 3rd century, one of Thales' great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great- legendary woman became the noble queen of Constellation at the age of 26. For the next 70 years, she went through all kinds of hardships and experienced all kinds of things. She experienced 12 wars, 4 coups, and 8 supreme kings in her life. She witnessed the rebellion of the Cutter's palace, the return of the young, the humiliation of the Great Spirit, the evil waves of the Eastern Sea, sharpening the edge with blood, and many other legendary stories that were changed into historical dramas. But she still stood at the peak of the era. In that era when the great dragon rose, constellation dimmed, and war occurred frequently, she firmly held the helm of the kingdom's fate. But Thales was immediately puzzled. But why Little Iron Spike? Doyle was beaming with joy. He seemed very happy that the prince asked him about the gossip of the nobles. Because Little Iron Spike has someone else, and unfortunately, she's also in the Barney family. She's this young baron's great-great-grandmother. That little old lady is still alive. I saw her once when I went to Barney Manor, and I thought I ran into the legendary evil tree demon. Glover cleared his throat loudly. Doyle realized that he had said the wrong thing. Being quick-witted, he immediately changed the topic. In short, when Lady Eleanor, who likes to kiss your hand, was still young, she married into the Barney family, which was at its peak. That was before the bloody year. The old lady, Little Iron Spike, was very skillful. She gave them an important minister in the court and a fiefdom outside the court. They even had 2 collateral relatives in the royal guards, and they even held important positions. Doyle spoke in a carefree manner. He seemed to enjoy this kind of gossip. The Barney family, which is at its peak. Thales was stunned. But Doyle stared at Lady Eleanor's back and clicked his tongue softly. What a pity. What's wrong? Lady Eleanor's new husband, Viscount Barney at that time, was not only old enough to be her father, but he was also a sickly man who was bedridden all day long. He died a few years after the bloody year. Doyle pursed his lips and sighed. She was left as a widow at a young age, and she even brought up a foolish child. Even remarrying would be troublesome. But Doyle changed his train of thought. No, with Little Iron Spike around, who would dare to let her grandniece and granddaughter-in-law remarry? You know, there are many people in the noble circle near the capital who secretly mocked her, saying that the child in her womb is actually not. Doyle's words were still ringing in his ears, but the prince's attention was once again attracted by the mother who was widowed at a young age and raised her child alone. Thales stared at Lady Eleanor's figure. He saw her calmly grab her son, who was different from ordinary people, and without any explanation, she clasped his fingers. She first took a few deep breaths before she walked into the Duke of Star Lake's banquet hall with her head held high and her chest puffed out. She completely ignored the strange gazes from the people around her. Only then did Thales notice that Eleanor's makeup was good, but it could not hide the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. But her neck was fair and slender, and her waist was alluring. It had never been bent. Thales suddenly remembered that after Empress Dowager Eleanor's life, which was full of ups and downs, came to an end, her descendants had different opinions about her. Her critics criticized her for her passion for power struggles, her manipulation of the palace, her schemes to monopolize politics, poisoning the people, and persecuting the loyal. Her supporters praised her for being skillful, tenacious, and courageous. She supported the kingdom during the years when Constellation was silent, and she turned the tide. However, The most widely remembered comment by the people was left behind by a nameless bard. It was a comment that shone in the annals of history. I can no longer remember if Eleanor was beautiful, or how graceful she was. I only know that even if there were thousands of iron spikes beneath her feet, she could still walk calmly without a change in expression. Chapter 539. While Doyle was happily gossiping about the nobles in the capital, his bad luck came into play once again. Protector Doyle. Mallow's voice rang out from behind him at the perfect time, interrupting Thale's thoughts. What's so funny? Doyle's expression froze, but when he turned around to face the watchman, Doyle had regained his solemn and proper demeanor. No, sir. His Highness asked me, so I introduced him to some of the ways of the nobles. Mallows watched Lady Elainer disappear into the banquet hall before he looked at Thales with a pensive look on his face. Is that so? Thales chased away the image of tiny iron spike from his mind and laughed dryly. You can say that. Behind him, Doyle nodded sternly. Glover was expressionless. Mallows snorted softly, but remained indifferent. Very well, are you ready? In the distance, he saw a middle-aged noble with makeup and his wife alight from the carriage. After signing his name at the entrance of the hall, he smiled and asked his attendants to present him a gift. He straightened his clothes and walked towards Thales under the guidance of the attendants. Of course. Thales sighed and put on a smile that was as beautiful as a flower. But Mallows shook his head and pointed at Doyle. No, not you, Your Highness. I mean, him. Doyle's back was facing the entrance of the hall. Me? Why? At this moment, a heart-wrenching cry exploded in the air. Ah, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness Thales, ah. Thales shuddered, almost thinking that he had encountered a vengeful spirit. The attendants, soldiers, guards, second-class guests at the side door, and countless people were attracted by the cry. They quickly turned their heads in shock. Under everyone's gaze, a middle-aged noble with an oily face, who was rather plump, rushed in from the entrance of the hall and threw himself in front of Thales. Without waiting for the shocked Thales to react, the responsible Glover cautiously pulled the prince back and pushed Doyle forward. The middle-aged noble was the first to pounce on Doyle, who was caught off guard. Doyle's expression turned sour. But the person did not give up. The noble who was sprawled on the ground shrank his features and scrambled towards Thales. Your Highness. Thales was so shocked that he shivered again. Glover had no choice but to protect the prince behind him, while Mallows moved to the side at ease and watched from the side. The guest did not show any intention of getting up. He continued to stretch his arms forward and pounce on Thales' legs. The bright God has eyes, the holy sun is wise, the setting sun bless us. Constellation has finally had its fated heir. We, the 7 Jade Star attendants, have finally been rewarded for our loyalty. His tone was sorrowful and mournful. Anyone who heard it would feel sad and cry. Thales was dumbfounded. What was going on? Blocking the road to seek justice? The Star Lake guards at the entrance frowned and pressed on their swords, but Mallows waved his hand at them. Then, Doyle grabbed the middle-aged noble by the back of his collar and dragged him back with all his strength. Dad, what are you doing? Get up. Get up. Doyle looked around in horror as he used his hands and feet to keep the middle-aged noble 2 meters away from the prince in exasperation. This is so embarrassing, Dad. When the middle-aged noble saw Doyle, he did not even wipe his tears before he immediately changed his expression. When I saw His Highness, I was excited and unable to control my emotions. It's none of your business. Hearing how they addressed each other, Thales arched his eyebrows. At the side, Mallows spoke leisurely. Your Highness, this is Baron Doyle. He is the suzerain of Mirror River and also Doyle's. Anyway, you can see for yourself. Thales' eyebrows twitched. Doyle was still entangled with his father. At the same time, his face was apologetic and ashamed as he smiled apologetically at the people around him. The attendants and guards who were watching the show left. The scattered nobles also turned around and whispered. Then, another shrill female voice rang out. Ah! Little Danny. How can you treat your father like this? A noblewoman with thick makeup rushed over from behind and hugged old Baron Doyle. At the same time, she waved her handkerchief at Doyle to chase him away, forcing him to let go of her. He's old and in poor health, and you're still so inconsiderate. We're so pitiful, old Baron Doyle cooperated and panted. He coughed and fell into his wife's arms. The Baroness sobbed. Are you worthy of all the hard work we've done to raise you? Old Baron Doyle and his wife held each other's hands and slid on the ground. They looked at their son, who was troubled and at a loss. Their expressions were determined and sorrowful. They looked like a couple who shared the same heart. They looked like a bully bullying an honest couple on the street. Raised? Doyle looked gloomy. You're just my stepmother, so what if I'm a stepmother? The Baroness held her husband's arm and stood up. There were still traces of tears on her face, but she instantly changed her expression. She waved her handkerchief and said fiercely, Is a stepmother not a mother? Your food, clothing, night's fees, the cost of picking up girls, which one of them is not our hard work? Doyle completely gave up on the possibility of saving his family's reputation. He could only cover his face and sigh. Thales was dumbfounded by this family ethics drama. Old Baron Doyle wiped his snot and stood firmly after much difficulty. But he saw Thales' expression change again. This time, he was extremely enthusiastic. Ah, Your Highness. Look, you're standing here, in front of the portraits of the 3 Constellation Kings. It might be a coincidence, but who can say that this is not a sign? The courage and fearlessness of the Supreme King of Renaissance, the dignified posture of the legendary Oath Keeper, the wisdom of the virtuous king. You're practically a gift from the heavens. The 3 of them are one. Thales could not take the compliment. As old Doyle spoke, his tears and snot flowed. Jade Star has a son who has just grown up. If the late king knew about it, he would definitely smile in Hell's River, or the Kingdom of Heaven. Thales forced himself to smile stiffly and returned the greeting from afar. But Dodd didn't share the same opinion. He apologized to the young duke with a smile and pulled his exaggerated parents aside. Father, what are you doing? Old Doyle lowered his head and whispered in dissatisfaction, It's all because of you. Me? I heard from the servants that you're such a troublesome fellow. You actually offended Madame Gines. Do you know how terrifying she is? Do you still want to stay in the capital? Doyle sighed and said, What does that have to do with you? You're so thin-skinned that you can't even find a girlfriend. Of course, flattery can only be done by me. You speak as if your face is useful, brat, you, and it's not that I can't find a girlfriend, huh? Do you want to be an idiot like the Caribbean family? Find a boyfriend? Father, you, hurry up and go inside. Wait, I forgot to kiss His Highness' hand. I'll kiss him for you. On the other side, Thales and Glover looked at each other helplessly. Mallows, on the other hand, looked as if he was used to it. Finally, Doyle, who had sent off his amazing parents, turned around with lingering fear. He wiped his forehead and realized that the prince and the others were staring at him as if they were watching a play. Thales' expression did not change. He extended the back of his hand in understanding. Do you want to kiss it? Doyle froze for a moment and said obsequiously, No. But it's not because I don't want to kiss it. In fact, I kiss it in my heart every day. It's just that my father and the others, hee. Glover spoke for the first time. His emotions were unclear. Sweet home. Doyle wished there was a hole he could crawl into. I know, he said sheepishly. That's why I don't like to stay at home. The other 3 turned their heads away and pretended that nothing had happened. Compared to Doyle's lively and happy family, Baron Stone, who was also one of the 7 Jadisters, came alone. He did not even have any attendants. He appeared lonely and gloomy. After the bloody year, due to the limitations of the nation, King Kessel advocated frugality and loved simplicity. Baron Stone was in his 40s. He had high cheekbones and thin cheeks. He looked rather mean. Hence, there are no more banquets of sufficient weight in the capital. Baron Stone held Thales' hand and carefully observed his face. So, Your Honorable Highness, do you know what today means to us? Thales could only respond with a smile. It's okay, because we don't know either. The gloomy Baron bent down and rubbed his cheek against the back of Thales' hand. Only for you to prove it. When Baron Stone turned around and left, Thales was already a little numb. I remember that the leader of the logistics officers under me has the surname Stone. The prince took a deep breath and said, all right, whether it's my Mindy's Hall or the Royal Guards. How many people are related to the 7 Jadisters attendants? Many, Mallows answered calmly. But there are very few. Thales was stunned. Then, another tall figure stepped out of the carriage. Under the flattering greetings of a group of minor nobles, he passed through the front yard of Mindy's Hall. After signing his name, he went past the guards and arrived in front of Thales. I heard that they came early, so I had no choice but to come. The tall noble had a smile on his face, but his gaze was shrewd. He bowed to Thales and pressed his body down. There was a faint different aura about him. Lozano Glover, Viscount of Lake Mountain County. Doyle sucked in a breath slightly behind him. Glover. Thales thought of something. He resisted the urge to turn around. The Duke of Star Lake continued to smile perfectly. Nice to meet you. His Majesty once mentioned that your family is the mainstay of our rule. I heard that your grandfather once served in the Royal Guards and held a high position. Lozano was tall, but he looked frail. He was once the most trusted watchman of the guards under the late King 80. He was also the sword teacher of Crown Prince Midir until he died in the line of duty for the country. He did not let down the Glover family's mission. Watchman. Thales resisted the urge to look at Mallows, but he thought of another person. Lozano smiled. I work in the Department of Finance, so I live in Eternal Star City. If you are free, Your Highness, why don't you come to my house in Eastern City District for a chat? Work in the Department of Finance, important position. No wonder. Lozano turned around and looked at Mallows. Tormund, you too. The door of the Glover family will always be open for you. Mallows smiled faintly. It is my honor. Shall I bring you in? Of course. But that was not all. Lozano unexpectedly turned to the silent Doyle. And Danny Doyle, right? Please tell your father not to send any more money to the Department of Finance. We cannot accept it. Even if we do, we cannot skip this year's land settlement and tax inspection. Doyle's face instantly turned red. Before he left, Lozano looked at Thales again and said seriously, I hope you understand, Your Highness. We will always be loyal to the throne and the 9-pointed star crown. Hence, when Lozano Glover and Mallows left together, Thales and Doyle heaved a sigh of relief. They felt like they had been freed from some sort of pressure. Doyle snorted softly. What did I say? TSK, money management. Yes. And, Thales resisted the urge to turn his head to the side. But obviously, someone could not resist. Hey, zombie, aren't you going to say something? Doyle looked at Viscount Glover's back curiously, then turned to look at his colleague. That's your eldest brother, a suzerain, and money management. If I were you, I would be running like a dog. Glover turned his head abruptly. His sharp eyes stared straight at Doyle, and they were as cold as ice. Doyle panicked, and even Thales, who was stuck in the middle, froze. Glover stared at Doyle coldly for a few seconds before he spoke slowly, enunciating each word clearly. I am diligent. It seemed to be the first time Doyle saw Glover like this. He was stunned for a few seconds before he forced himself to smile. Okay. Glover then turned around and nodded slightly at the prince who was watching the show in a daze. Doyle shrank to the side and shot Thales an aggrieved look. He pursed his lips in indignation. But Thales did not have the time to care about their interaction. the prince took the cup of water and replenished himself. His gaze went past the entrance hall and the defense line formed by the guards. He looked at the crowd outside and the grand scene of carriages going back and forth. He knew that he would only get busier in the future. But he was already quite tired. The few hereditary vassals from Central Territory who arrived earlier did not seem as domineering as the 19 nobles, but when Thales dealt with them, he felt that it was more tiring than the National Conference 6 years ago. But he could not rest. According to Gilbert's instructions, while he was tired, he had to pay more attention to his appearance, etiquette, actions, smile, posture, and the way he spoke. 6 families. Thales counted the families with his fingers, and he attracted the attention of 2 personal guards. Patterson, Adrian, Barney, Doyle, Stone, Glover. If my history lesson over the past few days is correct, there are only a few families in Central Territory who can compare to these 6 families in terms of reputation, history, and strength. Thales watched in boredom as the guests outside the hall were slowly separated and led to suitable entrances and positions. But there were still quite a number of people who forgot their etiquette when they passed through the main hall and tried to stick their heads out to see what was going on. They just wanted to see the prince's elegant demeanor as soon as possible. They have declined. Doyle continued Thales' words. His tone was indolent, and it was clear that he was also rather impatient. Even though the 7 Jade Star is just a term used within the circle, when I first started to remember things, there were 8 or 9 families in Central Territory who were directly under the royal family, had actual fiefs, and were hereditary nobles. There were even more who wanted to squeeze their way up. 8 or 9 families, until, Doyle shrugged. You know, over the past 20 years, some of them had empty titles, but lost their fiefs, some of them had big businesses, but could not make ends meet, some of them had a long history, but their descendants were unworthy. Some of them were destroyed by the flames of war and could not recover. Some of them made mistakes and lost their titles. Some of their families were divided by internal strife. Thales listened quietly. Glover furrowed his eyebrows. Up until now, there are only 6 families whose names match up to the stupid title of 7 Jade Star attendants. And their qualities are all over the place. You can see that some of them are about to enter their coffins, some of them have orphans and widows. Some of them have great power, some of them are sinister and petty, and some of them will cry and kneel when they see you. Ahem, Doyle, who had been gossiping casually, realized something and ended the topic in time. Thales did not speak for a long time. After thinking clearly, he nodded thoughtfully. In the next 10 minutes or so, the number of guests that the prince had to greet increased, but almost all of them were the king's partisans whom Thales was familiar with 6 years ago. And some were even the new nobles in the Imperial Conference. The current Minister of Finance, Moneybag Kirkman cordially inquired about the prince's adaptability and the progress of his mathematics lessons. The Minister of Education took the opportunity to interrupt and mention the funding issue for this year's Central Territory examination for bureaucrats. The military advisor, Soldier Sauter Rider, had just patted his chest and assured him that the kingdom's actions in the desert would ensure another 10 years of peace in western Desert Hill, when the Minister of Agriculture, who had rushed over, sternly lectured him on the disadvantages of military aggression and the destruction of production caused by military operations. He also argued that there was an asymmetry between the benefits of looting and farming in peace. Baron Garth, who managed the mint, had just warmly invited the Duke of Star Lake to visit the kingdom's source of wealth, and it would be best if he could listen to their plan to issue currency that had been rejected by His Majesty. The Minister of Supervision of the Royal Family Bank had rushed over in a hurry and rudely interrupted the conversation, strongly suggesting that Thales open an account in his own name as the Royal Family Bank's 3,000th distinguished noble customer. During this period, Thales had been greeting and seeing them off, and he felt his face go numb from all the squeezing. To be honest, he would rather go back to the Night of Dragon's Blood 6 years ago and face the 5 aggressive archdukes. No wonder the saying of a certain noble family was, better to die for a friend than to die for an enemy. However, in the next moment, as a carriage drove over, the nobles who lined up in the front yard fell silent. A noble in his prime stepped down from the carriage and walked towards Mindy's hall, accompanied by an old servant. The nobles' voices boomed again, and the soldiers and guards subconsciously stood straighter. Doyle, go and take a look. Thales, who finally had the time to catch his breath, sighed and raised his head. Who is it this time? But Thales' words came to an abrupt halt. Outside the hall, the noble in his prime had an elegant demeanor, but he had an easygoing temperament. There was an occasional majesty in his disdainful gaze. With every step he took, he would patiently nod and return the greetings from the low-grade nobles who greeted him. He did not put on any airs, but he had his own elegance, which made people admire him wholeheartedly. Thales was stunned. I know. That's a big shot. He often stays in the capital for short periods of time. His status is. Doyle was about to continue speaking, but Thales suddenly raised his hand and stopped him. Thales stared at him with a complicated expression. He stared at the family emblem on the other party's sleeve. The flower had 3 petals, and each of them had a different color. The guest walked up the stairs and flashed his signature smile between the pillars. Mindy's Hall truly lives up to its name. There are countless treasures that are worth cities. As he signed his name, he smiled and said to the old servant beside him, I really wish that I could have come here 6 or 7 years earlier. A few profound glints flashed past the noble's eyes. That's good. The old servant only nodded quietly. The next moment, the noble in his prime raised his head. After the guards made way for him, he met Thales face to face. There was no warning, and there was no cover. Thales exchanged glances with the other party in the air. Doyle, who was originally numb and sloppy, shuddered. He felt as if a cold wind blew past him. He has changed. Thales' expression was calm. He stared at the guest quietly and thought to himself. His bearing is more mature, more natural, more. The prince rubbed his gloves gently. He has changed. The guest's expression did not change. He stared at Thales quietly and understood. His gaze was sharper, firmer, and more. The guest narrowed his eyes slightly. At that moment, it was as if they were the only ones left in the large and lively Mindy's Hall. But Thales and the guest flashed friendly smiles at the same time. As if they had a tacit understanding, they walked towards each other at the same time. So what? Hence, under countless gazes, the master of Mindy's Hall and the guest acted as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for a long time but treated each other with sincerity. They walked towards each other passionately and happily, and their palms met in the air. Welcome, Your Grace. It's been a long time, Your Highness. Thales felt the other party's vigorous strength, which he did not hold back at all. He also unceremoniously released the sin of Hell's river and exerted strength in his muscles. His palms trembled slightly in the air, but they appeared to be calm. Mallows, who had rushed over after hearing the news, frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Thales and the guest's gazes met again in the air. Then, both of them put on friendly smiles. The Duke chuckled. Just call me Zayn. The prince was equally understanding. Thales. The next moment, the two of them looked at each other and laughed in tacit understanding again. With the arm they held as the center, they hugged each other, and their other hand clasped the other party's shoulder. Thales suddenly realized that he was only half a head shorter than him. At some point in time, the other party's once unreachable height was no longer an obstacle. In the eyes of outsiders, Prince Thales and Duke Zayn were close friends. They had not seen each other for years, but they were like old friends. When they ran towards each other, they wished they could stay up all night and talk to each other. However, only Thales and Zayn, who were hugging each other tightly with their necks pressed against each other, knew how sincere their feelings were at that moment. I knew that the Northlanders couldn't do anything to you. Zayn whispered in his ear, his tone strange. Yes, Thales responded slowly with the same deep meaning. Just like the Blood Clan. At an angle that could not be seen, the two of them turned their heads and glanced at each other from a distance that was close to kissing. Zayn's gaze was cold, as if frost had descended. Thales' gaze was sharp and pierced straight into his heart. Welcome back, the Duke of South Coast, Zayn Covendier said softly. The nine-pointed star. Sorry to have kept you waiting, the Duke of Star Lake, Thales Jade Star sneered faintly. Iris flowers. The next second, the two most influential people in the kingdom separated as soon as they touched and let go of each other. Their perfect and warm smiles returned. It showed that in this era, the people of the kingdom were most proud of unity and harmony. Chapter 540. When enemies meet, it's like a spring breeze. When bosom friends reunite, their eyes turn red. During the days when he was living under someone else's roof in Dragon Cloud City, Thales had dreamed of returning to Constellation countless times. But if there was anything that could extinguish his homesickness, it would be the elegant and perfect smile of the Duke of Iris Flowers, Zayn Covendier. Prince Thales would never forget the crazy scenes he encountered in Constellation Realm when he went north as an envoy 6 years ago. Regardless of whether it was the mummy-like demonic vampire who opened her bloody mouth and black eye sockets at him while howling shrilly, or the limbless, pure white bloodthirsty monsters who pressed him under their bodies in an irresistible manner and tore at his neck. These too were the surprise scenes at the end of most of his 6 years of nightmares, second only to Giza, who occasionally appeared as a hidden boss, in the ultimate nightmare, urging him to sleep early and wake up early, and to stay optimistic. Every time he thought of this, Thales felt a dull pain in his neck. It felt like it was being strangled, but also like it was being bitten through. So Thales would never forget the culprit of all that. "I didn't expect you to come, my friend the Duke." Thales smiled like a flower. His right arm wrapped around Zayn's back and rested on his other shoulder. In the eyes of others, he and the Duke of Iris Flowers were like brothers, holding each other's arms as they traveled together. At least, not so early. Zayn also smiled gently. His left arm wrapped around Thales' neck, as if he was hugging his own younger brother, naturally and affectionately. "These few months, I've missed your highness very much. I can't wait to see you. My friend the prince." Zayn's voice was as gentle, elegant, friendly, and easygoing as before. Even better than before. "Missed very much," Thales burst into laughter. "So, what is it this time?" Thales brought out quick rope's profound business promotion skills. His smile was as bright as the sun, and his tone was elated. "Poison? Assassination? Framing? Spreading rumors? Framing?" Thales' voice was so soft that even Glover, Doyle, and Zayn's old butler, Ashford, did not hear him clearly. He moved closer to Zayn. "Or are you going to learn from the Northlanders, roll up your sleeves and *ck me?" Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zayn laughed out loud. The guests who were stopped by the guards and servants outside and were waiting to enter saw this harmonious scene and nodded in relief. Many people were talking about the scene. It was obvious that the Duke of South Coast had just laughed at one of the prince's humorous jokes. It was rare that the Duke showed his true feelings without any pretense. The prince was also sincere and honest, without any pretense or pretense. You see, the great people are actually ordinary people too. They live the same life as us, have similar joys, suffer similar troubles. If you don't believe me, look at their natural and friendly smiles. How is there any difference between them and you? So, we are only different from the princes and dukes. We are not superior or inferior. We are all important members of the kingdom, and we are working hard for Constellation's future. Since they are working so hard for the kingdom, we should have hope and confidence in them. Even if they have some shortcomings, we still have to put ourselves in their shoes and be tolerant and patient. This is true love. Sigh. My dear friend, don't push any further. There's no space left. It's none of my business whether you can see or not. I came here today to see His Royal Highness and the Duke in person. Sigh, they are leaving, hurry up. Oh, those in front, move aside. You guys are blocking, I can't see. Prince Thales. Duke Zayn. You guys walk slower. Thales. You. Zayn ignored the little twists and turns outside the arena. He affectionately shook the prince under his arm and lowered his head to the latter's ear. You know, for the past 6 years, I have also been thinking, he whispered softly, like the spring rain. If you return with glory, How should we get along? There was a hidden meaning in his words. How should we get along? Thales snorted almost inaudibly. Inexplicably, the scene of King Niven challenging the enemy who killed his son to a duel flashed in his mind. We have to respect each other and do our own thing. They continued to move forward steadily. But in the next moment, Zayan's gentle whisper suddenly cooled down. Or entangled in hatred and fight to the death. Thales' footsteps paused slightly. Even Zayan slowed down. It sounded like a request for a truce. But Thales turned his head slowly. His smile remained, but his gaze gradually turned cold. Don't worry. Zayan patted him on the shoulder in a friendly manner, like an elder brother encouraging the younger generation to move forward. You have plenty of time to think about it, because what you have to worry about today isn't me. At an angle where no one could see, the smile in Zayan's eyes faded slightly. At least, it's not just me. Thales was silent. But in the next second, the prince's eyebrows twitched slightly, then he burst into laughter. Zayan also lowered his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Their strides returned to normal. In the eyes of the onlookers, the Duke of South Coast and the Duke of Star Lake's jokes were getting more relaxed and easygoing. They were laughing their heads off. Mallows, who had been leading the way, frowned slightly. Behind him, the butler, Ashford, was still expressionless. The watchman signaled to Thales that he could take over and led the Duke to the banquet hall. But the overjoyed prince waved his hand and insisted on accompanying the Duke to the end of the journey. The guests on the other side noticed the scene and were moved by the friendship and affection between the two. You know, there was a time when I didn't understand why you wanted me dead, even though we no longer had any conflict. Thales' laughter gradually faded. He spoke softly and patted Zayan's back vigorously at the same time. The Duke of Iris Flower's body swayed slightly, but his smile remained. But later, I figured it out. Thales leaned on Zayan's shoulder and winked slyly. What do you think? Figured it out? At that moment, Zayan's footsteps became fragmented. The Duke lowered his head slightly, as if thinking about something. Thales cooperated with his pace considerately and waited for the other's response with a smile. A little advice, Your Highness. A few seconds later, Zayan looked up. His expression did not change, but the corners of his lips moved slightly. Take care of yourself, child. Don't meddle in other people's business. Despite the smile, the warmth in Zayan's tone was transmitted to Thales' ears, giving him the illusion of a slight chill on his back. Zayan glanced at him lightly, but a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Don't look for trouble. Only regret. Thales' heart skipped a beat. The Duke of Star Lake was silent. The next moment, they walked into the banquet hall. Many of the guests who entered earlier were already seated and were waiting elegantly and patiently, greeting each other from time to time. There were also quite a number of people in groups of 3 to 5, standing together and chatting happily and politely. The arrival of the Duke of South Coast and the Duke of Star Lake undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. First, the guests who were closer to them saluted, then the people who were further away stopped chatting. Perhaps they did not expect to see the important figures take their seats so soon. A few seconds later, a small uproar broke out in the banquet hall. The guests of higher status, Mr. and Mrs. Doyle who smiled obsequiously, Viscount Lozano Glover, and Eleanor Barney who brought along her child. After seeing the 9-pointed star badge on the Baron's hand, the number of noblewomen surrounding Lady Eleanor suddenly increased. All stood up and bowed to her. The atmosphere immediately became lively. Zayan and Thales naturally let go of each other, tacitly and cooperatively returned the greetings to the guests, and occasionally responded to their greetings. Unlike the National Conference 6 years ago, which could be said to be a mix of good and bad people, those who were invited to Holy Pursuit Day and the Prince's homecoming banquet were naturally not ordinary people. Even the guests at the periphery were neither servile nor overbearing, friendly and appropriate. The attendants and guards fulfilled their duties responsibly, making way for the Duke and the Prince, watching them leave without disturbing their conversation. However, only Thales knew. In this warm and harmonious moment where the host and guest were well matched, his invisible confrontation with Zayn reached its peak. The youth's footsteps were short, and his pace was slightly faster. Zayn's strides were longer, and the frequency was slightly lower. The two of them walked side by side, occasionally adjusting their pace for each other. But for some reason, the rhythm of their footsteps could not be matched. But at that moment, Thales smiled from the bottom of his heart. Does he know, Zayn? Thales thought silently. The revered ruler of the Iris family in South Coast Hill, Duke Zayn Covendier, Constellation. His threat, his warning, his tone of voice, compared to those people, many faces flashed across Thales' mind. King Niven rubbing his ring, King Chapman caressing his sword, the sinister and ruthless Stake, the creepy and strange Ricky, the legendary wing processing heads, the chuckling Duke of Western Desert. Compared to them, the youth chuckled in his heart. The excitement caused by the two of them in the banquet hall subsided slightly. The guests dispersed again, returning to their original state of groups of 3 to 5. In the next second, Thales' smile faded slightly. He put down his greeting hand and grabbed Zayn's shoulder unceremoniously. You know, I've been attending Scholar Julio's mathematics class recently. So I'm very curious. It looked as if the prince had thought of something very interesting, leaned over, and told the Duke in a low voice. Thales' mouth did not move, but he spoke through his teeth. I'm very curious. 6 years ago, when I went north and encountered an accident, and you transferred those baronies and the crystal drop mines to the royal family to ask for my father's forgiveness, how much income do you lose every year? As soon as he said that, Zayn's breathing became slightly erratic. The baronies. The crystal drop mines. Income, Zayn's arm muscles tensed slightly. About this matter. He smiled and turned to Thales. I thought we had already settled it, but the prince responded with an even brighter and brighter smile. And do you know how I survived these 6 years in the fierce and treacherous Northland? At that moment, the master of the Covendier family felt his shoulders tighten. Times have changed, Zayn. Thales put his mouth close to the other's ear and flashed a malicious smile. Don't look for trouble. Only regret. Zayn stared at him steadily. His expression slowly stiffened. In many people's eyes, Prince Thales was extremely happy. He was whispering something into Duke Covendier's ear along the way, while the latter patiently and dotingly listened to the youth's words. There was not the slightest hint of displeasure, let alone a cold expression. Like brothers. It made people feel gratified, and the corners of their lips curled up. Since the prince and the duke, one was young and pure, lively and cheerful, the other elegant and wise, gentle and honest, together built a friendly and warm atmosphere, then the guests on the periphery would naturally be deeply affected and sincerely resonate with them. They wished they could be one with these two noble role models who led the masses and set an example for the world. So the banquet hall suddenly became a sea of joy. The bloodthirsty feuds that used to see blood when they met were no longer at odds, and they smiled away their enmity. They embraced each other and tolerated each other like brothers. Strangers who usually did not interact with each other also felt like old friends at first sight. They chatted happily, and only lamented that it was a pity they met too late. At this moment, Mindy's Hall truly displayed the unique spirit and style of the times of the nobles and commoners inside and outside the Palace of Constellation. They were united and full of fighting spirit. Thales and Zayn finally stopped. But the two of them still stared at each other with smiles, as if they understood everything without words. Mallows, who was in front, had to raise his voice to remind the two people who were immersed in their gazes, "The guests have arrived, His Highness should go back to greet the other guests." Finally, Zayn smiled and put his hands around Thales' shoulders. His tone softened. "I understand, Your Highness. Please don't worry." Zayn lowered his head and pursed his lips. "As long as Constellation exists, so does the Empire." Thales raised his eyebrows. Then, Thales grinned happily. Without holding back, he stretched out his arms and hugged Zayn tightly. "That's good, may we rather die because of our friendship." Zayn's expression froze. He felt his waist being held tightly, and the strength gradually increased. Thales buried the side of his face into the duke's chest and said coldly from an angle where no one could see, "We will not perish with our enemies." In the next second, the prince let go of the duke and turned back into the cheerful and sincere Thales, laughing loudly. Zayan looked at him and laughed as well. In order to cooperate with the prince and the duke, the surrounding nobles with good etiquette raised their volume while secretly peeping, so that the two people's laughter would not be so abrupt. Thales seemed to be really happy. He laughed so hard that he was rocking back and forth. He waved at Zayan, then turned and left. He quickly walked between Glover and Doyle, who was looking at the prince strangely. When no one was looking, the teenager loosened his facial muscles that were almost numb from laughing too much. But he let out a long breath in his heart. "It's a little strange." Sensing Zayan's gaze from behind, Thales, who had become tired again, thought to himself. Zayan Covendier. As one of the enemies he hated the most, this guy was still as sinister, as profound, and as abominable. But in his memory, the former Duke of Iris Flowers did not seem to be this proactive. Thales pondered as he walked towards the exit of the banquet hall, accompanied by the guards. He was ready to return to his original position and continue his duty of welcoming guests. However, before he could finish his thoughts, something unexpected happened. When he passed by a group of foreign guests, a tall and majestic figure, even more imposing than Glover, suddenly appeared. The other party rushed into his line of sight with a fierce aura. In an instant, Glover and Doyle's expressions changed. But the two guards were well trained. They immediately bent their knees and pressed their swords. Before the other party could get close, they were ready to draw their swords and kill the assassin. Until Mallow's strong hand stretched out at the perfect time. He pressed down on their shoulders. It avoided the awkward situation of the Prince of Constellation's first appearance in front of everyone and causing the guests to bleed. "Steady," Mallows reprimanded in a low voice. At the same time, a deep and rough voice, with a tone that Thales was all too familiar with, rang in the banquet hall. "Look who this is." The majestic guest stood in front of Thales and laughed heartily. The nervous Glover and Doyle were shocked. The two of them glanced at Mallows, who stopped them, and only then did they notice that even though Mallows had a frightening figure, he was unarmed, and he was standing at a safe distance. They overreacted. Thales, on the other hand, looked at the stranger in front of him in shock. This man had a body as thick as his beard, and his clothes were thick but slightly rustic. He looked like a bear. An old friend of the people of Extet. Prince Thales, the bearded man in front of him happily opened his thick arms and shouted the next word in a vigorous voice, "I'm going to kill you." "North Star." Thales was stunned. "Wait a minute, North. North what star?" He turned around in confusion and glanced at the guests around him. They, who were watching curiously, immediately turned around and went back to their own duties. But this did not stop Thales from recognizing the familiar accent. He came from, look. The bearded man's laughter was rough and strong, full of energy. A prince who grew up drinking the milk of us Northlanders is indeed different. Thales was dumbfounded again. What milk? Excuse me? The prince finally adjusted himself and responded politely and appropriately. In fact, when I arrived at Dragon Cloud City, I was already, Thales continued awkwardly in his heart. Weaned. Wait, in this world, when he was young, did he drink milk? But what greeted him was still a burst of rough laughter. "I am Jorge, no surname." The Northlander who called himself Jorge patted his chest hard, like the rumbling of a drum, startling a few Constellatiate nobles nearby and subconsciously distanced themselves. "I am the administrator of Archduke Gadro, and I bring you the pride and hospitality of Elafir City." Thales' expression changed. Archduke Gadro. Elafir City? The once familiar northern geography returned to his mind again. Among the 10 territories of Extet, if the city of faraway prayers was in the extreme west, then Elafir City was in the extreme east. In fact, the Gadro family of Elafir City was located in a remote area, but it was built on mountains and cliffs, bordered by ice and the sea. With a lack of high-quality ports and a harsh coastal environment, they struggled to guard the narrow and long coastline rarely seen in the entire Extet kingdom. To the north, they could support the Sentinel region and the glacier sea by sea. To the south, the fleet of Elefure City could communicate with Reformation Tower and Black Sand region, and control the eastern seaports of Constellation. To the east, the vassals of the Gadro family had to fight against the Cass pirates, the Sons of the Maiden, who dominated the islands. In some extreme times, they had to face the threat from the other side of the Sea of Eradication, and sound the first horn of war in the peninsula. 6 years ago, Archduke Gadro did not respond to King Nuvan's invitation to Dragon Cloud City to witness the night that shook the western peninsula. But Thales remembered how Count Leespan called him, that sanctimonious man with a goatee. However, Thales looked thoughtfully at the familiar yet unfamiliar northerner Jorge in front of him. He came to attend his homecoming banquet? It is the honor of 3 lifetimes to meet you. Even the bright moon is startled. Jorge spouted **T grammar, but he laughed heartily and happily extended his arms towards Thales. My North Star. Thales raised his eyebrows. North Star. Thales repeated in confusion. What kind of name is that? Yes. Jorge's every call seemed to shake the floor tiles under his feet. You stayed in Dragon Cloud City for 6 years, Jade Star boy. He clapped his hands fiercely, ignoring Glover and Doyle's contemptuous gazes. So after you returned to the country, everyone called you North Star, because you are the most courageous person in the past few hundred years, and the one who lived the longest in the north. Jorge looked excited, and his voice shook the dome. The King of Constellation. At that moment, it was as if the entire banquet hall fell silent. Everyone turned and stared at this corner. 1 second, 2 seconds. Jorge noticed the silence around him and froze for a moment. He looked left and right cautiously. The administrator of Elefure City took a deep breath and looked at the prince in front of him, who had a stiff face and looked like he had nothing left to live for. He seemed to have realized something. What I mean is, Jorge grinned and awkwardly rubbed his protruding belly, like a big bear taking a bath. He spread his hands innocently and smiled awkwardly. King-to-be? Stealing fragrance. Chapter 541. The most incongruous thing in the world was the sudden appearance of an extension in a constellatiate banquet. And one who had no idea what to say. Under the reminder from Thales' eyes, Glover and Doyle hurried and invited Jorge to a corner outside the hall with great difficulty. They managed to get rid of the curious and probing gazes of the guests around them. I say, you Southerners are just looking for trouble. Just saying the wrong name and you become crazy, Jorge grumbled without holding back. In the past, I even mistakenly wrote the title of the Archduke's letter to King Nuvan asking for help as the Honorable King of Dragon Cloud City, but the born king didn't do anything to me. He still provided money and manpower to help us exterminate the mountain bandits. Doyle pursed his lips, while Glover averted his gaze. Even though the former was lively and carefree, and the latter was quiet and introverted, they were not used to this guest's casualness and rudeness. Only Thales listened to the other party's rough and thick northern accent and smiled without saying a word. It was indeed rare to hear such an accent in the orderly Mindy's hall and banquets where etiquette was everywhere. It was as if he had returned to the heroic, cheerful, and straightforward north. Administrator Jorge laughed out loud and said, perhaps you have forgotten, North Star, but we have met before. Thales asked suspiciously. When? Wow, you are really forgetful, aren't you? Listening to the other party's careless tone, other than being abrupt, Thales actually felt a strange sense of familiarity. But he was just a passerby in Extet. This place, Constellation, Eternal Star City, this was his home, was it not? Jorge was in high spirits. A few years ago, during the hunting ceremony in Dragon Cloud City, the young lady from the Walton family held your hand. If you ask me, you are really bold. All the Northland lads present were jealous and rushed forward in groups, wanting to have a friendly duel with you and learn from each other. Thales' expression changed abruptly. Jorge was very happy, and his saliva flew everywhere. The scene was very chaotic and noisy. Perhaps others did not see it, but I have sharp eyes. She hid you under her skirt. Thales's face turned pale. He ignored the expressions of his personal guards behind him and rushed forward to hold Jorge's waving hand. Cough. Thank you. Administrator Jorge. Thales interrupted her passionately, feeling touched. I have truly felt the generosity and hospitality of Elefure City. He shook Jorge's hand vigorously, wishing with all his heart that he would stop. Jorge was stunned at first, then he narrowed his eyes and lowered his head, a look of understanding on his face. This made Thales even more depressed. As a listener, Doyle nudged Glover with a playful expression. Unfortunately, the latter only furrowed his eyebrows and did not show any intention to share his interest. That's right, speaking of this. Jorge naturally put his arm around the Duke's shoulder and whispered to him like a good friend. Grand Duke Gadro has a son, Igor, the heir of Buffalo City. He's a good lad. Among the gifts I brought are the seal and bear skins he hunted. Both of you are of equal status, and both of you are talented, so you should be able to get along well. The administrator had an encouraging look on his face as he shook the prince vigorously. You'll love him. Thales was so shaken that even his fake smile became unreal. Igor, right? I guess I will. But Jorge only smiled with his eyes squinted. But that's not all. You should know that the Grand Duke has 3 daughters. Thales had a bad feeling. Although the first one has been married twice, she's good at bearing children. I guarantee that you'll have many children before you're 20, and you won't have to worry about descendants. The second one is amazing. She's adept at archery and horsemanship. Even the veterans have to give her a thumbs up. With her in bed, you don't even have to arrange for guards to be on duty at night. Thales' smile gradually froze. The third one, Jorge was stuck for a while, hesitated for a moment, then stuttered. Yes, she's all right. The administrator then patted the Duke of Star Lake's shoulder in a northern manner, messing up the perfect hairstyle that Thales had cut when he was fleeing and grew back after he returned to the country. I know, you grew up with the northern wind, you must prefer the hard one. What do you think? Jorge's eyes lit up. Consider it? The prince forced a smile with difficulty. Thales spent a few minutes before he managed to escape from Jorge's enthusiasm. He invited the bear-like guest back to the banquet hall and promised to give him a bigger seat. The personal guards who accompanied the prince had amused expressions. Mallows, who had been silent all this while, came forward and reminded the prince of the guest list he was going to personally welcome next. But after he finished speaking, about the story he told, you know, the one where you hid under your skirt. The watchman was a little hesitant. Thales, who had always been easygoing, looked up instantly. His expression was fierce, as if he was about to devour someone. Don't ask. The Duke of Star Lake gritted his teeth. You'll still be my favorite personal guard captain. Mallows narrowed his eyes, and with a look of understanding, he bowed in a contemplative manner. Then, I'll go and arrange other matters. I hope you enjoy the banquet. Thales sighed in annoyance as he watched the man turn and leave. Your Highness. Doyle's voice came from behind him. Thales was still wary. He scowled at him coldly. Don't worry, I won't ask. Doyle shook his hand awkwardly. I just want to say that I understand. I've been through that terrible situation too, ahem. On the other side, Glover seemed to have caught a cold. He coughed repeatedly and interrupted Doyle's nonsense. Ahem. Doyle stopped talking in embarrassment, but Thales' expression became even worse. All right. Thales pulled his head back stiffly. His mood was gloomy. When I become king, the first thing I'll do is to lead the army north, destroy Extet. They walked back in silence. Northlanders, ahem. Are all Northlanders in Extet like this? Doyle finally brought up a topic that was not so annoying. Thales nodded gloomily. Half of it. As for the other half, At this moment, a voice filled with surprise and excitement came from the side. Thales Jade Star. The three of them were all shocked. Amidst the footsteps and shouts, Jonvold and Praka from the Star Lake Guards blocked a guest who wanted to rush to the prince in the corridor far away. The latter waved his hands and tried to get close to Thales, but he could not. Thales looked at the other person's appearance. He had a bowl cut that reached his ears, and felt a strange sense of familiarity. Until he saw the emblem of a shining blade on the guest's clothes. Nice to meet you. I am Lev Trentida, the son of the Archduke of Reformation Tower. The guest smiled obsequiously and spoke with the same familiar Northland accent, but it was much lighter than Jorge's. Reformation Tower, Trentida? That's interesting. Another bowl-cut man, who was much more mature and cunning, appeared in his memory. He had an even more imposing aura and majestic aura. Thales nodded and asked the guards to let go of the Northlander who broke the rules and came to him without guidance. Lev, right? Thales squeezed out his signature social smile. I know your father, Archduke Trentida, what a coincidence. Lev smiled with his eyes narrowed. I know him too. Thales was silent for a moment over this terrible joke. Young Trentida? He looked at the fake smile on Lev's face and the sparkle in his eyes. Yes, he's my biological son. Very well, please send my regards to your father. Thales sighed and decided not to pester him any further. I hope you enjoy the banquet. The prince turned and left. Your Highness. Lev said anxiously. But Jonvold, who was behind him, pressed down on Lev's shoulder, his warning obvious. Thales turned around. I know you're busy, so, all right, I'll get straight to the point. Lev sighed, looking like he was ready to go all out. Thales blinked. Against the background noise of the banquet, Lev narrowed his eyes. You know, it wasn't easy for me to make this trip. I was going to buy some souvenirs to bring back, but I ran into some trouble. Damn market bureaucrats and merchants conspired to not only suppress the quantity and raise the price, but also deliberately cause trouble. Souvenirs? Thales was stunned. You know, traveling. Lev shrugged like a spoiled young master. Buy some of this, buy some of that, and bring some local specialties. Local specialties? Thales raised his eyebrows. Lev smiled awkwardly. Nothing much, just some food, clothes, and toys. Food? Thales' tone grew more doubtful. He stared at Leviticus. Yes, my favorite food. Lev's smile remained. I just need some local officials to make things easier for me. Thales looked at him for a few seconds. I can't do that. Damn Northlanders. Thales said coldly. I'm just a prince who has just arrived and is cultivating. Thales was about to turn around again when Lev hurriedly spoke again. I know. But don't worry, Your Highness, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. Thales looked at him questioningly. Lev broke free from Jonvold's grip and ignored the other's disgusted expression. At the banquet later, just let me stand by your side for a while and look like I'm talking and laughing. The official who caused trouble for me is also present today, and he's trying his best to get close to you. Lev looked at Thales with an eager expression. Sorry. Thales shook his head and prepared to leave. Maybe you should take out your official identity and go to the Department of Foreign Affairs to see how they can help. But, Lev spoke again. This time, he sounded like he was pleading. First of all, it's too high profile and eye-catching, you know. Second of all, he shrugged in embarrassment. The exchange rate hasn't been good recently, and my funds are limited. Too high profile, the exchange rate isn't good, wait a minute. Reformation Tower. Trentida. Bring specialties? The prince pondered for a while and came to a realization. All right, but if I help you. Thales turned his head around and snorted softly. What do I get? Lev froze for a moment, then let out an awkward smile. A friendship from Reformation Tower and the Trentida family? Thales raised his eyebrows. A friendship between Reformation Tower and Trentida. Sounds good. But, Thales chuckled. How much is it worth? Looking at the other's reaction, Lev seemed to know how famous his family was. Alright, listen to me. Lev took a deep breath and, ignoring Glover and Doyle's expressions, leaned close to Thales' ear and whispered something. Thales' expression changed. Unexpectedly, a few seconds later, Thales nodded solemnly. Deal. Lev's eyes lit up and he snapped his fingers. Young Trentida grinned and said, I knew you were easy to talk to. My father didn't praise Constellation for having a Thales in vain, but the Duke of Star Lake interrupted him. I remember that your father is a cautious man who thinks twice before making a bet, the prince said faintly. Does he have any objections to you coming to Constellation to look for me at this time? Lev paused for a moment, but looked at the prince thoughtfully. As a son, Lev stared at him with a meaningful smile. If I'm always controlled by my father, I'll never be able to become an adult, right? Thales was silent for a moment. He suddenly thought of another Archduke's son, the Viscount of Dual Wind City in the City of Faraway Prayers, Nuisance Ian Rockney. Thank you for your frankness. I'll tell Archduke Trentida about this, Thales said faintly. That's exactly what I want. Lev did not panic, but instead smiled slyly. Then he'll know that not every son is qualified to be mentioned by the famous North Star, who reversed Extet's fate. Hearing this form of address, Thales frowned. Do you Northlanders call me that? Of course there are others, but this is the best. Lev looked at Thales cautiously and grinned. Or would you rather be called the Archduchess's little star? Thales' small face darkened. The surrounding guards looked at each other, their expressions turning strange again. Thales sighed. North Star. This nickname. Oh Sunset, do you think that a prince who just returned from Extet doesn't have enough trouble in Constellation? Thank you so much, Northlanders. Just as Lev was about to leave, Thales suddenly spoke. So, King Chapman doesn't have any objections to you attending my banquet? Hearing that name, Lev's expression changed. He was silent for a few seconds. Duke, today is your wedding day. Young Trentida looked around and said softly, that's right. Let's not talk about unlucky things. Thales politely bade him farewell. Satisfied, Lev turned around and left under the escort of Jonvald and Praka. But the moment the prince turned around, his expression turned cold. Glover, Thales said gloomily. Go and find out where Gilbert is, and bring him to me. Glover frowned slightly. Doyle, who was beside him, was stunned. Now? But your highness, according to reports, the guardian duke of the Eastern Sea, who is also Prime Minister Cullen, will be arriving soon. But Thales suddenly shouted, screw the Prime Minister. The Duke of Star Lake spoke coldly, enunciating each word in an unsettling manner. Now, immediately, Thales glared at him coldly. Find him, Gilbert Casso. The two men, who were used to the prince's gentle personality, were shocked. Glover said nothing more and immediately turned to leave, leaving the uneasy Doyle by Thales' side, casting worried glances at him from time to time. Gilbert soon appeared in front of him with a puzzled expression. But Thales dismissed Doyle and Glover, and went straight to the point. What happened in Extet? Gilbert was instantly stunned. What happened? Everything should be normal. After eliminating the dissidents, Chapman I has been busy pacifying the internal affairs. But Thales interrupted him impatiently. Gilbert. Just now, two Northlanders rudely stopped me, and one of them even called me the King of Constellation, in front of everyone. Gilbert's expression changed. Thales took a step forward, and his gaze was sharp. Do you understand now? Gilbert and the prince looked at each other for a second before he sighed softly. You must know that today is your big day. After today, you will officially enter the social circle of Eternal Star City and step onto the stage of the kingdom. If something really happens, it cannot compare to, but Thales only stared at the man. Gilbert, 6 years ago, you were the one who brought me to Mindy's Hall. That is why I believe in you. More so than the others. As he looked at the prince's expression, Gilbert wanted to say something, but he hesitated. His expression was complicated. A few seconds later, Count Casso sighed slowly. A few days ago, Extet's battle report came. Thales's expression tensed. As expected. Gilbert's cheerful and relaxed mood during the banquet was swept away. His expression was solemn as he entered full working mode. Dragon clouds, faraway prayers, and Defense City joined forces. Nearly 20,000 Northland warriors marched out of the border from the west in an aggressive manner. Their advance was like a hot knife cutting through butter. The Alliance of Freedom retreated step by step, and the entire Golden Passage trembled. Not long ago, Extet finally sent a large army to besiege Fort Liberté. Thales nodded. As one of the participants in the incident, he clearly remembered the internal and external causes of the war, the forces involved, and the dramatic twists and turns. I know that Extet wants to reassert their hegemony and status in the Golden Passage. The small Alliance of Freedom affected the political situation in the Western Peninsula. Be it the 16 cities of Camus Union, the White Elves of White Mountain, or the other countries in the Golden Passage, ever since they overestimated their own abilities and rashly intervened 20 years ago, they were easily dealt a heavy blow by King Nuvan. In the face of this crisis, in the face of the alliance of the three northern cities, all the forces would rather watch from the sidelines and protect themselves. No one dared to touch the dragon's reverse scale. That included Constellation, who took the opportunity to trick the Alliance of Freedom. But Thales realized something. Your expression, Gilbert. What happened? The Foreign Affairs Minister looked at Thales' reaction and sighed. You know, a few months ago, the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department's intelligence base in Extet was severely damaged, and it is still being rebuilt. The information we received is very messy, and we are still verifying it one by one. The Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department has been extremely busy over the past few days. Thales directly skipped these pleasantries. Then what do you know? Gilbert was silent for a while. Thales fixed his gaze on him. Although it has not been completely verified, in general, Gilbert's tone was very calm. The Extensions could not attack the city and suffered heavy losses. Within a few days, they suffered consecutive defeats and suffered heavy losses. Their supplies were also cut off, and their rear was attacked. They were forced to give up on their target. The entire army retreated. Thales froze. That's right, Your Highness. At this moment, Gilbert sighed slowly. Between the lines, there was a sorrowful sentiment that only a person who was familiar with history could understand. Since the era of Nuvan VI, they rose to power with great momentum, and they were invincible. Under the rule of the born king, their hegemony flourished, and their might shook the Western Peninsula, the Extet kingdom that fought countless battles and was invincible in the world. Gilbert sighed. Lost. Thales was dazed for a moment. Extet. Northlanders. Kingdom of the Dragon. Children of the Northern Wind and the Dragon. Descendants of the hero Raikuru. Lost? Gilbert was still talking, but Thales seemed to be listening to him through a curtain. He nodded absent-mindedly. Throughout his long life, he had always put in a lot of effort to protect his own life, and he had to work hard to move through the endless political games and the whirlpool of the times, but for the first time, he felt it so vividly. Times have changed. Thales sucked in a deep breath. So, I believe that this makes your appearance today even more important. Gilbert's words echoed in his ears again. But Thales was no longer in the mood to listen. Say, S.E., Thales opened his mouth subconsciously, but he could only utter a few words. Gilbert furrowed his brows. Until the second prince raised his head indifferently. Where's the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City? Gilbert remained silent for a while. He seemed to have expected this, but he also seemed to be hesitant to speak. But the Duke of Star Lake's gaze was too intense. It was hard to resist. According to the current information, Gilbert spoke with great difficulty. After the great victory, the Alliance of Freedom claimed, they've captured the enemy commander. I don't know if he's dead or alive. At that moment, Thales heard silence. It was as if the entire Mindy's hall had been silenced. Stealing fragrance. Chapter 542. Mindy's hall was still filled with continuous but restrained noises, except perhaps for the rude voices of the Northland and Dwarf guests. Many important guests arrived one after another, and the surroundings of the banquet hall became the most familiar social venue for the upper echelons of the capital. As for the host of the banquet, Thales still faithfully carried out his duty. "So, Your Excellency, it is indeed a pity that I missed you, but who knows if this was all arranged by the Sunset Goddess?" Archdeacon Stylianides nodded politely at the Duke of Star Lake. He was frank, humble, considerate, and gave people a good impression of him. It gave me a chance to reflect on myself. Did I care about this matter because of the vanity and status that the position represented, or was it because of my determination and conviction to spread my faith? Of course, the result of the reflection made me feel ashamed. Thales conversed amicably with the most promising young priest in Sunset Church. They exchanged greetings politely, and their smiles were fresh and sincere. From time to time, they nodded in agreement. Facts have proven that I am far from having the qualities that God appreciates. I am indeed not fit to discuss God's teachings with you. Not far away, Doyle narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin. He carefully sized up Thales, who was chatting amiably with the guests. "Hey, I recognize that expression." When Glover heard that, he turned his head and glanced at Doyle. "You recognize him again?" "His Highness is smiling," Glover said coldly. But Doyle shook his head and clicked his tongue. "No, no, no. Believe me, that child's heart must be in turmoil right now, and he wants nothing more than to smash the earth." Glover turned his head back and pretended not to hear. Doyle was left behind to shake his head. He was deeply moved. "Based on my experience, that's when the one you love has promised someone else, and you're powerless to do anything about it," Glover snorted coldly. When he saw that he did not get a positive response, Doyle could not help but turn his head around and poke his colleague. "So, aren't you curious at all?" Doyle was not without regret. What did Count Casso say to him? Glover glanced at Doyle, then looked behind him. He was expressionless, and he did not speak. "I know." Doyle froze slightly. When he heard the footsteps behind him and the familiar voice, he turned around stiffly. His tone was unsteady. "Your Highness." "Duke?" At some point in time, Thales had ended his conversation and was standing behind him with his hands behind his back. He looked radiant. "This child, why is he like a street thief?" Doyle felt gloomy. "I'm already whispering, yet you can still hear me?" "Gilbert told me just now." Thales imitated Doyle's tone just now and was filled with emotion. "The love of my heart has been given to someone else, but I am powerless." Doyle scratched his head and put on an honest, ignorant, and silly smile. If he remembered correctly, the silly Cohen might have used this to capture the young Duke's heart. Then, Thales' expression instantly turned cold. "Are you satisfied?" Doyle's smile froze. Hee, about that, you really know how to joke. Who in this world would be so blind as to dare to touch your woman?" In the next second, Doyle shuddered again. For some reason, he felt that after saying those words, the Duke's aura, it seemed colder. Thales snorted softly and walked away. Glover pursed his lips and followed obediently. "Hey." The zombie walked past Doyle, who had asked for a snub, and did not care at all. "I recognize that expression." Doyle was stunned for a moment before he glared at him fiercely. "Bah, zombie, I really misjudged you. So you're also a gossipy man who takes pleasure in other people's misfortune. I'll remember this." Thales did not pay attention to the back-and-forth glares and the fight between the two people behind him. He just walked forward, minding his own business. In fact, Doyle had hit on some of his thoughts. Thales could no longer remember how he said goodbye to Gilbert. What he remembered was that he still maintained his poise and etiquette, just like the most competent Duke of Star Lake. He appeared at the position to welcome the guests and continued his duties. But only the Duke himself knew. From that moment onwards, his footsteps became much heavier in his days. The noises around him blended into a blur, but he could no longer filter out the part he wanted from it. Calm down, Thales. The Duke was expressionless as he thought to himself. Saroma. She'll be fine. They captured the enemy's commander, whether she's alive or dead. The muscles on Thales' arms tightened without him realizing it. The sin of Hell's river started to flow silently. No, Thales' breathing gradually quickened. No, calm down, Thales. The prince told himself again. Pull yourself together. Saroma will be fine. She's the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City. The Freedom Alliance understands that letting her live is far more valuable than killing her to vent their anger, or worse. When he thought of this, Thales' breathing instantly tightened. Because you're a girl. Then it's destined that in most games in this world, you'll have to pay a higher price than men. When he thought of what he once said to the girl, Thales felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. At that moment, his heart was filled with boundless rage that even he himself could not fathom. It burned everything. Nicholas. Dead face, why can't you protect your king? You've only scratched yourself in the hands of the Raven of Death, and you've become useless? How dare you call yourself the Star Killer? Regent Leespan. The protector and protector of Dragon Cloud City. Aren't you the born king's eye of the dragon? Don't tell me that all your schemes went to hell with the late king? Count Carcagel. He's known as King Nuven's best general. Don't tell me that his battle record of conquering Fort Liberté without an arm is shameless boasting? Archduke Rockne. The illustrious, resolute, and courageous master of the city of faraway prayers can't even do anything to a tiny Fort Liberté. How the hell are you going to rule? Why don't you kill yourself to apologize to the world? As for the others, the sin of Hell's river flowed faster and fiercer in his veins. Extet's brave and skillful Northland army, are they all just for show? He subconsciously clenched his fists in his sleeves. The sin of Hell's river gradually formed and spread throughout his body. No, Thales thought as he took a deep breath. I can't count on Extet. I can't count on that bunch of stupid trash to help Saroma. I have to do something. But. Think, Thales. Think. Think about what else can you do. Ask Gilbert for help. Ask Constellation to step in. Contact the kingdom's secret intelligence department. But, Thales sadly realized that as a prince, no matter what methods he resorted to or what path he took, the huge shadow that enveloped the sky above Mindy's hall was still impossible to get around. He finally escaped from Extet, which was full of hostility, and returned to Constellation, but he was still like a bird in a cage. Faced with an old friend who needed help, he was helpless. Or was this the truth of his life in this world? His fate? For some reason, he suddenly thought of Priestess Meljen, whom he had just met. Sunset bears witness. Our fates have long been intertwined. Thales closed his eyes helplessly. Oh, Sunset. If you truly exist and control the power, if you truly are the patron saint of my family and kingdom, I beg you. Please protect her, help her, and watch over her. Pity the innocent girl who was dragged into my unfortunate fate. Wait a minute. He did not understand the gods. But, compared to the gods, the ones who truly exist and control the power, Thales opened his eyes gently. Maybe there is a way, but, the price I have to pay, Thales gritted his teeth. The sin of Hell's river roared fiercely in his body. But if this can save her from an even more tragic future, Thales' gaze became colder and colder. The sin of Hell's river became more agitated and almost boiled. At this moment, slap. Thales' shoulder was slapped hard by someone. He instinctively wanted to retaliate, but the person behind him held his arm tightly. He could not move forward or retreat. Your Highness. Mallows stood in front of him. As he grabbed Thales' right hand, he lightly patted the prince's chest. As expected, Thales gritted his teeth and suppressed the desire to pounce on his personal guard captain. The power of eradication in his body was suppressed, and it howled angrily in his blood. It was like a beast that was difficult to tame being tied back to its cage. I was wondering why there was something missing here. The watchman was still holding the prince's right arm. He sized up Thales's flat and smooth chest, frowned, and muttered. I'm guessing that the jade star insignia on Baron Barney's hand in the banquet hall was not stolen by him. It's purely because you're a prodigal. You gave it away because the other party was a pitiful boy. Of course, it could also be because of a beautiful woman. When he heard his commanding officer's words, Doyle, who was not far away, flashed a knowing smile at his colleague. But Glover still replied to him coldly. By the way, Your Highness, let me introduce the next guest. Thales raised his head with difficulty. Then, with the same difficulty, he smiled. With Mallow's introduction, the Duke of Star Lake warmly welcomed the arrival of Bern Talon. Thales had met the suzerain of Ice River City once at the National Conference 6 years ago. He was one of the 13 appointed counts, and was also a distant relative and close vassal of the Jade Star royal family. In fact, the first Count Talon had been conferred the title of Duke of Star Lake before he was enfeoffed. This made Count Talon's visit even more meaningful. But this information, which he had memorized thoroughly, only flowed through Thales' brain meaninglessly, supporting him to once again pile on a perfect smile and make fake small talk. At this moment, Thales suddenly felt a sense of empathy for his enemy, Zayn Covendier. The Duke of Iris Flowers, who wanted to use the Blood Clan to kill him, was probably the same. His heart was burdened, but his face was like a spring breeze. Welcoming and sending off. As usual for the 4 seasons. He warmly watched Count Talon leave with Mallows. His behavior was appropriate and generous, and no one could find fault with it. But, is this what he can do? Thales thought sarcastically. Stand here and sell smiles at some stupid banquet of mine? At the same time, the girl I owe so much to might be trapped in the enemy's camp. Thales took a deep breath. At this moment, a low voice drilled into his ears. I'm thinking, maybe letting you practice your sword last night was a wrong choice? Making your youthful heart even more restless? Thales paused and looked at Mallows, who had returned at some point in time. The latter leaned close to his ear and whispered, unless you're going to have a duel to the death with a guest tonight, to show off your fierceness from the northern region, Mallows said sarcastically. Otherwise, please take care of your power of eradication. Thales calmed himself down. You know. Don't forget, I'm your martial arts teacher, Mallows said flatly. Only then did he turn around as if nothing had happened, shielded Thales behind him, and reprimanded Doyle, who was making faces at Glover. Thales adjusted his breathing, but he had an epiphany. Wake up, Thales. You're still far from being able to overturn the chessboard. Meet the enemy. Detect the enemy. Subdue the enemy. Thales silently recited the 3 principles of facing the enemy and thought about it carefully. The sin of Hell's river seemed to be in sync with its master's state. At this moment, it flowed slowly, dark and sluggish, without the madness and violence from before. Chapman Lampard. A name crossed his mind. Extet's western expedition was defeated, and even the commander-in-chief was captured. This was no longer just a problem of the 3 territories. It concerned the dignity of all of Extet. If King Chapman still wanted to keep his position, he could not turn a blind eye and pretend to be deaf and mute. He had to take back Saroma from the Alliance of Freedom in the name of the kingdom. Of course, this might come at the cost of Black Sand region reaching out to the internal affairs of the 3 cities and expanding the royal power. Wait. Expanding the royal power. Thales' thoughts cleared up. The Alliance of Freedom was small and weak. Normally, it was impossible for them to fight against the powerful 3 cities of Dragon Clouds, Faraway Prayers, and Defense on their own and turn the tables. They might have strong reinforcements and external forces to interfere with the situation. Thales frowned. King Chapman. It's you? It's you again? Then things are not so simple. He will use the captured Saroma as a bargaining chip and use every bit of value she has. Divide, bribe, extort, deceive, he will do anything. Weaken the city of faraway prayers. Intimidate defense city. Subdue dragon cloud city. As for little rascal, be careful, Thales. When people smell your weakness, King Chapman's voice vaguely rang in his ears. Thales clenched his fists again. What should I do? 1,000 miles away, how should I face Chapman Lampard? What should I do? Thales clenched his fists tighter and tighter. The sin of Hell's River seemed to have smelled its master's mood. When it realized that it was showing signs of rising again, it became restless and attempted to spread all over its master's body again. But in the next moment, a new guest interrupted Thales' recollection. The newcomer strode forward, his cloak fluttering slightly. His left eye was covered by a scar, and his remaining eye was cold and fierce. Thales' breathing paused for a moment. It's him. 6 years ago, old friend. The moment this noble appeared, the originally noisy courtyard of Mindy's Hall quieted down, as if a conductor had waved his baton and put a stop to the music. Even Doyle was no longer smiling cheekily. The guests who saw him fell silent. Those who recognized him went forward in 2s and 3s to greet him after being prompted by each other. The nobleman in his prime was not enthusiastic either. He casually and arrogantly responded to the greetings of the lower-ranking nobleman. The nobleman in his prime walked into the hall and handed his cloak to an attendant. He took a pen and paper, drew a line on the guest list, and looked around Mindy's Hall. Rudolph told me before that this is a good place, and it's worth visiting often. The nobleman in his prime snorted softly and said coldly, Now? I still prefer the land of cliffs. In the next second, the one-eyed guest stopped looking at Thales. Under Mallow's signal, Thales walked forward slowly and smiled. Honorable Duke Nanchester, welcome, but the other party cut him off directly. Why are you so thin and weak? You didn't grow much. Thales' expression froze. Koster Nanchester, guardian duke of the land of cliffs, owner of the great antler deer, nicknamed One-Eyed Dragon, frowned as he sized him up. Did the Northland barbarians mistreat you for the past 6 years? As the Duke of Star Lake, Thales was silent for a while. He could only continue to give him a decent smile. Koster snorted coldly. Then you better return the favor, and live up to the stars. With that, the one-eyed dragon pushed the attendant away and walked forward without even looking at the prince. No. Thales frowned slightly, but he felt relieved. At least he still had something he could do. Sir Koster, do you know Levi Trentida? Koster's footsteps stopped. Thales gestured to Mallows and the other two to stand down. He caught up to the one-eyed dragon and stood opposite him. He's the son of the Archduke of Reformation Tower. He's also here for the banquet today. Koster narrowed his single eye and carefully sized Thales up. Trentida, the Duke of the Land of Cliffs, snorted disdainfully. Some shameless Northland bastard has many sons, and many bastards. God knows which one of his sons it is. God knows if it's his. Listening to the other party's emotional confirmation of Trentida, Thales was deep in thought. Reformation Tower was adjacent to the Northern Territory, and was related to the border between the two countries. But it actually had more mountainous territory, bordering the Land of Cliffs region of the Nanchester family. They both lived and developed in the Sighing Mountains, and were in confrontation with each other. Two cowards, separated by a great canyon, nested on two peaks, cursing at each other from a distance. Come over if you have the guts. Nicholas, who was picking his nose in disdain while listening to the two children's Northland history lesson in boredom. Thales took a step closer, forcing himself not to look at Koster's scarred left eye. He said softly, Levi, I need help. I want to buy some food to bring home. Food. The one-eyed dragon moved slightly. Food? Thales had no time to lament the other party's reaction. He nodded. The autumn harvest is over, and winter is coming. Thales looked at the one-eyed dragon, and their eyes met. For the first time in 6 years, Koster turned around and looked straight at Thales. Thoughts swirled in his eyes. Thoughts swirled in his eyes, as if this was their true reunion. Thales smiled and raised his hand, gesturing for the other party to go first. The two of them walked forward. But I think it's not just food, Thales said calmly. Koster narrowed his single eye. Thales smiled and nodded. One of them lived in the Northland, while the other bordered the territory. Both of them had their own understandings, and there was no need to elaborate. As a territory on the southwest border of Extet, Reformation Tower was located in the Siang Mountains. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack, stable and peaceful. It was also rich in minerals and profitable. But they were also limited by the terrain. Their feudal enfeoffment was complicated, their vassals were scattered, and their arable land was scarce. The soil was barren. In recent years, they had absorbed many immigrants who fled from the increasing local conflicts in the kingdom. The day before the bitter cold winter every year was a test for the suzerains of Reformation Tower. They had no choice but to trade minerals and metallurgy for a long period of time, and import food. In the past, with Alcius of Prestige Orchid and Lampard of Black Sand, Thales was indifferent, but his gaze was astute. The three territories have a strong alliance, a close relationship, in-laws, and are of the same branch. Reformation Tower has its own way of importing supplies and storing food for winter. Of course, if they were willing to pay the price, put down their dignity, and put down their pride, this was Archduke Trinida's specialty, which was despised in the Northland. It was not impossible for the powerful Dragon Cloud City and the food-producing Beacon Illumination City to lower their status and help. But now, Koster's expression changed slightly as he listened to him. Thales snorted softly. Ever since King Nuvan's death and King Chapman's coronation, Dragon Clouds was weak, and Beacon Illumination was timid. As for faraway prayers, defense, Ice Sea, Elk, and Sentinel, they were either too far away to help, or each had their own ulterior motives and did not care. But what was more frightening was that Reformation Tower's neighbor, Black Sand region, had already risen to power under King Chapman's leadership. As a result, the balance in Extet lost its balance. Lampard of Black Sand region, Alcius of Prestige Orchid region, Trent Ida of Reformation Tower, in the south of Extet, there was once a trinity, united against a common enemy. To the north was Dragon Cloud City, and to the south were the three archdukes of Constellation, the three Northland families who had been eager to fight and eyeing Renaissance Palace and Broken Dragon Fortress for 18 years had made Renaissance Palace and Broken Dragon Fortress fearful. They had long since parted ways. They appeared to be united, but were actually divided. Thales and Koster paced slowly. Both of them were deep in thought. So, they turned to you? To the Jade Star royal family? Koster said coldly. Thales exhaled and started brainstorming. Based on my understanding, as cunning as Trent Ida, they would not bet easily, the Duke of Star Lake said softly. They should be smiling and shaking hands with Lampard, and continuing to trade and purchase food through the old channels, as if everything was normal. On the other hand, they would be like today, storing food in batches from the channels including Constellation to reduce pressure, accumulating it over time for emergencies. The one-eyed dragon snorted coldly. They have always been two-faced, I'm not surprised. If that's true, then they must have started at least 6 years ago. Thales nodded. If they want to transport goods from Constellation to Reformation Tower and avoid Black Sand region, they can't go through the Northern Territory. They can either take the sea route directly from Eastern Sea Hill. Koster nonchalantly took over the topic. Or take the land route, through my territory. Thales sighed and nodded. Land of cliffs. Smuggling. Koster was deep in thought. But since they came to you, then it must be. In the next second, the one-eyed dragon's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head sharply. What happened to the war with the Alliance of Freedom after you returned? The Northland barbarians lost? Thales sighed in his heart. This guy's reaction is really fast. Even he himself had to interrogate Gilbert to obtain some scattered news about Northland from the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Secret Intelligence Department. No, the Northland barbarians can't lose, Koster immediately reacted, his expression solemn. So, Lampard must have won? Thales' heart sank. He stopped in his tracks and cleared his throat. Let me put it this way, the outcome is still unknown. But King Chapman has a huge advantage. This news made Koster mull over it for a long time. You mean, you want me to be kind and let go of Reformation Tower's goods to increase their confidence to fight against the King of Black Sand? To weaken Constellation's great enemy in the future? Thales stared at the other party's single eye and was silent for a long time. It was this Duke in front of him who went on a rampage 6 years ago and led the charge to force the abdication of the throne during the National Conference. It was also this Duke who spoke arrogantly with anger 6 years ago and planted the seed of doubt in Thales' heart. What exactly does he want? No, I'm just reminding you. Thales said calmly, this is an opportunity. And also a bargaining chip. The one-eyed dragon's expression changed slightly. If Reformation Tower really has such a plan, then you can set up a roadblock to seize them, threaten and blackmail them, or even send someone to rob and kill them halfway. The scene of Trent Ida speaking up for him in the Hall of Heroes and facilitating the king's selection was still vivid in his mind. But Thales just shook his head and waved away the sincere apology to the Archduke with the bowl cut. Since there's profit to be made, why not? At this moment, the way Koster looked at him became interesting, a little more lively, and no longer so cold and indifferent that strangers could not get close to. But Thales changed the topic. But you can also let them go all the way, and even take the initiative to reinforce them, making them more and more dependent on the benefits of your supply line. For the past few decades, this is how King Niven dealt with Elefure City. Thales said coldly. The playfulness in Koster's eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by seriousness. First clear the roadblocks, re-establish the trade route, and generously transport and provide strong support. Thales gently reached out and slowly closed his hand in the air. Wait until they get used to being intoxicated and deeply dependent, then slowly withdraw and gently strangle their necks. He suddenly clenched his fist. Just like that, Elefure City is in a dilemma, at the mercy of others, suppressed by Dragon Cloud City, and unable to fight back. Koster frowned fiercely. Thales put down his palm and looked up with a smile. Advance or retreat, attack or defend, it's all up to you. The Duke of Star Lake happily bowed. Happy holy pursuit, Sir Koster. At least, this was what he could do at the moment. Thales thought sadly in his heart. But just as he turned around, the one-eyed dragon spoke softly behind him. So. The born king, Koster paused and narrowed his single eye. You've learned a lot from him? The born king. Thales' heart tightened for no reason. It was as if he had returned to that night, watching King Niven calmly stretch out his hand and reveal the ring of triumph. No. For some reason, Thales subconsciously denied it. He was resolute. I've known him for less than a day. What learning? Koster leisurely walked to him and stared at him for a long time. Only then did he speak faintly. Why? Although the other party's reference was unclear, Thales knew what he wanted to ask. Thales looked up, still smiling. As a thank you gift. Thank you for being honest with me 6 years ago. The Duke thanked him with more or less sincerity. Indeed, in these 6 years, I've seen a lot, and I've grown a lot. Honest. Koster continued to stare at him deeply, not saying a word. It was as if Thales was a boulder, and he wanted to carefully carve it with his gaze. 6 years ago, what happened in the north changed everything, right? Changed everything? Thales' mind darkened. Yes. The born king is no longer here. Niven VII. As the years passed, the influence became more apparent. Thales became more emotional. That morning, Ekstet lost, not just a king. Recalling the voice and smile of that unparalleled overlord, the teenager said absent-mindedly, and on the vast continent, 10 bloodthirsty beasts that were once firmly tied to him, obedient and suppressing their instincts, are fighting to come out of the cage. Hungry and picky. Fight to the death. From the old crow's point of view, might even bring harm to his neighbors. Endless harm. Koster stared at him closely. No. Didn't you see? 6 years ago, this wasn't the only incident that affected the Western Peninsula. Thales snapped out of his daze and was puzzled. What? Compared to a certain king who made a ruckus for a while, he was buried in a coffin. Koshter walked forward slowly, clasped his shoulder, and lowered his voice. More importantly, the next moment, the one-eyed dragon's pupils shrank. Thales felt his jaw tighten. Koshter's left hand gently pinched Thales' lower jaw, and lifted the prince's face before his eyes. Not far away, Doyle and Glover were both shocked. They were about to step forward to stop him, but were held back by Mallows. 6 years ago, a young planet went through baptism and shed its dust. The Duke of Star Lake was stunned. He watched as Koshter's single eye pressed against his pupil, and listened to Koshter's deep and subtle voice seep into his eardrums. Slowly rising, that terrifying eye seemed to contain countless mountains and valleys, standing tall and majestic. Shining with a strange light, following their master's words, the peaks broke through the fog and went straight into the sky. Shining with brilliance. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The prince, who was stunned by the peaks in Koshter's eyes, suddenly woke up. Oh no, everyone's watching. If someone sees this, Thales, who felt that he was no longer a child, blushed. He shook off Koshter's finger and took a step back, feeling very awkward. That. I can't. Behind him, Doyle and Glover looked at each other, while Mallows furrowed his eyebrows. But the Duke of Land of Cliffs did not give up. He moved forward steadily, looking rather aggressive. Young Star, return to your position. Koshter's expression was calm, but his words were ancient. Updated daily. Until the one-eyed dragon's tone changed, like a sudden change of water flow, turbulent and thrilling. When will you reach the center of the sky and shine in the galaxy? When will you reach the center of the sky and shine in the galaxy? The Duke of Star Lake's heart skipped a beat. Thales steadied his footsteps and calmed his sudden panic. Your attainments in the ancient empire's grammar are profound. The prince took a deep breath and managed to adjust his mood, avoiding the other party's implied topic. Unfortunately, grammar is not my forte. Koshter stood still, ignoring the surprised gazes of others, and locked his single eye on Thales. A few seconds later, he smiled darkly. Pardonable. The Duke of Land of Cliffs let out a disconcerting sneer. If the king is well versed in both the pen and the sword, regardless of whether it is important or trivial, he is all-round and proficient in everything. Then what is the use of us vassals? Thales tried hard not to interpret this sentence as having a deeper meaning, and answered hastily in embarrassment. So we each perform our duties and serve Constellation together? Koshter narrowed his eyes. So you agree? Our proposal? Thales' heart tightened again. I don't know what you're talking about. The Duke put on a straight face and glanced at the people around him. What proposal? Koshter's eyes turned cold and he took a step back. But then he looked around Mindy's hall and felt something. The corners of his mouth curled up. Of course, of course, Koshter first chuckled softly, then he raised his voice and sneered, showing his arrogance. No proposal. No. Thales felt slightly uneasy and anxious. A second later, the Duke of Nanchester, who had laughed enough, lowered his head. His single eye was deep and penetrating. Only a long journey. The sea is boundless. He spoke coldly with a threatening gaze, but his tone was filled with a strange satisfaction. And you have no choice but to leave. Forced to set sail. The moment he finished speaking, the master of the Land of Cliffs, Nanchester of the Great Antler Deer, the one-eyed dragon, Koshter, turned around and left gracefully. He rudely pushed away the two attendants who were leading the way respectfully. Looking down on everyone else, he sneered as he left. Thales stood rooted to the ground in a daze, his clothes a little messy. It attracted the attention of countless people. They looked at each other. There were countless guesses. After a while, Doyle, who had been following Thales from a distance, carefully looked at the pondering Thales as he tidied up his clothes. About that, a zombie. He poked Glover, who was equally suspicious, and whispered, "Don't worry." The moment he arrived, he asked His Highness if he had lost weight and was abused, and then in the end, he even recited a poem to His Highness. "I think I vaguely heard something like 'you agreed?' Or something like 'forced.'" Glover glanced at Doyle. He had a rare strange expression on his face. "You mean, that Duke Nanchester?" Doyle found it hard to believe and his face was full of suspicion. His preference shouldn't be. Doyle glanced at Thales worriedly, then looked at the banquet hall where Koster's back disappeared. "Pretty boy. Stealing fragrance." Chapter 543. The sun set in the west. Although the main banquet had yet to begin, the early arrival of the two dukes made the atmosphere in the banquet hall lively. Outside the hall, Logistics Officer Stone and Mindy's Hall's chief steward counted the carriages and gifts on the list, arguing back and forth with the coachmen and attendants who spoke with various accents. In the hall, the personal attendants who came with the guests were coming back and forth. From time to time, they would quarrel with the servants in the hall because of their master's needs and their requests. Gilbert had no choice but to arrange for the clowns, dancers, and minstrels to enter earlier. They played music and served wine and food to distract, the guests' attention. It was said that there were quite a number of people who did not receive an invitation and could not enter the venue hurriedly, wanting to try their luck on this special day. Mallows, on the other hand, skillfully and professionally acted as the mediator. He arranged the seats, managed the servants, discussed matters on the spot with the chief steward sent by Renaissance Palace, and dealt with unexpected incidents, such as when a certain low-level noble brought 6 daughters who were not on the list over, or when Jorge, who was excitedly chattering with everyone, "Do you know the famous North Star?" with his saliva flying everywhere, he was rearranged from the foreign guest seat to the honored elderly seat. Thales could only groan inwardly. As the nominal owner of Mindy's Hall, he should sit at the main seat in the hall and quietly wait for the guests. However, firstly, even someone as noble as the king would be attending today's banquet. It would be inappropriate for the second prince to sit calmly. Secondly, Thales' status was special. He had just returned to the kingdom and needed to establish a good first impression. Hence, after the 7 Jade Star attendants and the 2 archdukes, Thales had no choice but to continue dragging a large group of attendants and guards around Mindy's Hall according to Mallow's arrangements and Gilbert's instructions. "Your Highness, come here quickly, go there quickly." Where did His Highness go? Thales' private grumbles. He welcomed the designated important guests, placated the guests who were dissatisfied with their seats, and responded to the greetings, whether sincere or not, along the way with, definitely fake, smiles and salutes, regardless of whether they were sincere or not, in order to display the royal family's demeanor and dignity, as well as the new Duke of Star Lake's warm hospitality, cordial and appropriate behavior. "Your Highness, your complexion is very good. You look very healthy." Eastern Sea Hills Duke Bob Cullen, who had a head full of white hair and a pot-bellied body, greeted Thales with a radiant face as he was supported by 2 attendants. Thales coughed. "Welcome, Prime Minister. I'm glad to see you in good health." Duke Cullen spent 3 of the 4 seasons recuperating in Eternal Star City. But seeing him today, he was still stout and charmingly naive. He was still the good-natured roly-poly of the kingdom. No. That was not the case. Thales glanced down. "Cullen," Thales said. "Of course. Once I knew that you had escaped from the devil's den of the northern barbarians, my illness immediately improved." The guardian of the Eastern Sea Hill looked at the portraits of the 3 kings of Constellation and said with a smile, "God bless Constellation. I miss this mansion so much. I used to come here often when it was still open, but I didn't know how to cherish it. Now that I'm old and don't have many chances, I'm nostalgic. I'm sure you'll like my gift. I've brought you many pearls from Splendor Harbor, spices, tea, and cloth from the Eastern Peninsula, and all sorts of good stuff. They're definitely better than those from South Coast Hill. You know, if we head east, the ocean currents and trade winds will be on our side, compared to Zayan's insincere words and Koster's harsh words, Duke Cullen's incessant chatter was probably unique in the kingdom. Unfortunately, it was all correct and well-spoken nonsense, and there was nothing one could say to refute or interrupt him. In the past, Thales might have treated it as a routine business and sent it off with a gift. But now, Thales sighed and had to interrupt the plump Duke's kind and gentle monologue. Just now, Administrator Jorge from Elefure City wanted to introduce his lord's 3 daughters to me. Duke Cullen's footsteps paused. The sun, sword and shield family emblem on his body trembled slightly. Daughters? He adjusted the string of inlaid jewels on his waist, but could not bear the weight. It looked like the precious belt was about to snap from his stomach. 3. Duke Cullen paused and looked at Thales from head to toe. He sighed deeply. It's good to be young, Thales smiled awkwardly. But the old Duke continued, his tone full of nostalgia. Back then, I also had 3 in one night. The madam of a brothel, the mistress of Laurel Club wanted to add 1 more for the sake of her status and tips, but I refused. After all, Sunset has taught us that as nobles, we have to set an example, keep ourselves clean, and restrain ourselves. The old fatso's ability to change the topic was probably the best in Constellation. Of course, I'm still not as good as your father. It's said that he once fought 30 in one night in Red Street Market. Thales' face darkened as he listened. He hurriedly interrupted. No, that's not what Elefure City meant, and it's not 3 at once, it's all at once. The Duke of Eastern Sea was still looking at him with a smile. The prince sighed and gave up on trying to explain the situation, which would only make things worse. About this news, about Elefure City's marriage proposal, do you have anything else to say? Cullen froze for a moment and seemed to be thinking seriously. A second later, he came to a realization. Oh. I'm really sorry, my daughters have married and had children a long time ago, some of them are even grandmothers. The Prime Minister looked regretful. As for my granddaughters, all right, I'll go back and count them. I'll have to spend some time painting them, preferably a full-body one. I'll give you a list later. Whichever one you like, or which ones. Thales closed his eyes and sighed deeply. When he opened his eyes again, the prince rudely interrupted the Duke. Extet's coastline is actually not short, and its maritime territories are even bordering ours. That includes Elefure City. Duke Cullen stopped in his tracks. He patted his attendant's shoulder, and the latter bowed and retreated in a practiced manner. Thales felt relieved. There's hope. Whether it's Reformation Tower or the Glacier Sea, the former is limited by the Sighing Mountains, and the latter suffers from the frozen coast. Both lack good ports. Only the Gadro family of Elefure City holds the only 2 Elefure harbors, which are connected to inland traffic and have hinterland towns, enough to support long-distance fleets. Thales slowly stated his main point. They have the qualifications and ability to sail the Sea of Eradication and Constellation. Thales' eyes shifted, and his tone changed abruptly. To be precise, it's to share the huge profits of the Eastern Sea route with the 7 Eastern seaports under your command. The Duke of Eastern Sea steadily straightened his back and smiled. Your geography lessons are not bad, huh? The Duke of Star Lake took a deep breath. For a century, because of Dragon Cloud City's unprecedented strength, Elefure City has been under control everywhere. They yearn for the support of heroic Spirit Palace, but fear the majesty of the king. They have always been content with their lot in Extet, keeping a low profile and biding their time. Cullen shook his head. There are benefits to growing up in Northland? Thales frowned. Playing dumb. But he had no choice. He had to make the best use of today's meeting. The prince chose to go straight to the point. But today, Archduke Gadro took the initiative to send someone to visit Eternal Star City and attend my banquet. Cullen chuckled. To propose marriage to you as a sign of friendship? Thales shook his head. Their visit, including the childish marriage proposal, is mostly to put on a show and probe. The Duke of Star Lake's eyes flashed. Waiting for the right price. The Duke of Eastern Sea paused for a few seconds. When the owner of the Sun, Sword and Shield spoke again, his tone was less murky and slippery, replaced by vigilance and shrewdness. Waiting for the right price. Waiting for whose right price? Thales sucked in a deep breath and chose the most appropriate words to describe himself. Your Grace, you have ruled the Eastern Sea and operated Bay of Light for nearly half a century. I believe you know the answer better than anyone. I believe you know better than anyone what Elefure City's actions mean today, and what the pros and cons are. The Duke of Star Lake looked straight at Cullen. The plump old Duke was silent, the emotions in his shrewd eyes unclear. After a long while, he slowly spoke. When King Niven passed away, I didn't see them so anxious, but the next moment, Duke Cullen narrowed his eyes with a cunning look. So, Dragon Cloud City, who has been supplying them with supplies and reselling goods, and backing up their plundering at sea, what's wrong? Thales sighed in his heart. Damn that old fox. Thales had no choice but to show him the answer expressionlessly. The Alliance of Freedom won. Lampard might also win. Duke Cullen stuck out his big belly and made an aha expression of realization. Thales observed the other party's expression and revealed what he had learned. Without the strong support of Heroic Spirit Palace, Elefure City has reverted to the original form of the Northland barbarians, no trade routes, and no way to plunder. More importantly, they have no king behind them, and no confidence in their hearts. Since the land route is blocked, the sea sails will surely sink. Cullen frowned deeply. Before King Niven passed away, Dragon Cloud City had used an appropriate and lenient method, sometimes generous, sometimes strict, and sometimes generous. They had accumulated power by granting benefits, and restricted their power by increasing their power. They had subdued the self-righteous Elefure City, which relied on the sea border's trade route, and did not dare to act rashly. The latter was also full of ambivalence towards the Walton family's rule. They coveted the king's strong support from the central government, but were worried about their independent status as a Northland port. They want to beg with their faces swollen, but they don't even bother to offer a bowl. How can there be such a good thing in the world? That goatee doesn't have the confidence, and he's unwilling to accept it, so he can only use words like King of Dragon Cloud City in his letter to mock us. Your grandfather only laughed after reading it, and then opened up more supplies for the guilty Elefure City, and resold more goods, Regent Leespan blurted out when he was explaining the history of Northland to the Archduchess. But now, the strong support behind them had not only lost its king, but was also on the verge of collapse. Thales was resolute. Elefure City's business on the sea will be affected. Duke Cullen did not speak. But Thales took a step closer, smelling the Duke's body full of exotic spices. So, you don't have to be merciful. When Archduke Gadro is troubled by domestic politics, and hesitant, Thales' heart sank, and he silently recalled his intentions. When they were hesitating about whether they should abandon Dragon Cloud City and turn to King Chapman, when they were waiting for Constellation to react, and waiting for Black Sand Region to make an offer to rope them in, the second prince said decisively, take the initiative to strike first. Take back the maritime interests we lost after the bloody year due to the power of the nation, and the profits from the trade routes taken by the Northlanders' fleets, take them all back. Duke Cullen blinked his small eyes, looking amiable and confused. Prove to those Northlanders with holes in their foreheads, and those Northlanders who think they can sail just because they know how to row a boat, who should be the boss of the Sea of Eradication. Thales' gaze was firm. He did not know how effective his words were today. But if they saw even a trace of Eastern Sea Territory's mercenary attitude of adding insult to injury, then Elefure City would soon understand distant water cannot quench present thirst. It is not too late. Even if the dragon spear is worn out, and the heroic spirit is dim, but the help and support that King Niven and Dragon Cloud City can give them, no matter how many King Chapman and Black Sand Region, cannot be exchanged. I believe that this is very much in line with the interests of Eastern Sea Territory. Thinking of this, Thales looked solemnly at the Duke of Eastern Sea, and returned the greeting. The opportunity has come, God bless Constellation. As soon as he finished, the Duke of Eastern Sea stared blankly at the Duke of Star Lake. He was a little surprised. It was like meeting Thales for the first time. After a while, the old duke pressed his waist quietly. "Tsk, take advantage of his weakness and kill him. You really hate the Northlanders, don't you?" "Hate the Northlanders?" Thales was slightly stunned. He slowed down his pace. Thales remembered the faces of the past. First, it was King Nuvan who laughed and lured him into his trap, and then King Chapman who raised a glass at him with cold eyes. There were several archdukes with prominent positions in heroic Spirit Palace, each with ulterior motives. And the Star Killer who beat him until his limbs were seriously injured, on the verge of death several times, and even left him with a permanent disability. Thinking of this, Thales rotated his slightly blocked left wrist. Fortunately, he ate with his right hand. In these 6 years, in a bad mood, Thales subconsciously ground his teeth. I really hate those Northlanders who like to bully children. The Duke of Eastern Sea was silent for a while. For some reason, Cullen looked at him with a strange expression. The Duke even subconsciously glanced at Thales' buttocks. After being noticed by Thales, Cullen coughed awkwardly and retracted his gaze. "It's understandable, but maybe you should tell His Majesty about this?" After all, Eastern Sea Hill is the throat of constellation, and it concerns the entire kingdom. Thales' heart sank. He took a deep breath and chuckled. "Yes, I should." Thales looked at the innocent-looking Duke of Eastern Sea. "But I'm just his son," he said seriously, "and you're his prime minister. And the governor of Port City, and the suzerain of the entire Eastern Sea Hill." Duke Cullen was silent for a long time before replying. But this time, he was no longer joking and acting as if it had nothing to do with him. "Thank you for your reminder, I'll keep it in mind." But the Duke of Eastern Sea's gaze shifted. "But why? Why are you saying this?" "For serving the kingdom." Thales put away this lame reason and sighed in his heart. "For repayment." The graceful figure who stood up and protected the Prince of Constellation at all costs when the crowd was in a state of turmoil flashed before Thales' eyes. He pulled his thoughts back to the present and smiled leisurely at the Duke of Eastern Sea. "Thanks to you coming to your senses during the national conference and voting for me, we are where we are today. This is my repayment." Duke Cullen pursed his lips. He suddenly came to his senses. These words, "Be careful, Your Highness." He still looked at Thales with a smile and patted the latter's shoulder as if he was looking at a beloved nephew. "Mindy's Hall is not like Renaissance Palace. The carpet here is very new, and every step, it's very slippery." Thales was silent. He thought of Little Rascal, whose whereabouts were unknown and whether she was dead or alive. But in the next moment, what appeared in front of him was Madame Eleanor, who was leading her silly son into Mindy's Hall despite the strange gazes that were directed at her. Tiny iron thorns. "But this is our family tradition, isn't it?" Thales snapped out of his daze and said softly, "Not to mention that the carpet is only slippery." He looked up. "Even if there are thousands of iron thorns hidden beneath it," Thales smiled. "I have to keep my composure too, walk calmly." The Duke of Eastern Sea's eyes lit up. Duke Cullen laughed and gestured for his attendants to come forward, but waved his hand to reject Thales's company. "As for their marriage proposal, Your Highness, remember, even if it's the North," Duke Cullen strode away, unconcerned. "Lust is still harmful." Thales' heart sank when he heard the other person's words that seemed to imply something else. Little rascal. He watched Duke Cullen's receding figure and was lost in thought. "Now, the things I can do for you, that's all I can do." "Wow, so that Northlander was serious when he said he wanted to introduce you to the Archduke's daughter?" Doyle came forward and draped Thales' cloak over his shoulders. Thales put on the cloak absent-mindedly and hummed. Doyle pursed his lips. "Your Highness, you know, there's a saying among the 7 Jade Star attendants, never marry a Northlander woman." Thales walked back slowly and asked in confusion. "What's wrong?" Doyle shrugged. "It's said that the Wild Horse Barney family fell like this. Back then, the youngest son of the old lady, Little Iron Spike, stubbornly wanted to marry a Northlander woman. Little Iron Spike strongly objected, but to no avail. In the end, they removed him from the family tree and chased him out of the family. But the curse brought by this woman still implicated the family. Look at Barney now. Stubbornly wanted to marry a Northlander woman, implicated the family. Look at Barney now. Thales felt suffocated and said unhappily, "Why don't you look at yourselves?" Perhaps the prince's tone was too harsh. Doyle was shocked. Glover took a step forward without batting an eyelid and pushed Doyle, who wanted to relieve the prince's boredom with a joke but was snubbed, behind him. Could it be? Doyle walked behind gloomily. His Highness stayed in the north for 6 years and really took a fancy to a Northlander woman? My God, what about the mission my father gave me? As a miser, his stingy father had promised him a lot of pocket money this time. At this moment, a low commotion came from outside the hall and attracted everyone's attention. Thales turned to look and was shocked. A lonely man without loyal attendants and only accompanied by vigilant guards slowly walked into the hall. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary presence. But he was alone and looked lethargic. Along with the man came the sound of metal clanking. It was out of place in the elegant and luxurious Mindy's hall, and it was especially piercing to the ears. The people who did not know what was going on discussed. The nobles who knew a little kept quiet out of fear, but they all subconsciously made way for the new guest. Mallows received the report and hurried over from the inner hall, just in time to see this special guest. The watchman frowned and looked at the slowly approaching guest. His gaze focused on the other party's hands. There was a pair of dark-colored, floor-dragging chains locked there, shackles. The guest raised his head, revealing a thin and weathered face and a beard that reached his chest. He stared blankly at the brightly lit and bustling Mindy's hall. Mallows quickly stepped forward and gestured for the guards to quickly bring him through the door to avoid the countless curious gazes. At the same time, he held down the penal officer, Gray Patterson, who led the guest in. "Gray, what's going on?" He refused. Patterson answered hurriedly with a look of exasperation and helplessness. "It didn't work no matter what we said." He insisted on attending the banquet in shackles. The penal officer said fiercely, "And that beard too." Mallows looked at the distracted guest and the headache-inducing shackles with a grave expression. "Can't you be more forceful?" Patterson shook his head awkwardly. "His Majesty has instructed that he must not have any injuries on his face to attend the banquet." "Very difficult." Mallows snorted in displeasure. "Cover him with a piece of cloth and lead him directly to his seat. Send him back when the time is up." Patterson nodded and turned to look at the new guest with a businesslike attitude. "Sir Val, welcome to Mindy's hall. Please follow me." But the silent new guest spoke at that moment. "When your family was still prosperous, Tormund Mallows." Mallows' expression changed as he turned to face the guest. The guest's voice was clearly majestic and deep, but his tone was like an old horse that had been sick for many years. It sounded old and lifeless. "Your father once asked for the Arund family's daughter's hand in marriage for you." Mallows frowned slightly. He probably thought that Nolander would eventually inherit the family business, and that my brother had a close personal relationship with the two princes. No matter who became king, the Duke of the Northern Territory would be in high demand. As for you, with the help of the Duke's in-laws, your status among the 7 Jade Star attendants would naturally be higher. As soon as he said that, the guards in charge of escorting the guests stiffened. They looked tentatively at their officer. Mallows only paused for a moment before he put on a smile and looked politely at the strange guest. The guest smiled sadly and raised his hands, causing the metal shackles and chains to ring again. Mixed with the faint cheerful music in his ears, it was like a touch of coldness was injected into a spring scene. "Now, look at us. The family has become shackled prisoners." The man slowly raised his head and looked at Mallows, then at Mindy's hall. His lips moved, causing his gray beard to move. "The family has become shackled guards." Shackled guards. Mallows furrowed his eyebrows and forced himself not to care about the other person's overtones. "Your Grace, we have already arranged a seat for you in the banquet hall." But the guest's words were filled with authority that had been accumulated over the years. It seemed to always be able to interrupt him at the right time. You know, many years ago. The man in luxurious clothes stared at the layout and furnishings of Mindy's hall in a daze. My brother is just like you. As a glorious royal guard, he once stood here and dutifully guarded this virtuous monarch's residence. And I passed by the garden countless times and watched that crazy girl run towards me. The man put down the chains. His gaze was dazed. Now, Mindy's hall has reopened. But my brother is no longer there. Mallows did not speak. The man snorted softly and looked up at the statues of the 3 constellation kings. The colors in his eyes grew stronger. Mongrel king, wife king, bad debt king, the man thought and subconsciously curled up the corners of his lips. But a few seconds later, the man's gaze turned cold. And he is not the only brother I have lost. He looked at the 3 constellation kings and said disdainfully, no. Mallows was silent for a while before he finally exhaled and looked at his subordinates. Go through the side door and invite His Grace into the banquet hall. Remember to keep a low profile. Of course, be polite, too. His tone was cold and his gaze was stern. Penal Officer Patterson understood his commanding officer's intention. Having had enough of being bullied along the way, he waved his hand. 2 of the guards had cold expressions and were about to step forward to restrain the man. But the man suddenly turned around, his hair and beard bristling. I am Arun's descendant, the master of Cold Castle, the guardian duke of Constellation's northern territory. And I saw the old fatty's carriage. He entered from here. Upright and above board. The authority he exuded in that instant made the people around him frown. Arun stared coldly at Mallows. If your master wants to prove to the kingdom that I am still breathing and that he is not ruthless, then at the very least, he should respect the position of a duke. Mallows' gaze turned cold. At that moment, Mallows. A young but gentle voice rang. Thales walked in from another side door and nodded at the watchman. I will do it. All of you may leave. Patterson looked at Mallows warily. Mallows paused for a moment and looked at Glover and Doyle behind Thales before nodding at Patterson. As you wish, Your Grace. The penal officer bowed to Thales and retreated to the side with the guards. Thales exhaled and walked towards the new guest. Long time no see, Duke Val. From the moment Thales appeared, the guest's gaze was locked on the young master of Mindy's hall. He sized up the Duke of Star Lake's figure in a daze. He was first surprised, then relieved. So you are back. Val Arund, the Duke of Northern Territory who was imprisoned after his conspiracy was exposed 6 years ago, looked at the second prince with a complicated gaze. How is Extet? How is it? The prince looked at him and sighed slowly. Cruel wind and frost, but hard to shake. Thales was also carefully sizing up Val. He could not help but notice that Val's once majestic figure had become much thinner and bearded. For some reason, he suddenly remembered what Joseph, who belonged to the Disaster Swords, said when he was still in the prison of bones. This is the effect imprisonment has on a person, no matter who you are, no matter how powerful you are. They are forever lost in the lonely void, never to return. Thales' gaze focused in front of him. In the past, the impassioned and heroic Duke of Northern Territory was gone. Val was silent for a few seconds. Lampard, how is he? Lampard. Thales' heart sank. Back then, how did Val feel when he met Chapman Lampard, who was only the Archduke of Black Sand region, and worked together? 6 years later, the two of them were in completely different situations. What was he thinking? Cruel wind and frost, the prince said softly and answered word for word. Hard to shake. After the strange question and answer, Val fell silent. But then he chuckled softly and stepped forward, walking towards the banquet hall with ease. Like a wanderer returning home. Patterson and the guards belonging to the discipline division immediately followed. But when Val reached Thales' side, he stopped. Glover and Doyle nervously moved forward, trying to separate the Duke and the Prince, but were held down by Mallows again. Thank you. Thales was slightly shocked. The gaunt Duke of the Northern Territory did not even look at Thales. He only whispered, "Someone told me. 6 years ago, everything you did for my daughter in Extension Territory." In Extension Territory, Miranda? Thales recalled the night of Dragon's Blood and the Cold Swords woman, and his heart was filled with emotion. The imprisoned Duke turned his head expressionlessly. "But, please do me another favor." Val's expression was gloomy. "Don't marry her." Thales was stunned. "If you have no choice but to marry her." Val snorted softly, like a desperate gambler who had seen through everything after losing all his chips. "And don't plant a seed in her belly." Thales blushed and immediately adjusted his expression. "Mira, she was unfortunate in her early years." Val looked at the ceiling and said desolately, "I've seen enough of blood." When Thales heard this, his expression froze. A second later, Thales sighed in his heart as he looked at the Duke of Northern Territory, who was lonely and looked like an old man. "I promise you." Val smiled. He lowered his head, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. "Thank you. You're different from him. You haven't become him." Different from him. At that moment, Thales suddenly realized something. He remembered that before they parted ways in Blade Fang's camp, the former watchman of the Royal Guards, the Knight of Judgment, Zacriel, had said something similar to him. This made Thales, who had been welcoming people with a smile all night, realize that the thin, weathered man in front of him, who did not care about anything, might be the only person who would tell him the truth in this night filled with laughter and chatter. "Perhaps." Thales answered with a forced smile, hoping that his words could give some comfort to the man who had no hope in life. But Val shook his head. His smile was desperate and sarcastic. Just like in the past, he also thought that he was different from the master of this place. Thales' expression changed. "What do you mean?" Val did not answer him. He just turned his head. He looked at the noise and liveliness outside the hall. He looked at the bustling Mindy's Hall, where people came and went. It was as crowded as a marketplace. "Do you see it?" The Duke of Northern Territory looked at the magnificent scene in front of him and listened to the decadent music. Under the illumination of the dazzling everlasting lamp above his head, he seemed to see a different scene. He smiled and spoke after a long time. "This scene, the magnificent scene of hell." "Hell?" Thales could not help but frown. Val looked around with an infatuated look on his face. Some people are hypocritical and pretend that everything is peaceful, some hypnotize themselves and deceive others and themselves, some hide their indignation and force themselves to endure it, some see through the ways of the world and watch from the sidelines. Under the lights of the dark night, everyone pretends to be happy and harmonious. His sneers gradually became louder, and there was a chilling tone to them. They don't know that they are already trapped. Adding oil to the fire. Mallows let out a cough that was neither light nor heavy. Thales' expression turned cold. Recalling his experience after returning to Constellation, his heart felt inexplicably heavy. He knew that his conversation with the Duke of Northern Territory was coming to an end. Thales knew that he knew what the Duke was trying to achieve by saying these words. Just like so many others. And he would not be easily swayed. But, Thales gritted his teeth. Val lowered his head and sneered. "Boy, you are very similar to me in the past." Thales' heart skipped a beat. "Similar? For example?" "For example." Val continued his words, his gaze was misty. "For example, it seems that you have a deep relationship, have the same interests, and share honor and disgrace. It is the right time. In this life, you will never be enemies. At the right time." Thales could not help but think of what Viscount Patterson had said to him before. "The kingdom is young, it is the right time. But only you know." Val's words became profound. Like a traveler looking for his way in the fog, he could not see the future, and there was only emptiness. In front of you is a precipice. Behind you is a bottomless abyss. At this moment, a considerable commotion and noise came from outside the hall again. Everyone in the hall moved. Having expected it, they knew that they had to get ready to welcome the next important person. However, this time, the sound of uniform footsteps, stern orders, mixed with excited noises, all came at the same time, and it was impossible to distinguish them clearly. Mallows was slightly puzzled, and then his expression changed. Until a dignified and imposing order that could not be disobeyed came from afar like an oracle from heaven, and penetrated the wall. In the name of the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel Jadestar, Thale's thoughts went blank. The expressions of the people present all changed. Many muffled sounds came from outside the hall. And in the name of the Supreme Queen, Kia Jadestar, the herald's voice echoed throughout the hall. Whether it was the cheerful music in the banquet hall, the heated debate among the attendants in the corridor, or even the distant neighing of horses, all of them quieted down at this moment. Everything was silent, and only the flickering lights could be heard. My subjects, the right to breathe was completely relinquished to that majestic voice. Your Majesty the King and Queen, salute. The messenger's voice came to an end. But it echoed endlessly. It could not be dispelled. The next moment, Mallows, Patterson, Glover, Doyle, whether it was the royal guards, attendants, servants, nobles, bureaucrats, or ordinary civilians, everyone subconsciously adjusted their posture and held their breaths. Everyone retreated to the side and made way. They solemnly and respectfully turned to look out of the hall. They knelt on one knee, pressed their hands to their chests, hung their heads, as if it was a natural instinct. Unshakable. Used to it. Only Thales stood blankly under the everlasting lamp. Under the gaze of the three kings of Constellation, he looked out into the deep darkness outside the hall. And you have no way out. Unknowingly, Duke Val's cold voice and the sound of shackles came from behind him at the same time, and drilled into his heart. You can only make the leap. Do your best. The Herald's order and the Duke of Northern Territory's voice lingered at the same time, intertwining endlessly. Thales, whose mind was in a mess, took a deep breath. A few seconds later, he took a step back with difficulty. He knelt on one knee. Chapter 544. Early morning. In the dark and empty lecture hall, a young apprentice knelt beside the podium. He stuck out his butt and tried to reach the bottom of the podium. Who came up with this design? The apprentice tried his best to reach out, his face red. Installing the sound replication stone in the hidden compartment of the podium? It was aesthetically pleasing, but it was hard on the teaching assistants who maintained the classroom. Finally, with a soft sound, he successfully removed the last precious sound replication stone. The apprentice sat on the ground, panting as he looked at the sound replication stone in his hand, which had become extremely smooth due to repeated use. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this piece is not damaged. It can still last for another 10, maybe 5 lessons. The apprentice carefully wrapped the sound replication stone, then picked up a charcoal pen and started to draw the fated sound replication spell in front of the podium. His movements were practiced and habitual, his expression serious and focused. The complex and ever-changing spell appeared effortlessly under his pen. The apprentice also corrected a few mistakes in the design of the hindering spell, making it operate more smoothly. It might even extend the lifespan of the sound replication stone. Of course, with a hint of pride, the apprentice thought in his heart, I can't let anyone find out about this, or else I'll have to face the investigation of the Magic Law Committee again. Once he thought of this, the apprentice's pride suddenly disappeared. After finishing the last stroke, the apprentice, whose back was aching, stood up and looked at his seat. On it were 2 large stacks of parchment paper, 3 large bags of test papers, and a special equipment box for teaching assistants. The apprentice sighed. Mr. Donovan's lecture was in the afternoon. He had to quickly prepare the equipment, including the name list, nameplate, recording pen, broadcast device, mold, and the corresponding guest manual. Why do so many lectures have to be held on a boring topic? The throne of all laws has also fallen. The apprentice thought worriedly. He walked to the other side of the classroom and looked at the calendar on the wall. October 29th, Empire Year 839, Saturday. Rest Day. Era of Kings 314, ascetic tower, lifelong mage, craftsman, poet, historian, swordsman, author of The Legend of the Iron Blood King, Jericho Rhine Mindes, was born today. The important thing is not the choice itself, but to make the choice, Mindes. On the calendar, the colorful wizard Mindes stood at the peak of the mountains, his expression deep as he looked at the sunrise in the distance with a worried expression. It had been 3 years. The apprentice sighed slowly. Then, he mercilessly tore apart Wizard Mindes, who was worried about the country and the people, along with yesterday, and crumpled them into a ball. Today was revealed. October 30th, Empire Year 839, Sunday. Holy Pursuit Day holiday. In the 58th year of the era of kings, the strategist and commander of the Holiness Exorcism campaign, King Anzac died today. Everyone, we have left our lives here in order to leave hope for tomorrow. King Anzac, on the calendar, was the back of a fully armored cavalryman, charging straight down from the icy peak towards the black mass of troops below. The apprentice expressionlessly stuffed Wizard Mindes into his hand, and the more he rubbed it, the smaller it became. Why did the lectures have to be on weekends, at this moment? Really? A young man's voice rang out. It was bright, light, and full of excitement. The apprentice jumped in fright. He turned around and found that there was an uninvited guest in the classroom. The guest was sitting next to his seat, taking out a stack of parchment scrolls from his teaching assistant bag. He flipped through them from time to time, reading them with great interest. The common explanation of origin theory, metasystem concept, transformation magic, and spirit summoning circle, new evidence of the prehistoric battlefield in the north. The apprentice was shocked just by hearing the first half of the sentence. Oh my God, he ran madly towards the guest, but he tripped on the stairs on the way and fell flat on his face. The guest was still reading the scroll in his hand with great interest, his expression relaxed. The young apprentice ignored the pain in his palm and quickly got up. He clenched his teeth and rushed towards the guest. That's mine. Only then did the guest raise his head and smiled at him. He had long hair that went past his ears, fair skin, and was very handsome. His sitting posture was elegant, but his bearing was extraordinary. A handsome man. Like a man in a painting. The apprentice grabbed the seat beside him and stopped his steps, so that he did not run into the guest. Yes, I saw the signature. There's also a comment on the rejection of the manuscript. The handsome man chuckled, raised the scroll in his hand towards the apprentice, and flipped to a page of read comments. Self-gratifying, irrational fantasies and conjectures. The apprentice's face turned red. He looked at the comment, and as if his neck was being strangled, his originally confident voice instantly lowered a few degrees. The apprentice hesitated for a while, but finally said stubbornly, it's none of your business. The handsome man smiled gently. The apprentice noticed that the other party's attire was not the usual color scheme of the tower. On the contrary, his mage robe was flamboyant in color, fashionable in design, and made of expensive materials. In the morning light, there seemed to be star-like reflections. Strange. Who was he? So you're that person? The guest continued to flip the scroll in his hand. A magic charlatan of Redhorn Tower? The apprentice was stunned. Because of the unique architectural style of the main tower, Soul Tower was also jokingly called Redhorn Tower by the apprentices of other magic towers. But they never mentioned this nickname themselves. That meant, however, when the apprentice came back to his senses, he was quickly attracted by another nickname. Magic charlatan? What kind of nickname was that? The handsome man nodded. So you really believe it? The guest lifted his gaze from the scroll and nodded gently at the apprentice, like a spring breeze. In the Holiness Exorcism campaign more than 1,000 years ago, King Anzac opened the gates of hell and defeated the ancient orcs with the power of a mysterious devil? The apprentice blinked. He stared at the manuscript in the other party's hand that belonged to him and understood something. Magic charlatan, all right. The apprentice sighed and raised an index finger, as if he was used to this scene 1,000 times. Listen, I'm not a magic charlatan, and I never said that the ancient orcs were defeated by a devil, but the guest immediately interrupted him. But that's what the reviewer wrote for your thesis. The other party flipped to a page in the scroll and showed it to the apprentice. There was a paragraph circled in red on it, and the comment on the side said, "If you like devils so much, I suggest you continue your training at the gates of hell." The apprentice's breathing stopped, and then his face turned red. As if he was insulted, he spoke in a hurried voice. This is taking my words out of context." The guest looked at him with a smile and did not say a word. This made the apprentice even more indignant. He dodged his own thesis, flipped through it skillfully and habitually, and randomly pulled out a wrinkled page. Look. Exasperatedly, he pointed to one of the sketches, covered with notes, which appeared to be a human skeleton, the latest evidence of an ancient battlefield excavated under a ruined castle. More than 1,000 bodies of ancient human warriors, with distinct characteristics of the early period of the Age of Kings. Most of the samples suffered countless blows and injuries in multiple parts. The guest leaned closer and looked at it with great interest. The apprentice spoke faster and faster, both the extent and the number far exceeded our imagination. Some bodies even had their skulls shattered when their hearts were pierced. I guess. The handsome man smiled slightly, his long hair fluttering. This means that the ancient knights of the Age of Kings fought bravely? Fought to the death with the orcs without retreating? Suffered great injuries? No. The apprentice was resolute, trying hard to shake the scroll in his hand. This means that they suffered more than one fatal injury when they were alive. More than one. He tried hard to repeat the main points. Perhaps, the superpowers of the ancients were stronger? The handsome man's tone was still teasing. Just like how the physiques of the ancient orcs far exceeded that of the modern orcs? The apprentice felt insulted. No. He raised his voice, gritted his teeth, raised his finger out of habit, and repeated tirelessly, "No human can withstand even one fatal blow like that. No. No matter how tenacious their will is. No way. No matter how powerful their superpowers are, there's no way, no way." Every time he emphasized it, the handsome man would nod with a radiant smile on his face. He seemed to understand. Then, the apprentice took a deep breath and turned to the next page. "Then, I personally dug out a few corpses from the ground and thawed them from their frozen state. I swear, the flesh and blood of those things were still alive. If it wasn't for my quick reflexes. I have listed the specific data of the more than 1,000 corpses that our research team dug out here, but the apprentice's words came to an abrupt halt. In the paper, the parts he pointed to were circled in red, and the original contents could not be seen clearly. There were replies written in different handwriting. The statistical method is too crude. Has the selective bias been dealt with? Suggested to choose new samples. The test is unconvincing. Correlation does not equal causation, and so on. The most glaring sentence was your mathematics taught by a swordsmanship teacher? The handsome man seemed to be unable to restrain his laughter. The apprentice blushed and stuffed the paper into his bag. All in all, it's no longer something that can be explained by the edge-sharpening school, forging magic, and material affinity of the alchemy tower, or the light and shadow flute and soul theory of the soul tower, not to mention the transcendent power where the will affects the body. He was still trying hard to explain. I'm guessing that even the most insane ascetic tower cannot find such a thing. The guest nodded and encouraged him to continue. So? The apprentice adjusted his breathing, and his eyes lit up. In the known historical materials, although there are not many, there are indeed a few records that mention something similar. It ignores the basic laws and completely changes the form of life from the inside out. Ignores the basic laws, from the inside out. You mean, the guest pondered and said faintly, the records of religious exorcism in the Bright God Church? The apprentice's words came to a halt. The handsome man chuckled. So, it's back to demons again. The apprentice cleared his throat. No, not all of them, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the Bright God, but... He tried hard to explain, but in the end, he gave up. His voice became gloomy. Yes, most of them. At least that's potential circumstantial evidence that we can refer to for now. The apprentice looked dispirited. He nudged the bag containing the paper with his elbow. I just want to say that if we are willing to put aside our prejudices and re-examine the relevant religious books and even legends, there will be, it might be helpful. The guests seem to have understood something. So, the reviewers think that you are advocating mysterious or even religious theories such as the existence of demons? The apprentice's expression turned completely gloomy. They even asked me with a fake smile if I went to the gates of hell to listen to the sermon again. The apprentice looked at the crumpled paper in the bag gloomily. God have mercy on me. I've only been to the gates of hell once, okay? And I was tricked into going in. That big sister who preached looked so intellectual, so mature, so beautiful, but I actually liked her. The apprentice shook his head and chased away the unpleasant memories. After he smelled the blood used for the sacrifice, he immediately thought of a way to escape. Okay. I understand your topic. The guest suddenly spoke. The apprentice looked up. What? The handsome man touched his chin. A rare transformation spell that works on the level of the origin, using the contemporary meta-system hypothesis to explain those ancient spirit summoning circles that have been despised for a long time. The guest skillfully used the terminology in his paper. You are trying to establish an argument that can be accepted by the mages, from the perspective of modern magic, to explain the unspeakable mysterious phenomenon. The handsome man looked up. To make it easier to pass the manuscript? To apply for funding for the next step of research? The apprentice snorted, a little self-deprecating. Didn't it still not pass? Moreover, the archaeological excavation is over. There's no hope. The large classroom was silent for a moment. The two of them were separated by a seat, silent. After a few seconds, somewhat to the apprentice's surprise, the guest did not comfort or mock him. This was the most treatment he had received in the past month. Divine arts. The handsome man turned around and asked seriously and solemnly, why is it not divine arts? The apprentice was stunned. What? The handsome man lowered his head, his eyes surging with light. Ignoring the basic laws and completely changing the form of life. In countless religious records and legends, miracles and divine arts have shown the same effect, haven't they? The handsome man enunciated each word. Reviving the dead, regrowing the flesh and bones, restoring the broken body, creating the oracle. The apprentice paused for a long time before he said hesitantly, that's not the focus of my research. I'm not a believer of the bright god, not a quack. He said gloomily. But the handsome man looked at him for a long time and laughed. Actually, you've thought of it, haven't you? The handsome man's words were bewitching, and the records of miracles and divine arts are more numerous and more detailed. But you couldn't write it. The apprentice trembled slightly. After a long time, the apprentice exhaled and patted his thesis. Just writing it like this is enough to make people think that I'm a quack. His tone was as if he had accepted his fate. And I still want to keep my job. The guest was silent. I thought the Soul Tower was very open. The handsome man said softly, here, everyone has and should have an independent and free soul. The apprentice snorted, disapproving. No matter how independent they are still humans. He sat back in his seat and looked at the ceiling, his tone filled with indescribable disappointment. No matter how free they are still mages. They are born to reject certain things. These words made the handsome man fall into deep thought. They don't believe that there are other paths apart from their path that can be called rational, and they condemn it as foolish, by the standards of magic. The apprentice was engrossed in his words. They believe that even if it can be doubted, even if it can be falsified, even if it can be overturned in the end, they must and can only do it in their own way, otherwise, it is just the words of fools, irrational. They believe that everything that exists in the world must be explained by logical principles that they recognize in order to be reasonable. Because magic is advanced, and magic is the truth. The apprentice sighed. As mages, we are so progressive, he said listlessly. So much so that we can no longer progress. There was another indescribable silence. Until the handsome man looked up. It's too big. The apprentice was puzzled. The handsome man casually and happily flipped his hair. The scope of your complaints is too big, but this has nothing to do with magical ideals. And this is only about mages, and only about humans. The apprentice was stunned. I don't understand. The pretty boy smiled in an unrestrained manner, and it dazzled him. The reason you were rejected is politics. The apprentice's expression changed slightly. Excuse me? The handsome man reached out his hand and tapped the apprentice's forehead. To be precise, it is about the right to speak in magic research, leadership, vested interests, and the personnel structure of the magic tower, politics. The apprentice stared at him blankly. What do you mean? The handsome man pulled out the stack of parchments from between them. Especially this argument of, we should put down our pride and re-examine religious legends. The reason they rejected such arguments is because of recent events. The apprentice rolled his eyes. Recently? The handsome man flipped through his paper and smiled mysteriously. 3 months ago, the seat of all laws was defeated in the Northern Diocese's truth debate. The apprentice's expression changed. He knew that the seat of all laws represented the Soul Tower and did not fare well in the debate, and because of this, he was criticized by his fellow apprentices from the seat of power. However, wasn't it normal for debates to have winners and losers? What did it have to do with his paper? The handsome man continued. Unfortunately, the Duke of the Northern Territory and the governor of the province were among the spectators. The influence was deep, and the consequences were not small. The handsome man narrowed his eyes and smiled. With the approval of the Arund family and the strong recommendation of the Bright God Church, the young bishop of the Northern Diocese was able to return south to the City of Triumph and went straight to the Supreme Palace to preach to the nobles of the imperial capital, including the royal family. It is said that he even hit it off with His Majesty and had a pleasant conversation. This has become a popular story that has spread throughout the 23 provinces of the empire. There are even rumors that His Majesty intends to make this young but knowledgeable bishop of the Northern Territories the Prime Minister of the empire, in order to replace Count Renato, who has been criticized for failing to suppress the rebellion. A series of inexplicable nouns and events hit the apprentice's brain full of corpses and bones. So? The handsome man closed the paper, leaned on the arm of the chair, and approached him with a faint smile. So, now, not only the Red Horn Tower, but the higher-ups of the 3 towers urgently need to regroup, save face, strengthen confidence, and let people believe again that magic is the truth of the world, and that mages are the right path for humans. Smack. The handsome man waved the paper and gently slapped the ignorant apprentice's forehead. And at this time, of all things, you submitted such a paper. You said, hey, maybe the stories written by those quacks make some sense, and you even wanted to apply for funding and set up a research group? The apprentice understood something. He took the wrinkled paper from his head and looked at the guest dumbly. If they let you pass, the handsome man snorted. Then, at such a time when people are anxious and morale is low, what about the authority of magic in the hearts of the majority of students? What about the authority of the court mages in the various families of the empire? What if the nobles no longer believe in reason, and instead resort to mysticism? What about this entire research system, proof methods, and principles that we have spent thousands of years to obtain? What about their guiding position in the magic system? The apprentice hugged the paper tightly to his chest and blinked in confusion. What? Most importantly, the handsome man chuckled, stretched his hand forward, and tapped the apprentice's forehead. If what saved mankind 1,000 years ago was not magic, not mages, not the wisdom and power of mankind, but the illusory gods and devils, then, what about the absolute advantage of faith in the church that we have built up in the hearts of the majority of the people after the Great Reconciliation? The apprentice took a deep breath, and after sorting out the logic, he felt a little indignant. But if this is the truth, the handsome man's voice suddenly turned cold, and he interrupted him. Then this truth should be buried, and never see the light of day. The handsome man's face darkened, but there was a cold charm to it. Unless this truth is beneficial to us, and will not affect the absolute dominance of mages in the secular world. The handsome man stretched out his hand again and tapped the apprentice's head. He seemed to particularly like this little gesture, and said, "Knowledge is also constructed by power. I first love my teacher, and only then will I love the truth." The apprentice shook his head, escaping from the guest's little gesture. He carefully thought about every word the other person said. One question was answered, but endless questions followed. He looked at the guest skeptically. "You? Who did you say you were?" The handsome man returned to his seat, and his smile became even more mysterious. "I didn't say, but," he lifted his chin slightly, extended his right hand, and cleverly hid his arrogance in his teasing tone. "Macinta. Macinta Renato." The handsome man said softly, "Nice to meet you." The apprentice subconsciously held the fair and tender hands of a noble who clearly had not done much farm work. "Oh, yes, I'm happy to meet you too." "Wait, Renato." The apprentice's expression changed. A mage with the surname Renato, and such a young one at that, he remembered something, and at first, he hurriedly tried to recall. The moment he thought of it, his whole body trembled. "Oh my God, you're that," he pointed at Macinta in horror. The legitimate royal family of the empire, the descendant of the 6 founding stars, the playboy son of the prime minister, the fiancé of Princess Secret Blue in the royal family, the one who is obsessed with magic but not with being an official. Macinta smiled as he listened to the apprentice count out the titles. He seemed to be quite used to it, and enjoyed it. The apprentice's expression froze. "That's not right. Why do I remember that the Tower of War snatched you away before we did?" "How did you, the Tower of War?" Macinta paused slightly. "Yes, I am indeed an apprentice affiliated with the Alchemy Tower." The apprentice nodded. "So, you're a Mussulman, ahem, sorry, you were sent by the Alchemy Tower to visit. Which lecture are you here to listen to?" But Macinta shook his head. "No, I'm here to learn. I'm the beneficiary of the latest Horn of War, Twin Towers Joint Training Program." Horn of War. The apprentice understood. As the name suggested, it referred to the 2 major magic towers of alchemy and soul, commonly known as War and a Red Horn among the mages. But, Twin Towers, Joint Training Program? The apprentice looked at him in surprise. "That's right." The handsome man nodded. His bright smile seemed to take away the darkness in the classroom. "I've been a joint student for 2.5 years. "Oh." The apprentice scratched his head in a daze. Why does this sound so weird, as if something is not quite right, however? That's rare. According to the legends, the Twin Towers, who called each other Mussulman and thinkers, had huge differences in every aspect, from the magic ideology to the organizational structure, from the relationship between the leadership to the competition between apprentices, and they would fight each other whenever they met. Macinta cleared his throat and put away his smile that could charm half the young ladies of the empire and a quarter of the young men of the empire. "Listen, I have a research project on hand." He looked at the apprentice seriously. "Perhaps you'll be interested." The apprentice snorted in his heart. What do I say? Why would he come to an empty classroom early in the morning in Babylon? It's the magic review period. Looks like he's the organizer of some empty research project. He can't claim a large mysterious account, so he's looking for a sucker to make up the numbers and scam the funds. The apprentice said lazily. So, what's the research topic? Macinta smiled. His long hair was clearly under the effect of a wind spell as it fluttered freely in the air. As you said, some subversive topics, some directions that may not be recognized, some things that require us to question ourselves, some things that require us to overturn our deeply rooted beliefs that we are unwilling to touch in order to obtain them. The apprentice replied perfunctorily. Oh, as expected, even the research topic was baffling, until the other party's next sentence. And our research field is under a ruined castle in the Northland province, in the belly of a mountain. A few seconds later, the apprentice who understood suddenly paled. He stood up abruptly and looked at Macinta, momentarily forgetting to admire the latter's peerless beauty. Underground, belly of a mountain. You mean, Macinta chuckled and stood up as well. That's right. It's the same place mentioned in your paper. The ancient battlefield ruins of the era of various kings that you once participated in the excavation, that ancient underground transportation tunnel. The pretty boy walked up to the apprentice. Just a head taller than him, he looked down at him condescendingly. Nicknamed by the people, Black Track. The apprentice was completely stunned. But Macinta did not let him off. He skillfully revealed a secret that even the apprentice did not know. After your Red Horn Tower was forced to withdraw from the joint pressure of the Empire's official research team, the Ascetic Tower, and the Bright God Church, the management of the ruins fell into the hands of the governor of the Northland province. And the Duke of the Northland, who is good at smoothing things over, originally only intended to block the entrance of the cave and build a monument saying, "We killed the ancient orcs." But unfortunately, I am very familiar with Duke Arun's heir, and he delegated this task to me. The pretty boy bent down and touched the apprentice's forehead. You know, if I were to build a monument, I could use someone like you. He blinked. You. His eyes were a deep blue, as though he had plunged into the deep sea. The apprentice could not care less about the other party's overly intimate actions. He subconsciously gulped. You mean, fake construction, duplicity. Isn't that illegal? Macinta smiled but did not answer directly. What do you say, do you want to come? The apprentice took a few steps back and eased his breathing, which had quickened due to the other party's proximity. He looked at the other party in surprise, then at his own paper. Black Track. Excavation. But a few seconds later, the apprentice's expression darkened as he realized something. There were many people who participated in the excavation. The apprentice's expression darkened. For example, my mentor, Wizard Donovan. You should look for him. Macinta stared at his expression and smiled. Donovan? The Donovan who is only one step away from the title of master? He scratched his chin, deep in thought. Well, I have studied all of his works, from the early days to the present. The apprentice snickered. You sure are confident. He looked at the noble young master in front of him without hesitation. In Wizard Donovan's career, there are a total of 163 papers and 12 books, no. Macinta shook his head and interrupted him. To be precise, there are 192 papers and 13 books. The apprentice's expression suddenly changed. The pretty boy in front of him played it down. Including some manuscripts of his exercises when he was young, and a book that has yet to be published. The apprentice was stunned. Holy shit. It's fine if this guy is handsome. After all, there are still many people in the world who are close to my looks. But, he clearly looks like a rich playboy, and he's not that old. Could it be, Macinta did not notice the apprentice's thoughts. But unfortunately, I discovered that the once famous Master Donovan has become conservative and backward. His latest books and papers are all clichés, reading from the book, and not thinking of improving. His words revealed his deep disappointment. Master Donovan is already old. The apprentice was stunned at first, then indignantly took on the vigor of lecturing a student. Sigh, you child, but Macinta did not let him continue. And in recent years, his few interesting works, the pretty boy looked up and stared straight at the apprentice who was holding the papers. They were all jointly written with a certain unknown student-cum-teaching assistant of his. The apprentice froze. That's you. Macinta stared straight at him and said softly. 3 years ago, because of a serious violation of research ethics, he was demoted from a first-class apprentice to a third-class apprentice, Toros Mill. The classroom was silent. The young apprentice, Toros, was silent. A few seconds later, Toros coughed softly. Yes, but Master Donovan is still my mentor and employer. I think it's best if you look for him first, but this time, Masinta ignored his words and went straight to the point. Are you content? Toros shuddered violently. Masinta sneered. Brimming with talent, but just because of a so-called political mistake, he was deprived of the right to be evaluated and promoted for life. Toros' breathing quickened. In his prime, but with a bleak future, he can only be a third-class apprentice for the rest of his life? Even when he was being evaluated anonymously, he was repeatedly rejected. In the classroom, one person questioned with his hands behind his back, while the other held the papers. Silence met. Toros struggled to regain his breath. Listen, 3 years ago, if it wasn't for Master Donovan who protected me against the pressure, but Masinta's questions came one after another, like a sword filled with extraordinary power, stabbing straight at his heart. Are you content? At that moment, the pretty boy spoke harshly, like a prophet of God. Full of ambition and boundless curiosity, but can only hide behind your teacher, do chores, silently proofread manuscripts, and verify data? And Masinta glanced at the classroom. Protect the sound replication stone? Taurus tightened his grip on the rejected thesis. Masinta slowly reached out. Now, you have a chance to prove yourself. His tone was full of temptation. Join me and return to the right path of magic. Tell those who rejected you that one day, they are only fit to look up at your back. Toros lowered his head. His expression was unreadable. He fell into complete silence. Masinta was in no hurry. He waited quietly and patiently. He seemed certain of the other's reaction. However, a few seconds later, Toros looked up. I refuse. The apprentice spoke with difficulty, enunciating each word slowly. I'm very happy here. Toros hugged his papers, his voice trembling. I chose magic because of my passion, not because of success. Masinta was surprised. Really? The pretty boy began to scrutinize Toros again. You know, for you, this kind of opportunity doesn't come often, right? At least, I will provide you with an adequate salary. Toros suddenly spoke, interrupting Masinta. Listen up. His expression was tense, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the papers. I'm still very busy. I have to rush to prepare the facilities for the next lecture. The apprentice did not continue. Masinta raised an eyebrow. All right. He nodded, feeling a little regretful. What a pity. The pretty boy stared at the apprentice, but the apprentice did not say a word, seemingly unmoved. Masinta sighed and could only turn around to leave. The moment the apprentice turned around, Toros, who had been silent all this while, shut his eyes tightly and bit his lower lip. It was as if he was being tortured. At that moment. Toros. Masinta did not turn around. I heard that you were born into a knight's family in Chauvinistic Hill, right? The apprentice's expression changed. Toros looked up warily. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just that I heard in the tower. Masinta was unhurried and did not turn around. You have a fiancé who was your childhood sweetheart. After becoming a believer, she swore to serve the gods and broke off the engagement. Became a nun who will never marry for life? Fiancé. Broke off the engagement. For a moment, Toros' thoughts froze. The papers in his arms groaned in pain. Masinta curled the corners of his lips. Hey, muscleman. After a while, the soulless Toros stammered. This has nothing to do with you. But Masinta was like a hunter who had chased after the bloodstains of his prey. Then, my dear Toros, you only worked hard to squeeze into the magic tower when you were over 18 years old, and vowed to study the path of magic, and you're still so obsessed with using magic to explain all sorts of mysteries. Does it have anything to do with her? Toros looked up abruptly and shouted angrily. Of course not. Masinta turned around and looked at the trembling apprentice with a subtle expression. Toros realized that his attitude was not right. He cleared his throat and tried to bring his tone back to normal. I have always maintained the direction and attitude of my research and will not be affected by anything other than work. He spoke with utmost determination. There was no room for doubt. Macinta smiled. That's good. He turned around again and said, intentionally or unintentionally, oh, by the way, let me tell you something. Your fiancée, due to her pious faith and outstanding work, was promoted by a young bishop to be his right-hand man. Toros froze. Oh, what a coincidence. It's the one I mentioned just now, Bishop Zieg, whom His Majesty the Emperor treats as a guest of honor. Macinta's voice drilled into his ears like the whispers of the legendary devil. He could not stop it. As a holy nun revered by the believers, your fiancée, ex-fiancée, is deeply trusted and bathed in the grace of God. Dedicate herself. The air in the classroom seemed to have frozen. After a long while. All right, I got it, the apprentice said absent-mindedly. Macinta looked at him and the corners of his lips returned to being cold. Then I'll be leaving, the pretty boy said plainly. Good luck to you and your paper. Macinta turned around and took a step forward. He sighed and said, those preachers, their bewitchment is really strong, isn't it? His footsteps slowly faded away. No, Taurus thought in a daze. No, she did not become a believer because of the preacher's bewitchment. It's because, with a clatter, the paper in Toros' hands fell to the ground. Toros snapped out of his daze. He squatted down quietly and picked up the paper that he had crumpled into a mess. The last page of the paper, which was full of red words, was revealed. There was a line of approval on it. Although they were all anonymous reviewers, it did not affect Toros from recognizing his teacher's handwriting. Magic, in the end, is about the knowledge of people. Do not lose yourself in the endless pursuit of curiosity and lose your heart. Wizard Donovan. Toros' breathing quickened. The knowledge of people, he clenched his fists tighter. The knowledge of people, the apprentice's heart beat faster and faster. People, wait a minute. Toros' loud shout rang in the classroom. The footsteps stopped. Macinta turned around slowly and looked at the apprentice with a calm expression. Co-student, Toros breathed rapidly. He stared at the paper in his hands and his expression changed rapidly. He seemed hesitant and remorseful. That damned research plan of yours, a second later, Toros looked up with a resolute expression. He threw away the parchment in his hands without hesitation. It was like throwing away the past. When do we start? Macinta looked at the apprentice from afar and did not answer. The emotions in his eyes were indescribable. Until he flashed a satisfied smile. Soon, my dear, very soon. Macinta's smile was heartwarming, while Toros' expression was cold. But don't be hasty. Trust me, the pretty boy stared fixedly at the apprentice before him, his tone filled with the satisfaction of hunting prey. We still have a long way to go. Stealing fragrance. Chapter 545. When the king stepped into Mindy's hall, Thales breathed with difficulty. His knees rested on the carpet in Mindy's hall, feeling waves of coolness. Many footsteps came from the front, one of them steadily in front, the others followed in a blur. Thales could clearly hear his own breathing, and for the first time, he found it so ear-piercing. Rise, everyone. A familiar voice came, heavy as ever. This is a banquet, not an imperial conference. Those old men are annoying enough. No one dared to answer. For a moment, the Duke of Star Lake seemed to have returned to 6 years ago, when he had just arrived at Mindy's hall in a daze. At that time, when King Kessel met him for the first time, the solemn atmosphere seemed to crush the floor tiles, forcing the little beggar to feel uncomfortable and speechless. Thales stared at the pattern of the carpet. There should not have been any iron spikes under it. The Duke bitterly realized that after 6 years of training and polishing, when the same scene reappeared, the heaviness he felt did not diminish at all. Instead, it became even stronger. King Nuvan, King Chapman, and all the other great enemies whom he was extremely wary of, none of them could make him feel this way. Why? Why was it like this? Thales still lowered his head. Whether it was guests or attendants, guards, or servants, everyone bowed in a low voice, and the sound of greeting was endless. But it did not relax Thales' nerves at all. Finally, the pair of ancient but expensive boots stopped in front of him. The bottom of the staff of constellation touched the carpet, as if it had taken root. After about a century, a palm appeared in front of Thales. On it, the bronze ring that symbolized the king's authority shone slightly. Thales was dazed for a moment, as if he saw the national conference. When the Iron Hand King stepped into the Hall of Stars, the vassals of the kingdom bowed and kissed the ring on his finger to show their loyalty. The Duke of Star Lake took a deep breath. He took off his gloves and held the palm, ready to kiss the king's ring according to etiquette. But to Thales' surprise, the king held his hand in the next moment and stopped him. Thales looked up in shock, only to see a pair of deep blue eyes staring at him coldly. "When you were in the north," King Kessel spoke slowly. His tone was normal, but his words were heavy. "When you faced King Nuvan, the new king, and all of Extet, did you bend your knees?" Thales' heart trembled. He looked into the pair of bottomless blue eyes for a second and felt the determination and heaviness hidden in them. He gulped. "No." The teenager added the title with some difficulty. "Your Majesty." In the next second, Thales felt a weight on his hand, and he was involuntarily pulled up from the ground. "Then don't have bad habits," Kessel said coldly. The dignified air seemed like it was about to turn into ice water and flow down the wall. Thales did not even have time to react or think. The king stared expressionlessly at his heir. "As a jade star, even if both my legs are crippled, I will still be a jade star. I will never bend my knees." The surrounding crowd let out a fleeting discussion before returning to silence. Especially when the Iron Hand King slowly let go. He looked at the statues of the three constellation kings on the spiral staircase, paused for a second, and then looked at the chandelier above his head and the decorations in the hall. Here. Used to the low pressure around the king, Thales was a little surprised. He did not ask me to kneel, and he did not ask me to kiss his hand. In the past, the supreme king with a profound aura and heavy footsteps. Today, the people who bent their knees to greet him still had their heads bowed. No one knew what they were thinking. Thales stared at his father inquisitively, but he still answered obediently, "Yes." He sensed the difference in the atmosphere and tacitly added, "Father." King Kessel stared at him without saying anything. He just gripped his scepter again. The interaction between the king and the prince was like an order. Only then did the people around them get up and surround the king to perform their duties. The commander of the royal guards who served beside King Kessel, Lord Adrian, bowed to Thales with a faint smile, and then whispered something to Mallows. Thales was still deep in thought. King Kessel did not stop or exchange pleasantries, but simply walked past him. It was as if what happened just now was just a small episode in the royal family. Until the king stopped again and faced the only person in the hall who refused to kneel to greet him, much less put on a straight face. Val Arund was like a dazzling pillar, firmly planted on the floor of Mindy's hall. He looked coldly at his old friend, and did not say a word. Thales could smell the faint tension in the air. King Kessel did not speak either. He only stared at the duke silently, his gaze moving back and forth between the shackles on the duke's hands. Their gazes met in the air. At that moment, there were too many things hidden in their eyes. Their tacit silence made the attendants around them anxious and embarrassed. Until a gentle and pleasant female voice broke the silence. "Unbelievable. Is this little Thales?" Thales slowly turned around and faced another lady who came with the king and was surrounded by many women. He could not help but feel his heart tighten. The lady's dress was luxurious, her posture elegant, but not lacking in liveliness. Her gaze as she sized up Thales was full of surprise. "It's been so many years in the blink of an eye. Look at your height. Do you still remember me?" Thales looked behind the lady. Gines was dressed in a standard female official's dress. Her expression was calm, and she nodded at him almost imperceptibly. The teenager smiled. With complicated and subtle emotions, he held his stepmother's hand and bowed. "Your Majesty, you are still as elegant as ever." Queen Kia's eyes lit up. She sized up Thales while happily turning her head back and said to one of the women, "Look, Elise." "Look, Elise," he recognized me at first glance. You have to know that he was so young at that time. The queen was radiant, her smile sweet, her speech fluent, natural and friendly, leaving a good impression on anyone who saw her for the first time. If Thales hadn't met her 6 years ago, he would have. Of course. Another delicate-looking lady among the women who came with the queen also looked at Thales. Prince Thales has always been known for his intelligence. This lady was dressed in a dark dress and wore a velvet shawl. She was equally elegant, but a little more quiet. Even in Northland. Thales looked at the velvet silently. Kia held Thales' hand and sighed as she sized him up. She turned to Gines with a vexed expression. "Oh, Gines, you should have asked me to bring the children. Perhaps Lydia is a little mischievous, but you should have at least brought Luther along. Let him learn from his brother and learn how to be a good prince." Hearing those two names, the smiles of the people around them froze. Gines looked troubled. She shot a glance at the velvet lady and said in a slightly hurried tone, "Kia, the servants who came out of Renaissance Palace had a tacit understanding." 2 female servants stepped forward without batting an eyelid. But the queen still grabbed Thales and sized him up. She refused to let go, as if she loved her stepson very much. After all, they are both children of the royal family. What will happen when they grow up, at this moment? "Kia." A deep voice rang faintly, like the tightening of the city gate's hinges. The next moment, Queen Kia's excited words came to an abrupt halt. She turned her head with a somewhat timid expression and looked at the king's back. King Kessel silently extended his arm. The queen gave Thales an apologetic look, then obediently stepped forward and held her husband's arm. "Val." Kia looked at Duke Val, who was standing opposite the king. Her eyes lit up. She spoke like an old friend, as if she did not see the shackles on his hands. "Are you all right?" The Duke of the Northern Territory, who had been staring at King Kessel, moved slightly. He looked at the queen, his brows furrowed. Finally, Val spoke quietly. His tone was disdainful. "I can't be better." Duke Arun's voice trailed off. He turned around and walked towards the banquet hall without looking back. There was no need for guidance, but he was familiar with the route. Gray Patterson and a few guards, who were in charge of escorting him, followed closely behind. They remained vigilant. "Let's go." King Kessel stared at the back of his childhood playmate. His tone was slightly heavy. Someone must be anxious from waiting. The king strode forward. Without needing guard Captain Adrian's instructions, the royal guards who served His Majesty secretly followed from the side. Their expressions did not change, their posture was natural, and they were in place in time without being conspicuous. In contrast, even if they came from the same source, whether it was bearing or grace, the Star Lake Guards belonged to him. Is it my imagination? Behind Thales, Doyle carefully watched the royal family's exchange of pleasantries and whispered to Glover, "Or has Mindy's hall really turned cold?" Glover glanced at the faint beads of sweat on the other party's forehead and replied softly, "It's not an illusion." Thales sighed. The next second, he suddenly felt his left hand tighten. "Mind lending me an arm?" Thales turned his head in surprise. The lady with the velvet draped over her shoulders smiled faintly and held his arm. "Aunt Elise." Thales looked at the adopted daughter of the late king whom he had met once 6 years ago with mixed feelings. His gaze rested on her shoulder, and he felt a faint pain from a scar on his chest. He said against his will, "The shawl is beautiful." Elise smiled elegantly and beautifully. "Thank you, and you've grown up, you're a man now." Thales' arm was held by his aunt, and he could not help but keep up with the king and queen's footsteps. The attendants beside him followed in unison. "Don't worry." Compared to Thales' stiffness, Elise's footsteps were calm, and her smile was appropriate. You'll slowly get used to it. Slowly get used to it. Get used to what? Thales sighed in his heart. Get used to his father's natural aura of an assassin, or get used to the complicated aristocratic circle in the capital? They were a few steps behind the king, and they were escorted to the banquet hall. Elisa's voice suddenly became cold. Smile. Thales was stunned. If you're going to fight, be fully armed. Elise still showed her kind smile to the people around her, but her tone became abrupt. And on this battlefield, a smile is the best armor. Thales' eyebrows twitched. It sounds familiar. But before he could come up with an answer, Elise had already turned her head and looked at the person who had unknowingly followed them. I haven't had the time to congratulate you, Tormund. Elise looked at Mallows gently. I'm very happy that you've become the watchman of the guards, and also Thales' personal guard captain. Lord Mallows nodded slightly. His expression did not change, and his tone was as calm as ever. Your Highness Elise. On the contrary, after Elise sized up the watchman, she was rather sentimental. Your father will be very proud, the princess sighed. His greatest wish is to see your family return to being the 7 Jade Star attendant. Mallows suddenly raised his voice and interrupted Elise. Please follow His Majesty in, Your Grace. This is your welcome banquet, you don't want to miss it. Mallows nodded at Thales in acknowledgement before he sped up towards Adrian. Thales followed the princess' pace unhurriedly, and he seemed to be deep in thought. You and my personal guard captain are old acquaintances? Elise looked at Mallows back and nodded slowly. Before the decline, Razor Mallows played an important role among the 7 Jade Star attendants in Central Territory. His power was overwhelming, and in the genealogy, there were 3 baronial titles conferred by the royal family alone, comparable to the Wild Horse Barney family. Elise seemed to sigh. When the late king was alive, the old Viscount Mallows even asked for Princess Constance's hand in marriage for his eldest son. Razor Mallows. The 7 Jade Star attendants who played an important role under the royal family. For the first time, Thales understood the meaning of his personal guard captain's surname, and he could not help but frown. From crying and hanging himself to running away from home, Constance made a big fuss. In short, the scene was ugly and chaotic. The marriage did not go through, and the late king felt guilty, so he decided to take a step back and asked me if I was willing to marry him. Thales moved slightly. You mean? Thales looked at his aunt, and then at Mallows' back, and said in surprise, you and him? Elise revealed a plain smile. At that moment, she actually looked a little haggard. Thales took a lot of effort to hide his surprise. In that case, Tormund Mallows, his favorite personal guard captain, almost became his uncle. Thales took note in his heart, and secretly thought to himself that when he returned, he would force Doyle to spill all the gossip about his boss. What happened after that? Thales asked. After that, I agreed, the princess said faintly. But probably because he was indignant, or maybe because he felt that a princess without royal blood did not meet their expectations, the old Viscount Mallows rejected the late king, and instead proposed to Duke Arund of the Northern Territory. Thales blinked. All right. The adopted daughter was submissive, and married in place of her willful biological daughter, but was decisively rejected by the man. Putting aside this old-fashioned otaku style of fighting, how prestigious was the Mallows family back then? Thales carefully glanced at his aunt's face, but found that the latter was still smiling amiably, nodding to the guests on both sides from time to time, not at all worried about the past humiliation and sadness. The youth suddenly remembered that Elisa's husband died in Red Street Market 6 years ago, and the culprit was, Thales looked at his aunt, and knew that her subsequent marriage was not a happy one. When he thought of this, Thales felt a surge of sympathy. But Mallows is no longer among the 7 Jadisters today, so how did they decline? Thales cleared his throat, wanting to say something to make his aunt happy. But Elise shook her head, and did not look happy. The bloody year. Thales felt a chill in his heart. At this point, Elise did not want to say more, and changed the topic. Speaking of this, Thales, you've been in Northland for many years, have you noticed any good girls? Thales paused. In Northland for many years, good girls? Yes. Elise smiled and nodded. When you came back from Northland, the capital city was talking about this a lot. Thales suddenly remembered the little girl who foolishly hid in the library, covered in dirt. And a long time later, the Archduchess who held King Nuven's ring, roaring like a young lion in the Hall of Heroes, and ordered the troops to be sent out. But when he thought of how her expedition was not going well, and her life was uncertain, Thales' mood fell to the bottom of the valley. That girl, she will hold on, right? He immediately perked up. Of course. Thales raised his head, his expression unchanged. Miss Jenny is beautiful, lively, cheerful, and interesting. She is also very close to me. I like traveling with her the most. Princess Elise's footsteps suddenly stopped. The people around them also fell silent. Jenny? Elise frowned and repeated the name. Very close, traveling together, and a Northland girl. Doyle cast Glover an evil look that was first surprised, then understood. Unsurprisingly, the latter ignored it. Princess Elise gave the eavesdroppers around them a warning look. You should not answer directly, this will bring about a lot of consequences. The servants, guards, guests, and the whispers of discussion rose like a buzz, and spread further and further with the shuffling of footsteps. There was no doubt about the seriousness of this news. His aunt tightened her grip on Thales' arm, but could not help but lean over cautiously and whisper, So, which family in Northland is it? Jenny? At the same time, even though they were firmly separated, the eavesdroppers around them turned their ears to this side, completely ignoring the displeased shouts of the royal guards. But Thales raised his voice. He did not care, and did not have any intention of hiding his romantic history in Northland. I don't know, he said carelessly, causing another round of whispered discussions around him. But based on her posture, the color of her coat, her gait, her appetite, her defecation, and how picky she is when it comes to her feed, her stable, and her coachman. Thales recalled the main points of judging a horse during Nicholas' riding lessons. She should be of noble birth. His aunt was stunned for a second. Coat color, stable. Elise narrowed her eyes and slowly reacted. Jenny, is a horse? Thales turned his head and laughed heartily. A good horse. The next moment, the people who paid attention sighed in disappointment and dispersed. Thales looked at Elise's strange gaze and the disappointed expressions of the people around him with satisfaction. Yes, Jenny is a good horse, no way. She knew how to break free from the rope in the middle of the night and sneak out to eat the night fodder and other mangers, causing the entire heroic spirit palace to be nervous and search for the thief. Only when Ida came back from stealing a drumstick in the middle of the night, did the truth come to light, fierce and domineering in front of Waya and Ralph, obedient and innocent in front of Thales and Nicholas, bad-tempered when she saw a coachman with a whip and harness, friendly and approachable when she saw a coachman with fodder and brush. Is there any part of Miss Jenny's body that can be associated with the word good? In a stable in Northland, a beautiful mare sneezed. She raised her head warily from the manger, and with a light kick, she chased another indignant warhorse back to the corner. Then, she continued to snatch its night fodder. A few seconds later, Elise smiled in relief. Very good. Even if you touch a sore spot, you deal with it calmly and humorously. She stared at her nephew, who was not related to her by blood. Now, you are fully armed. Touch a sore spot, Thales' heart tightened. Elise only smiled faintly and did not expose him. She just held his arm and continued forward. How nostalgic. Elise looked away from the portrait of the three constellation kings emotionally. In the past, your little aunt often dragged me here to play. Little aunt? Thales was slightly moved when he heard that. Constance, what kind of girl was she? The two of them were silent for a moment. Elise's gaze was bleak as she looked at the past that could not be returned to. Constance, she was not a girl who knew her place. Every time she came here, she would either jump off a building or demolish the house. I could only pretend to be sick to avoid her enthusiasm. So much so that the considerate brother Midir specially prepared an exclusive ward for me. Constance, jumping off a building, demolishing the house. Thales thought of the urns of cinerary ashes in the Jade Star family tomb and frowned. When she rejected the marriage, Elise giggled. She ran away from home 4 times. She ran away from home 4 times, and she even wanted to bring me along with her. In the end, she was caught twice by Lord Zakriel, once by Gines, and the last time, even brother Midir personally came. The late king could not bear to hit her, and he also did not dare to hit Madame Ida, who secretly helped her. So, he could only let Lord Zakriel whip Kessel, who was in cahoots with her. Elise paused at this point. She looked at the king in front of her, sighed, and continued. Now that I think about it, running away from home with her and starving on the streets together, sigh, it's actually not that bad. Thales was a little dazed as he listened. Constance sounds like. Thales said faintly. She's a very lively and adorable girl. Lively and adorable? Elise laughed involuntarily. You haven't experienced her pranks, including when she painted cute kittens on the back of Horace's armor. The entire military camp saw it, but no one dared to say anything. It was a captive who reminded him, because she was afraid that third brother could not find a wife. She used Bancroft's name to send love letters to all the future sisters-in-law she had her eyes on, and arranged dates. Because she thought Herman was too smug, she secretly changed his perfume to dog urine when he had a cold and could not smell it. Interested in adult sex, she secretly followed Kessel to Red Street Market, eavesdropped on him, and even came out from under the bed to ask him about his thoughts. Thales could not help but laugh as he listened. The only person who could discipline her was brother Midir. Elise shook her head helplessly. But even so, Constance's plan still worked once. She successfully applied a delayed effect pepper spray on Midir's wheelchair, and he looked like nothing had happened. He attended the Imperial Conference for an entire day without batting an eyelid. Thales was still laughing, but he suddenly realized something and froze. Aunt Elise, you just said, Thales frowned, and said softly, Midir's wheelchair? The atmosphere between the two of them sank slightly. A few seconds later, Elise frowned slightly. You don't know? Thales narrowed his eyes. That's true, Elise sighed slowly. It's a long past, and it involves the deceased. It's normal that you don't know. The Duke of Star Lake subconsciously turned his head. He realized in hindsight that all the stairs in Mindy's hall had slid down a considerable proportion. It seemed like it was not just for decoration. And Elise spoke faintly, her gaze focused on the void. At this moment, she seemed to have cut off the noise of the outside world and was immersed in the past. Although his smile is always the most gentle, caring, tolerant, and caring for everyone, although his shoulders are always the toughest, supporting, and protecting everyone, although his shoulders are always the most tenacious, supporting, and protecting everyone. But even though he was so understanding, gentle, and considerate, no one could truly understand his pain. Thales turned around and looked at her in surprise. That's right. When brother Midir was young, he encountered an accident on a trip, Elise said faintly. Since then, his legs have been disabled, and he can't walk. With a wheelchair as his companion for life. What? Thales was stunned. Midir Jade Star. The former master of Mindy's Hall. The former heir to the supreme throne, the wise prince that everyone praised. It's actually this, the wheelchair-bound crown prince? Thales suddenly remembered the scene when Kessel pulled him up from the ground just now. And his cold words. As a Jade Star, even if both legs are crippled, never bend your knees. Especially in here. In the next second, without any pause, they followed behind the king and queen and walked into the banquet hall. They welcomed the surging tide of people and the cheers of the mountains. Chapter 546. Thales did not know the order of the Constellatiate nobles' banquets, but at least from this royal banquet, which was hosted by him in name, the Constellation's table etiquette was much better than that of the Northlanders. The banquet was still at the seating stage, but the people exchanged pleasantries in an orderly manner. Men and women sat intertwined and interacted appropriately and naturally. The servants and attendants came and went in an orderly manner. The guards kept a low profile and almost invisible. Even the clowns and minstrels played appropriate music and performed in moderation. They never crossed key areas and disturbed the guests. Thales could not help but recall the banquet hosted by King Nuvan in heroic Spirit Palace. He could not help but feel sorry for Little Rascal for a second. But then he remembered that Little Rascal's life and death were unknown, so his teasing moment of silence turned into complete gloom. His Majesty is here. Long live the king. Long live the queen. The king's entourage entered the hall. The originally quiet Mindy's hall burst into an uproar. Greetings and discussions came one after another. May you be healthy. God bless Constellation. Congratulations on your reunion with His Grace the Duke. It was as if there was a huge whirlpool in the banquet hall with King Kessel at the center, full of power and irresistible. It sucked in all the guests, from honorary counts to hereditary barons, from invited officials to honorary conscripts, out of their seats like ants. It was only when they entered a safe distance and bumped into the unpretentious royal guards that they snapped out of their daze. Many guests in the front row bowed respectfully and knelt down to salute, but proper etiquette could not hide their impatience. The Leckmurray family of Donna River greets you, Your Majesty. I represent all the members of the East City Police Station. Move forward a little. Try to let His Majesty see us, but not too deliberately, lest we embarrass ourselves in front of His Majesty. Your Majesty, do you remember Hazard from the Battle of the Altar? Thales watched all of this. He watched the guests surrounding King Kessel scramble to see him. They bowed from front to back, like rows of harvested straws. Wherever the scythe touched, the straws fell. Thales suddenly remembered the Dark Knight Temple's play he watched when he was young. In the scene where the calamities descended, the actors who played the roles of kind people on the stage also acted the same way. In the plot of the calamities destroying the world, they followed the tense and heavy backstage accompaniment and fell one after another in front of the strangely dressed calamities. The only difference was that after these straws fell, they slowly rose back up and tilted towards Thales in a barely discernible manner. They brought with them a restrained but complicated gaze. King Kessel's expression was as usual, and his steps were steady. Beside him, Queen Kia nodded gently and smiled. Just like that, one silent and dignified, the other amiable, they walked forward hand in hand, step by step, towards the top of the 2 steps, facing the entire banquet hall, which was also the highest seat that belonged solely to the royal family. Of course, not everyone was sucked into the vortex caused by the king. The Duke of Eastern Sea cum Prime Minister Bob Cullen sat at the long table on the 2nd step with a smile, surrounded by the nobles of Eastern Sea Hill who were on good terms with him. There was an endless stream of central officials and important nobles who came to greet the Prime Minister. They exchanged cordial greetings and toasts as they patiently waited for the arrival of the king and prince. From time to time, they would exchange a few words of praise and exclaim that after the kingdom was gone, Constellation would prosper. Duke Zayn Covendier sat opposite Prime Minister Cullen. Many of the junior bureaucrats and newly wealthy merchants who came to the long table with anticipation but could not muster the courage to meet the Prime Minister chose to express their respect to the young nobleman who owned South Coast Hill. Under the Duke's encouragement, they gradually relaxed and chatted happily. When they left, they repeatedly praised the approachable, noble, and sincere master of iris flowers. In stark contrast to this table was another long table on the same step but much more secluded. The shackled Duke of the Northern Territory, Val Arund, with his hair hanging to his shoulders, sat quietly at one end. He ignored the curious and probing gazes of those around him and drank by himself. Behind him stood a few royal guards who never left his side. Other than old acquaintances, only a few upright Northern Territory nobles and honorary conscripts who had fought alongside him dared to come forward to greet him. At the other end of the long table sat the casual Duke of the Land of Cliffs, Coaster Nanchester. The owner of the great antler deer had a cold and gloomy eye as he sized up the commotion caused by the king. From time to time, he would raise his glass at Duke Val, who was sitting opposite him. Many nobles with deep family backgrounds and close ties with the Northern Territory and the Land of Cliffs came forward to greet him, but compared to the Prime Minister and the Duke of Iris Flowers, this table could only be considered deserted. In contrast, the third step of the table next to the Duke's long table was much more harmonious. The people sitting here may not be as noble as the guardian dukes and appointed counts, but they were still more important, such as the central political figures of the Imperial Conference, the various bureaucrats in Eternal Star City, and the important heads of the industrial and commercial industries. And the hereditary landlords of the Central Territory, including the 7 Jade Star attendants. There are so many people, isn't there? Baron Stone looked at the king expressionlessly. There are 4 dukes alone. Baron Stone paused for a moment. He saw the young man who came with Princess Elise and laughed softly. Sorry, the 5 of you. Indeed, forget about the iris flower and the sun's sword and shield, as for the great antler deer and the white eagle, as well as many people. At the same table, Viscount Adrian of Swan County expressed his agreement and sighed at Mrs. Barney across the long table, but his eyes were focused on her son and the toy in his hands. I thought I would never see it again in this lifetime. The return of the young lord, the stability of the kingdom is naturally unprecedented. Congratulations, Mrs. Barney responded with a smile that was watertight. She also urged her son, who was lowering his head to play with the 9-pointed star badge, in a low voice. Luther, listen to your mother. Put away the Duke's gift first. Look, there are so many fun things on the table. On the other side, Doyle's father, old Baron Doyle, turned his head and excitedly introduced to a market bureaucrat at the next table. So, this year's grain harvest in my territory is bountiful, and the granary is full. But you know, cheap grain hurts the farmers. If you can follow the law and do things according to the rules, when outsiders come to buy grain, set the local market price of agricultural grain higher. I mean, set it a little more reasonably. Oh, I see, I understand. After all, you have to do things according to the rules. By the way, do you see the 2 guards behind the Duke of Star Lake? Pay attention to the more handsome one. Hey, that's my son, Daniel Doyle. He guards the royal family, is loyal, and is deeply trusted by Duke Thales. So, with him here, every time I come to Mindy's Hall, it's like going home. The big, serious-looking man next to him, that's Kayla Glover, a close friend of my son's who serves the Duke together, a brother. He's also Viscount Glover's half-brother. Which Glover? Oh, you know, the Viscount of Lake Mountain County, Lozano Glover, one of the 7 Jade Star attendants, the mainstay of the kingdom's Department of Finance. Oh. What? You've changed your mind? You also think cheap grain hurts the farmers? You want to go back and recheck the relevant laws and adjust the pricing? Oh my lord, I really did not misjudge you. To be honest, I'm a man of noble character, and I don't usually look up to those mediocre and vulgar people. It's rare to see a good person like you who worries about the country and the people and does things according to the rules. Come, let's drink. As the king and his entourage approached, the lords at the noble long table stopped talking. They were not like many guests who were so excited that they rushed forward one after another without caring about their manners, but they still stood up from the long table and respectfully saluted the king. There's no need to bow, everyone. Thales watched the king walk through the center of the hall, up the slow stairs, from the most common seat to the Duke's long table, and listened to him speak slowly. If I wait for all of you to kiss my ring one by one, then we won't be able to start until dawn. The king's tone was indifferent, but the weight in it lingered in the hall. However, it made Thales' heart tremble. He subconsciously touched the back of his hand. There was no ring there. Pay attention to your behavior. Beside him, Aunt Elise noticed his abnormality. Although she was smiling as usual, her tone was unusually stern. Perhaps Gines can ignore it, but you, Thales only felt a tightness on his arm. You are a prince. Facing the entire kingdom, your demeanor, expression, gaze, tone. Every move will be infinitely magnified and overinterpreted. Aunt Elise held his arm, but her words were full of power. Thales could not help but straighten his back and adjust his bearing. Put on your armor, or as Gines would say, raise your shield. Thales took a deep breath and tried his best to make his smile natural. Under the guidance of Baron Quinton, the chief of palace staff, and Adrian, the captain of the royal guards, the king held the queen's arm and stepped onto the highest table with great familiarity, then sat down leisurely, facing the guests and overlooking the hall. Thales, on the other hand, sat down at the long table that was one level lower than the king's under Mallow's and Gilbert's instructions. Aunt Elise and Gines sat on his left. Both of them cast him a concerned gaze. A few meters away, at the next table, Zayn Covendier gave Thales a meaningful smile. Countless gazes looked up and focused on the few people at these few tables. The guests had different expressions and reactions, all of which could be seen from his point of view. Of course, from the king's point of view, Thales' actions were presumably the same. Thales listened to his own heartbeat, but very unprofessionally spaced out for a second. He suddenly remembered the memory from his past life. The moment he stood on the podium, all the flukes and fantasies you once had as a student would be completely shattered. It turned out that for thousands of days, the teachers could clearly see all the little things you thought were hidden, low-key, and undiscovered, on the podium and under the table. But they still pretended that nothing had happened, and continued to lecture patiently and smilingly. It seemed that the students below the podium were good children who were listening attentively, weren't they? At this moment, Thales maintained his smile as he quietly looked at the good students in the hall, and suddenly had a realization about the height of the king's seat. Damn it, zombie, sit there a little, or else the beautiful maids. I mean the attendants will not be able to pass when they deliver the food. Doyle's gritted teeth came from behind him. This place is too narrow, is it really prepared for the prince? Even the banquets in the Barney family's manor are wider than this, or do the attendants have no human rights? Next door, Mallows, who sat at the same table as Gilbert, glared at Thales. Doyle's whispered complaints immediately disappeared in Thales' ears. The banquet hall slowly turned from noisy to quiet. The master of Eastern Sea Hill cum Prime Minister, Duke Cullen, stood up from the table with a smile. He first reached out to stop the music, and then bowed to the king. His huge belly almost pushed the heavy long table back a few inches. Your Majesty, Eternal Star City has not had such a large royal banquet for a long time. This is a national event, but Kessel V just waved his hand lightly, and nonchalantly stuffed the Prime Minister's words into his mouth. I know why you are here. You also know why I am here. The king's cold voice reverberated in the hall, and just like the countless imperial conferences he had attended, the temperature absent-mindedly dropped. There is no need to waste time. Prime Minister Cullen, who had obviously prepared a lot of opening remarks, choked. King Kessel leaned back in his chair and said calmly, let's eat. In the hall, the guests who had come to attend the rare royal banquet and were looking forward to the festivities and enthusiasm were all stunned. Huh? At that moment, whether it was the composed nobles, the well-dressed ladies, the performers who were trying their best to make a name for themselves, or the guards and attendants who were trying their best to maintain order, everyone felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads and faces. The hall was silent, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Princess Elise, who was beside him, sighed, while Gilbert, who was next door, furrowed his brows. After a few seconds of silence, the hall began to fill with endless whispers. The guests whispered to each other, almost like buzzing bees. Duke Cullen, on the other hand, was dumbfounded and somewhat at a loss. Thales felt the atmosphere around him, and could not help but turn his eyes and subconsciously lowered his head. Damn it. Father Kessel. I've underestimated you. You're the strongest atmosphere killer in the kingdom. But, speaking of atmosphere killer, if only Duke Fakenhas was here. As boring as he was, he would definitely know how to answer. Amidst the noisy buzzing, the guests had their own discussions. You know, Kessel wasn't like this before. Aunt Elise leaned close to his ear and explained awkwardly in a low voice. Maybe it's because the royal family hasn't held a banquet for too long. At the table of the 7 Jade Star attendants, the old Viscount Patterson ignored the horrified looks of his 2 nephews and snorted disdainfully and disrespectfully. No matter how many years have passed, even with the crown on, that kid's speech is still terrible. I guess when he's about to bed a woman, this is what he says, "Let's do it." These words made the guests at the same table a little embarrassed, and they all laughed without saying a word. That was until Viscount Adrian responded appropriately. Concise, efficient, and straightforward. His Majesty is indeed our role model. Viscount Patterson snorted softly, his voice sarcastic and unclear. Us? On the other side, Baron Stone turned around and nodded expressionlessly. Us. At the distant table of foreign guests, Administrator Jorge from the northern Deer City had a gleam in his eyes. This king has guts, the bearded man chuckled, ignoring the gazes of the people around him. Damn, I'm starting to like him. The scene lasted for a few seconds, until Duke Cullen sighed and coughed violently a few times to quell the situation of the gradually rising discussion, and began to earnestly persuade again. Your Majesty, but according to convention, you need to make an opening toast at the beginning of the banquet. King Kessel slowly raised his head, as if he had just woken up from his contemplation. Is that so? I almost forgot about it. Duke Cullen nodded and smiled. That's right. Think about the banquets you attended when you were young, right? Many of them were held here. The king narrowed his eyes, his voice as heavy as ever, making people unable to help but look serious. But it wasn't my turn to give a speech then, was it? The Duke of Eastern Sea shuddered. Your Majesty, his face was pale, his lips opened and closed, but he still could not continue. Thales could not help but sympathize with Duke Cullen, who had to pay attention to his public image while also taking care of the king's reputation, and was left speechless. When he thought about how this poor fat grandpa was actually the prime minister, and how he would probably be put in a spot by King Kessel at the imperial conference every day, all right. King Kessel snorted softly. He let the poor prime minister off the hook, and looked at the table one level lower. Child, you're here. Thales met the king's gaze, and subconsciously, according to his instincts from his etiquette training, nodded at His Majesty in response. The etiquette was perfect, and the smile was appropriate. To show one's loyalty. But, After a few tenths of a second, the young Duke of Star Lake came back to his senses, and his smile froze. Wait a minute. What did he say? Come what? The next moment, everyone in the hall turned their gazes towards him. They were like countless swords that shone with a cold light, and they were all over Thales' body. Duke Cullen exhaled and sat down shakily. The king lowered his head again and played with the glass of wine in his hand, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. Thales was aware of the current situation. He turned back numbly and saw Queen Kia's expectant gaze, Jine's surprised and worried gaze, Gilbert's anxious expression, Mallow's thoughtful expression, and countless. Thales. The smile on Princess Elisa's face did not diminish. She was as calm as ever, but she pushed his arm under the table, and a few syllables as weak as mosquitoes emerged from her lips. Quick, don't hesitate, give a speech. Anything. After a few months of training, Prince Thales instinctively stood up without anyone's reminder. Thanks to Jine's etiquette lessons, his posture was elegant and his expression calm. Only Thales himself knew that it was all fake. At this moment, the sin of Hell's River was desperately helping him stabilize his body's reactions, from his joints, muscles, blood vessels, heartbeat. He was like a pitiful plasterer who was panting and running back and forth, tearing down Peter to repair Paul, but still could not stop the house from leaking. Thales took a deep breath, desperately maintaining his calm smile, and frantically racked his brain. No, a speech, what speech? Is there such an item in the program? It wasn't mentioned during the banquet rehearsal. Thales twisted his neck stiffly, but in the eyes of others, he appeared to be calm. He raised the wine glass beside him that was filled with wine that he did not know what it was, and he did not have the time to know. He looked at the pairs of eyes in the hall that were filled with all kinds of emotions, doubt, curiosity, anticipation, fanaticism, schadenfreude, the sin of hell's river was a little at a loss. It kept changing back and forth, but it still could not figure out what its master wanted at the moment. Explosive power? Speed? Endurance? Agility? Senses? Balance? Or the courage to fight to the death without retreating, kill everything in front of you, and only stop? Thales tried his best to suppress the sin of hell's river, which gradually became fierce because it could not find its target. After all, this was not a battle of life and death. Thales smiled worriedly, raised his wine glass, nodded slightly, and cleared his throat to stall for time. No, this is much more difficult than fighting. Fighting? Taking care of opponents like the Star Killer, the Raven of Death, the Legendary Wing, and the Knight of Judgment? That's a piece of cake, okay? End of this chapter. Chapter 547. At the Duke's long table, Prime Minister Cullen sighed with lingering fear. Zayn smiled coldly, One-Eyed Dragon was expressionless, and Duke Val continued to drink as if no one else was around. Banquet speech, Thales muttered desperately, but his mind was blank. It was like the deadline for handing in homework at midnight, but the document in your hand was still empty until 11:50 p.m. Wait a minute. Banquet speech is not without reference, is it not? The next second. My lords, welcome to Mindy's Hall. Thales raised his wine glass with one hand and slowly walked out of his seat so that everyone could see him. Out of politeness, the guest stood up. He looked around the hall slowly and unhurriedly. Quick, what should I say next? Thales' inner monologue. His voice reverberated and could be heard clearly. Our door is filled with honored guests and distinguished friends. I've only attended such a grand banquet once in my life. Thales lowered his head, as if reminiscing. He paused for a few seconds. He looked up and smiled. You know, in Dragon Cloud City. King Nuvan wants to thank me, for killing his son. Laughter rang in the banquet hall. Except for the Northland guests, all of them looked livid. Thales shrugged helplessly. Banquet. At that moment, King Nuvan's bold and boorish appearance inevitably emerged in the teenager's mind as he raised his wine glass. The born king's powerful and shocking voice from the Northland welcoming banquet also came to mind. Come on. Eat. Drink. Fight. F***ck. Do whatever you want. Until you're lying, rolling, limp, crawling, and being carried out of my palace. Bastards. The corners of Thales' lips curled up. He quietly glanced at the guests from Constellation, who were all well-mannered. He decisively kicked the roaring King Nuvan out of his mind. Trust me, you don't want to be there. Thales sighed. The food in Dragon Cloud City is terrible, and the wine is terrible. It's torture. Some of the guests chuckled. Thales shrugged, and his eyebrows danced. I guess this is why he wants to thank me, for killing his son. The laughter in the hall rose and fell again. Elise glanced at Thales with a strange expression, worried about his boldness. Mallows comforted the nervous Gilbert in a soft voice, telling him that this was the Duke's way of complaining over the past few months, and that he just had to get used to it. Jorge snorted in displeasure. Yes, this is also why, when the Archduke of Black Sand Region sat on the throne and drank Dragon Cloud City's terrible special wine, Thales swirled his wine glass. He regretted it. The laughter in the hall became the norm. King Chapman hated me and imprisoned me for 6 whole years. Thales looked at everyone and was rather puzzled. But I really can't help him, the Duke of Star Lake shrugged at the hall, his expression helpless. I can't possibly kill every king of Extet, can I? The laughter in the hall grew louder and louder. Unexpectedly, Duke Val was among them. He stared at his wine glass and did not bother to hide his laughter. King Kessel narrowed his eyes. Thales took a deep breath and pressed his hand to stop the laughter in the banquet hall. All right, many of you may know me. At the Duke's table, many people had mixed reactions. That's right, I have just ended a 6-year journey. Thales faced the guests with a straight face and was satisfied to see that they were also sitting upright and still. He raised his glass and said, civilized, elegant, peaceful and peaceful. Some of the guests could not help but laugh. But Thales' tone immediately took a sharp turn for the worse. And my return must have brought many surprises, because I can see in your eyes, doubt, wariness, alienation, hostility. The last word made the originally relaxed and cheerful atmosphere in the banquet hall turn cold. The one-eyed dragon and the Duke of Iris Flowers stared at Thales, deep in thought. Thales turned halfway to avoid looking at the king's expression. This prince who suddenly appeared 6 years ago, what has he become after returning from the enemy country? What will he bring to you? What will he bring to the kingdom? Will it be stability or turbulence, stability or change? Understandable, because I have the same suspicions. Thales' expression was solemn. Some are happy, some are confused, some are observing, some are hesitant. Of course, there may be some who do not want to see my appearance. Even the entire hall became completely silent. But I remember 6 years ago, when I was about to leave the kingdom and head north, a lord warned me. Thales looked at the wine glass in his hand with a serious expression. Go to Extet, to the place between the north wind and the dragon's children. Go to another angle, another world, and see another star. Maybe I will gain something. The way the Duke of Nanchester looked at him changed. I have indeed gained something. Thales raised his head and raised his eyebrows. Most importantly, don't drink extension wine. The guests roared with laughter again. But Thales quickly got back on track. But I am still confused. This time, the Duke of Star Lake's eyes were no longer teasing. Jokes aside, there is no doubt that Nuvan VII was a great king. He was decisive, far-sighted, generous, heroic, and wise. Even a born king like him could not avoid his own misfortune. He could not save Dragon Cloud City from the disaster, and he could not stop Extet's decline. Many of the guests began to whisper. Thales looked like he was in deep thought. This makes me suspicious. Living next to them, how do we live, how do we rule, how do we move forward so that we do not end up like this and leave no regrets? Thales paused for a few seconds to let the guests' discussions ferment. Then, he raised his head with a straight face. To be honest, I do not know. Thales said loudly. But when I stepped into this hall, I think, at least I know where the answer lies. Thales raised his wine glass. Today is not just about me. 3,000 years ago today, the ancient kings marched north with their entire army. They staked everything on one throw and fought against the orcs. They traveled 1,000 miles to pursue the Holy One. Thales recalled the Errol World History class. Not just King Anzac of Rock Ridge, but Rooter, Shaywin, Northland, Thornland, Faraway Mountains, Carenza, Salt Lands. It was the countless nations, and cities of that era that united as one. They were selfless and fearless. Only then could they create miracles and write epics. Thales raised his voice. They stood on the glaciers, stepped on the skulls of the orcs, and announced to the world that as long as they worked together, humans would be invincible. Many of the guests looked serious. They raised their wine glasses and returned the toast from afar. On the contrary, Thales' expression darkened. He carefully looked at each guest, the innocent-looking Duke Cullen, the gloomy Zayan, the thoughtful Koshter, the silent and dazed Val. Division leads to decline, internal strife leads to weakness, selfishness is despicable, and mutual destruction leads to the end. Thales' voice became deep. He looked around and said in an unquestionable tone, "Believe me, I have seen how the descendants of Rikaru the hero lived." King Nuvan's domineering and tyrannical ways brought about suspicion, King Chapman's tyranny made him countless enemies, the Archduke's wild ambitions caused the kingdom to be in turmoil, and the Northlanders' fanaticism, blindness, and self-righteousness since ancient times worsened the situation until it was irreversible. He said solemnly, "So I understand, whether it is the Holiness Exorcism campaign or the kingdom today, only by overcoming these weaknesses, only by being united, and only by working together can we have a foothold on the earth and look up to the heavens. Thales said loudly, just like today, just like yesterday, just like tomorrow, just like the countless days and nights that I and all of you here will be loyal to each other until the end of our lives. Gilbert and a few of his friends had strange expressions, as if they were surprised by the prince's impromptu performance. In the next second, Thales raised his wine glass over his head and shouted angrily, "To Constellation." Thales said in a long voice, "To bask in her light for the past 700 years, to be grateful for her greatness, to shelter her wings, and to share her glory." There was a second of silence. Then, the shackled Duke of the Northern Territory, Val Arund, unexpectedly raised his glass and shouted in response, "To Constellation." The one-eyed Duke of the Land of Cliffs, Coaster Nanchester, smiled and raised his glass as well. "To Constellation." Immediately after, Queen Kia also raised her glass expectantly and cooperatively, leading a large group of guests who were not used to it to raise their glasses. Soon, under the urging gaze of the Queen, the King also snorted softly and raised his glass nonchalantly. With a precedent, the guests were stirred up. They raised their glasses in unison and echoed, "To Constellation." The hall immediately boiled over, and the sound shook the dome. Jorge and Levi Trent Ida, who were sitting in the corner, looked around. In order to fit in, they still raised their glasses awkwardly. Thales sucked in a deep breath and chased away the anxiety in his heart, which made him feel like a duck on a perch. "To the King." Thales turned to King Kessel and raised his glass from afar, trying not to read the complicated meaning in the latter's eyes. For him, in the face of danger, to turn the tide, to work hard for decades, to protect the kingdom with unwavering determination. The guests in the hall gradually got used to it and echoed in unison, "To the King." Thales' words became smoother. He turned around, looked at the entire hall, and turned his glass around. "To ourselves. For all of you here and our ancestors, for us who have worked together for hundreds of years to carry the burden forward, and for the great cause of mankind's most glorious past. And for us to be as unstoppable as ever." The guests raised their glasses in response, like a flash flood. "To ourselves." Thales breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He smiled and looked to the north again. "And," Thales roared with all his heart, "you're right. F***CKU. Chapman Lampard." There was no need to remind them, and no one seemed to think. Many people followed without hesitation and shouted, F***CKU. Chapman Lampard. After shouting this, many people were stunned at first, then they reacted and roared with laughter. This time, the guests from different seats and backgrounds were in unison, including Northerners like Jorge and Levi. They shouted without any grudges and with sincerity. But at this moment, a different shout pierced through the crowd and rang loudly. "To Duke Thales." Thales was slightly surprised. It was an ordinary-looking young noble dressed in ordinary clothes. He stood among the foreign guests and resolutely raised his cup and shouted, "Let's go." To his open-mindedness, wisdom, breadth of mind, courage, and youth. Everyone was stunned again. But soon, many people responded one after another, "Yes." To the Duke of Star Lake. To Prince Thales. To Jade Star. The sound of agreement rose and fell in the hall, and it was loud and powerful. However, many people were regretting their decision. "Why didn't I speak first?" Thales listened to the echoes in the hall and took a deep breath, ignoring the king's expression behind him. "Everyone." Thales' expression was firm, and his gaze did not waver. He raised his glass and shouted the last toast with a drawn-out tone. If Constellation were here, there was no need for anyone to remind them. The guests, whose emotions had been stirred up, reacted in unison and shouted the second half of the sentence that they knew by heart. "The Empire shall live forever." Thales struck while the iron was hot. He raised his glass, and in order to make it look heroic, he even spilled quite a bit. Fortunately, it was not Northland's rye distilled wine. It was Constellation's local grape wine. Thales lowered his head. When he saw that the guests were almost done drinking, he laughed and said, "Very well, then let the banquet." In the next second, Thales instinctively lowered his glass. "Let's begin." But this time, Thales did not hear the heart-stirring sound when the heavy Northland wooden wine glass collided with the dining table or the stone bricks, which he was very familiar with in the past few years. Instead, crack, Thales shuddered. This sound, it was crisp, pleasant, pure, it made people heartbroken. Everyone was stunned. The banquet hall suddenly fell silent. The Duke of Star Lake lowered his head with difficulty and looked at the expensive wine glass that had been smashed to pieces by his feet. Thales immediately realized that he had gotten into trouble. He moved his feet expressionlessly, intending to leave the crime scene. But when his boots stepped on the glass shards, it made a terrifying sound. This caused even more gazes to be focused on the prince. The guests of the royal banquet looked at each other. Many of them were still holding their wine glasses that they had just finished drinking. They looked at the Duke of Star Lake, who had just committed a grave crime of murdering a wine glass in front of the entire kingdom. They were at a loss. Until Administrator Jorge from Elefure City, who was seated at a remote table, finished his wine. He was in high spirits and smashed his glass downwards without any hesitation. Crack, the sound of glass shattering shocked everyone again. But in the next moment, Gilbert was the first to react. Without hesitation, he spilled the wine that he could not finish and similarly smashed his glass on the floor. Crack. Beside him, Thales' personal guard captain, Lord Mallows, was expressionless, but he also smashed his glass hard. Crack. With such a precious gem in front of them, many of the observant Constellation guests reacted one after another. They came forward one after another. Whether they were familiar with it or not, used to it or not, liked or disliked it, they all raised their hands high and smashed their glasses hard. Crack. Crack. Bang. Rip. For a moment, it was as if solid ice had cracked in the banquet hall. Silver bottles exploded, and the crisp and sharp sounds of shattering rose and fell, echoing each other like a marching concerto. Even the high and mighty Queen Kia threw her hand excitedly. She watched as the Queen's special wine glass flew in an arc and landed on the floor, dismembered. Not only that, Gilbert gave the Chief of Palace Staff a meaningful look. The latter reacted and quickly waved his hand. Musicians, clowns, and minstrels came forward one after another. They played music and danced. The servants shouted at each other in a flurry. Their thick sauls stepped on the glass shards all over the floor, and they came forward in unison to serve the food. The banquet began. Music and performances, food and wine. The atmosphere in the banquet hall finally became lively again. The guests' conversations, discussions, and laughter finally rang out without restraint. It overshadowed the uproar, shock, abruptness, and awkwardness caused by Thales' passing action. It was only then that Gilbert exhaled. The Foreign Affairs Minister touched his forehead. It was already covered in cold sweat. His Highness, the culprit, the instigator, the Honorable Duke of Star Lake, Thales, stepped on the shattered glass on the floor with a lifeless look on his face. He returned to his seat mechanically while the dual music rang in his ears and under his feet. Thales, Elise calmly dragged her legs and swept aside the half a glass that she had not smashed into pieces due to her inexperience. She asked hesitantly and doubtfully, "What's the matter?" She asked hesitantly and doubtfully, "About what happened just now. I know. I'm sorry, it's my fault," Thales said with a fake smile. Remembering his aunt's teachings, even though his heart was filled with shame and awkwardness, he maintained a calm expression on his face, as if he was born this way. "I'm just used to it." At the highest seat, King Kessel was expressionless as he gently put down the undamaged wine glass in his hand. In the entire hall, in addition to toasting each other at the beginning of the banquet, many guests were also discussing, such as the seating of the 7 Jade Star attendants. Is this a Constellation banquet or an Extet banquet? Baron Stone frowned. Viscount Patterson snorted softly and looked at Prince Thales, who acted as if nothing had happened. Is that important? Liveliness is good, old Baron Doyle laughed. Liveliness makes people love you. The rest of the people were silent. But some people did not think so. As the chief steward of the palace, Baron Quinton, who came to Mindy's hall to help arrange the banquet, was dumbfounded. Trembling, he ordered his servants, clean, also, send a message to deliver a new batch of royal goblets, but he quickly reacted and stopped his servants. Wait. Remember, double the amount. Baron Quinton gritted his teeth in grief and indignation. He looked at the hall full of debris and said to the confused servant, spare. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet became more and more lively, and everyone was immersed in the food, wine, or conversation, and had no time to care about anything else, in a remote seat that no one noticed, a solemn guest had a dazed look in his eyes as he forked the goose meat on his plate intermittently. In the next second, his ribs twitched. The guest's expression changed slightly. He wanted to turn around, but a familiar, experienced voice slowly drifted into his ears, causing his movements to freeze. Don't look back. The experienced voice said slowly, you should know how difficult it is to bring this in. The guest stiffened, but he still put down his right hand and quietly took the thing from the other party under the table. Why? The guest asked, puzzled. The experienced voice seemed to be faintly discernible, as if it did not care. I know what you are going to do, but obviously, this is more effective. If you have really made up your mind. The guest's thoughts tightened. He looked at the forks on the table and said with difficulty, why? But the experienced voice did not answer. It only said slowly, remember, find your target. You only have one chance. The guest clenched his teeth. I don't understand, he clearly rejected me, why? But the experienced voice no longer answered. It was as if it had never appeared. The guest took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stuffed the thing under his ribs into his clothes. Find, target? The guest slowly raised his head and looked at the top of the banquet hall, at the seat of the king. Sitting there was a calm and unruffled man with an extraordinary status, a teenager. The guest breathed in a daze. His gaze gradually changed from pain, suffering, indignation, jealousy, and hesitation to unshakable determination and viciousness. He stared at the high-spirited young duke and gently pressed the stranger's gift under his clothes. The skin on his hand felt cold. He knew that it was a short sword. Excellent quality. The blade was cold and sharp. Merciless. End of this chapter. Chapter 548. Thank you, I will remember your kindness. Please thank your daughter for her concern on my behalf. Happy 11th birthday, Baron Bourbon. Thales politely raised his glass in his seat and sent away a guest who came up to toast him. He then refocused his attention on the liveliness of the banquet. As it turned out, the Holy Pursuit Day banquet was more relaxing than Thales had expected after the initial awkwardness. Amidst the melodious music, not only were the guests enjoying the banquet and chatting enthusiastically, the servants of Mindy's hall were also constantly serving dishes and serving food. Many of the attendants of the guests were shuttling between different long tables, either helping to serve wine or passing messages on behalf of their masters, completing service and social tasks time and time again. Just like in Extet, there was an empty space in the center of the banquet hall. It served as both a stage and a dance floor. Minstrels, clowns, acrobats, instrumentalists, and dancers took turns to perform their respective skills. For example, at this moment, a bard was pacing around with his zither in his arms. He had already begun his performance. This song is a new piece inspired by my years of visiting the Western Desert. It tells the story of King Kessel leading his army deep into the desert 11 years ago and killing the enemy chieftain in the Battle of the Altar. This was familiar to Thales. When he was a child beggar, there were often such bards in Sunset Pub, but their clothes were never so neat, and their singing and zither skills varied. As the bards sang in a melodious and grand manner, the dishes were constantly refreshed. They were served on the long tables in order. There were no less than 5 kinds of cheese soup, vegetables and fruits, roasted bird eggs of strange sizes, sturgeon soup, oatmeal, pig blood sausage that did not look good, smoked beef, roasted chicken with sauce, venison stew, all kinds of unknown poultry and game, raw and cooked seashells, terrifyingly large meatballs, dozens of different styles of bread, pancakes, pies, and all kinds of magical dishes whose original ingredients could not be identified, of course, that included all kinds of indispensable alcohol. How should I put it? Is his dad really rich? Thales sighed. All right, Constellations do have a way with food, at least compared to the Northlanders in Dragon Cloud City who only know how to roast, and stew, Dragon Cloud City. At the thought of this, Thales' mood became gloomy. What's wrong? Not used to it? Aunt Elise, who was beside him, noticed him. No, it's just that there are too many choices. Thales stared at a plate of beans absent-mindedly. I don't know where to start. Princess Elise elegantly divided the vegetables on the plate and seemed to sigh with emotion. You should go to the dragon-kissed basin. The nobles in Enlenzo are very strict with their food. Of course, I can't get used to their taste. Once you get used to a place, it's hard to get used to the delicacies of another place. Thales forced a smile. In the end, he imitated his aunt and extended his claws to a plate of seemingly fresh lettuce. Someone poked him. Thales turned around and saw that it was Doyle, who was sitting on the vice table behind him. His cheeks were puffed up. Your Highness, you can. Doyle swallowed a mouthful of food and ignored Glover's disdainful gaze. He pointed at Thales' table and whispered, Can you pass me the seasoning salt? Oh right, and the plate of beef on your left. Thales frowned. Isn't there any on your desk? Yes, but I always feel that the food served on your Highness's table is especially delicious, Thales sighed. He looked around and found that no one was paying attention. Then, he quietly leaned forward, pushed the plate of beef behind his armpit, and stuffed it to Doyle. You're really not polite. Doyle took the food the prince gave him in a well-practiced and tacit manner. He smiled obsequiously. Because his lordship is not here. Ahem, I mean, because you're the most kind and gentle prince in the world. Thales rolled his eyes and continued to deal with his lettuce. Doyle sent the beef in Glover's direction, but the zombie just turned his head away in disdain and continued to drink his beer. Doyle shrugged indifferently and ate by himself. Your loss. As time went by, the music was played round after round, and the performers changed again and again. However, the guests became more and more interested, and the atmosphere in the banquet became more and more enthusiastic. More and more guests left their seats and took the initiative to talk. But fortunately, Thales' burden was not too heavy, because most of the people were diverted to the highest table, to his father. It was a rare royal banquet for more than a decade, and there were many guests who wanted to use this informal occasion to pay their respects to the king. King Kessel still looked calm, but he could not finish his meal for more than a minute. Every time, guests of different backgrounds and classes, either with friends or alone, respectfully and expectantly came to pay their respects to the king, interrupting his pitiful rest time. It also affected Guard Captain Adrian and Chief Quinton, as well as important ministers of the royal family such as Gilbert and Kirkirkman, who had to rush over frequently to offer toasts and divert the king's attention. Although the Iron Hand King had a cold temperament, on this occasion, with a face full of boredom, he had to raise his cup frequently, nod his head in response, and say a few warm words from time to time. Queen Kia, on the other hand, was at ease. It could be seen that she was skilled in this field when she was young. In just half an hour, there were 20 to 30 groups of guests who came to pay their respects to the king. Thales clicked his tongue in wonder. Don't laugh, Aunt Elise was indifferent and ruined his mood with one sentence. You'll be the same in the future. Thales sighed. With something on his mind, he could not enjoy his meal in peace, so while abusing his lettuce from time to time, he summoned the Sin of Hell's River to strengthen his senses and pay attention to his surroundings. Compared to the Northland nobles' banquets, where only male guests were present, and other than eating and drinking, the occasions in Constellation were much more open. Not only were there no restrictions on men and women, and because of this, the banquets appeared much more elegant. When they were drunk, restless and eager men could often be seen leaving their seats to toast the well-dressed and dazzling ladies. There were even many young, beautiful, lively, and energetic women who would take the initiative to leave their seats, ignoring the supercilious looks and hostility of the men and their families, and leave their surveillance to chat and laugh with the person they liked, exchange drinks, and even enter the dance floor together when the dance music played. It was joyous, and the host and guests enjoyed themselves. But was that really the case? Thales's heart stirred, and the conversations from all directions entered his ears through the filtering and strengthening of Hell's senses. Oh, is that so? Persuade my father to propose marriage? Humph, that's what you said last time. Do you think that after you said this, I'll sneak out at night to let you *CK me for free like before? By the way, I'm getting engaged, and the child in my womb isn't yours. This was obviously an awkward conversation between a couple who had a grudge against each other. A marriage proposal in the land of cliffs? That's right, the other party is from a noble family, but I'd be blind to marry my daughter there. Those conservative mountain barbarians still believe in a heretical evil god called the Master of Mountains. I visited him once 2 years ago, and until now, I still can't forget a small village in the mountains. Their campfire mating custom is comparable to that of primitive people. This was from a local noble in Central Territory. Thales maintained his smile. What he heard from Hell's senses was mostly all sorts of gossip and social chatter in the capital. However, the guests were talking about different things in different directions and on different long tables. The contents of their conversations were quite different. After the bloody year, everyone realized that the 20,000 farmers recruited from the farms with 1,000 gold coins were not as useful as 200 professional soldiers trained with 1,000 gold coins. Do you still remember the scene where the Duke of Star Lake, the previous Duke of Star Lake's army of 2,000 chased tens of thousands of rebel soldiers all over the mountains and plains? This was the long table of honorary military soldiers. Their topic was rather fierce. I was thinking, since the prince is back, shouldn't we head north to take revenge? If we fight a war, with your qualifications, you can at least be a deputy general of the guards, right? You must know that after the horse slayer Daira retired, he climbed up to a higher position and became the director of the police station. My son is learning grammar, theology, and mathematics. This was from a government bureaucrat at the next table. He was talking to his colleagues about his son's future. He's ambitious and wants to stay in Eternal Star City. Maybe he wants to become a civil servant in the government office, maybe he wants to earn a noble title. But I hope he goes back to his hometown to look for a job. After all, South Coast Hill is far away from war. It's well governed, and Jade City is prosperous and comfortable. It's even better than the capital. I'm so envious. My nephew is my heir. He's determined to learn martial arts and join the army. He dreams of becoming a legitimate knight. But you also know that unless you're born with a good family name, the title of a knight is a joke. What legitimacy is there to speak of? Look at the 3 generals. They're knights in name, but one of them is a Northlander, one is a tomboy, and one is a disgusting gigolo who relies on his face to make a living. Thales sighed. He sympathized with the legendary Wing, who was said to be able to unify the Western Peninsula with his face. Yes, Extet has no hostages, and it has increased the risk of war between the two countries. In addition to their endless internal strife, believe me, the northern trade route has come to an end. And the potential business in the future is all concentrated in the west and south. If you're interested, why don't we find a place to talk in detail? This was the long table of the head of the line and the merchants. The conversation was more practical and business. It's been 20 years. A new round of franchise sales should be put on the agenda. Maybe we should find the next scapegoat. He has to do this. His family's loan from the royal family's bank is almost due. If he doesn't bet on this long-distance fleet, he can only transfer his fief to make up for the deficit. Thales did not really understand this business, so he turned his attention to the table of the central politicians. No, the riots at the border of Western Desert a few months ago were just local incidents. It will not affect the kingdom's policies. The local nobles' reaction is just their own private actions. The relationship between the royal family and Western Desert is very good. What? No, of course, this is not the official statement of the Foreign Affairs Department. It's just my personal opinion. Although I do work in the Foreign Affairs Department. This was Gilbert. A suzerain has ordered the abolition of military service. He asked his subjects to pay with money, or else they have to give up their land. No, in fact, His Majesty didn't say anything. This was Kirkuk Man, the Minister of Finance. Of course, the saying abstinence and purity is the will of God is already outdated. On the contrary, if your fief's market is prosperous and there is an abundance of goods, it can attract more money, and you can make more beneficial policies. Presumably, it will also be in line with Sunset's edict. This was Vicar General Stylianides. Yes, a baron of Blade Edge Hill died in the plague, but he only had one illegitimate child. That illegitimate child promised a large sum of money so that the Duchess would acknowledge his right to inheritance. The baron's subordinates and vassals obviously had different opinions, so they came to Eternal Star City to ask His Majesty to make a decision. At this point, the situation became complicated, and no one dared to take up this case. The sin of Hell's River roared, sending more and more conversations from the table into his ears. Thales listened absent-mindedly. He tried to figure out the main points of attention of the guests and the circle in the capital city, while trying to figure out the kingdom's current situation from these words. But he suddenly had a strange feeling. In Dragon Cloud City, be it banquets, state affairs hearings, archdukes or counts, the private conversations of the extension nobles were always methodical and sharp. Fiefs, feuds, power, marriage, the way of Northland, it was often gloomy and heavy, cold and threatening, like dark clouds pressing down. But here, in Constellation, what era are we in? There are still people who believe that a marriage contract and the unification of two surnames can form a family alliance. Come on, in the past, the union of two families meant greater territory and power. But now? It will only bring about huge maintenance costs, sky-high land assessment fees and title recognition fees, as well as division and strife within the family. Your Grace, are you still thinking of exploiting the peasants and collecting taxes to get rich? Sunset, you should really broaden your horizons and learn from your peers in South Coast and Eastern Sea Hill. From trade guilds to buying shares in the Chamber of Commerce, from operating franchises to monopolizing the market, we should make good use of our status and power. In this era, we have too many ways to profit and become famous. Don't talk to him. This guy used to be crude and stupid. Even after he became a suzerain, his mind hasn't changed. His way of ruling is the most primitive and uncouth way. I'm telling you, within 2 generations, he will decline. Thales listened quietly and began to understand. In Eternal Star City, the social interactions and conversations of the Constellatiate nobles were so restless. Fiery. Constantly changing. Thales took a deep breath and suddenly had a more direct understanding of Constellation. Mindy's Hall. Thales looked at the royal manor and sighed. Mindy's. Look at the good things you've done. But before he could finish sighing, Jorge's voice drilled into his ears. F***ck, I'm telling you, at that time, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The dying-born king grabbed your Polaris and our young dragon. He put their little hands together, and before he died, he said, only true love, whose hearts are connected, can summon the true dragon to come and save this city. Thales' expression darkened, and he looked around. In the foreign guest seats, Jorge of Elifure City was drunk, and his spittle was flying everywhere. The king passed away, and the young dragon trembled with anger. She faced the calamity and howled at the sky, dragon clouds do not perish, the Waltons will avenge this. Polaris held her hand and stood side by side, unafraid of death. If you are determined to fight, Jade Star will follow you to the end. The next moment, there was a bang. Guess what? Whoa, they summoned a true dragon. In the blink of an eye, the true dragon fell from the sky, and killed the calamity on the spot. Damn it. Thales listened for a while with a gloomy face, and his mood worsened. He simply turned to listen in another direction. But he quickly realized that he was the main character in many of the conversations. I think we should choose a prince consort who is not of high birth, just like Queen Kia. It's best if she has some affinity with the commoners. After all, things are different now, and Prince Thales is not the meteor of the past. I heard from the merchants in the north that Prince Thales is someone who dares to fight the Northland barbarians, and dare to duel with 5 archdukes at such a young age, so he personally experienced the calamity attack. And survived? No, it's not a calamity. I have gossip. In fact, back then, it was a conspiracy by a secret cult, trying to control the political situation and subvert Extet. Don't believe these gossip. I have an insider in Dragon Cloud City, and I can be considered to have a better understanding of the situation. First, let me lay out the conclusion. It was a major earthquake. After the disaster, the upper echelons of the Northland barbarians wanted to shift the focus and avoid public criticism, so they made up the excuse of a calamity invasion. What did the Great Dragon say? It was also made up to boost morale and win over the hearts of the people. Think about it, the timing of the Great Dragon's birth, the timing of the King of Extet's death, the timing of Lampard's proclamation as king, and their act of detaining the prince. Sigh, with this, the truth is about to come out, right? What truth? Hee, I can't go on. Think about it carefully, and those who understand will naturally understand. In short, we can't look at a problem in isolation. We have to look at the pretentious bullshit. Do you understand? Pretentious bullshit, look at the big picture. In the pretentious bullshit of a national strategy, everything is linked together. I see. Sir, you have great foresight and know how to pretentious bullshit. As expected of a professional, you flatter me. Thank you for the invitation. I was in Extet a while ago, and I just got off the carriage. See, you asked me the moment I arrived. Thales could only snort softly in his heart. But why do I feel that the prince and Lampard are in cahoots? Look, they sowed discord among the Northlanders, got rid of the Archduke of Beacon Illumination first, and then joined forces to get rid of King Nuven? I can guarantee that our secret intelligence department is definitely involved. Thales' expression changed. Shoo, don't talk about national affairs. Just think about it and you'll know. What kind of existence is constellation? There are so many things that we can't handle every day. Why would we do this kind of thing? 2 words, not worth it. I heard that the prince seduced the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City so much that she would die for him. Come to think of it, that's true. That woman only knows boorish men from the north. When she sees us constellatiate men who are handsome, elegant, knowledgeable, and gentlemanly, won't she immediately fall in love with him? She won't be able to stop herself from marrying him. Hearing this, Thales' cheek twitched. Perhaps Constellation and Extet have something in common, more than I imagined. But Saroma, Thales clenched his fists. You don't drink? Thales came back to his senses and realized that it was Princess Elise beside him. The beautiful aunt was swirling the wine glass in her hand, tilting her head and looking at him playfully. Drink. He looked at the new wine glass in his hand and thought of an archduke who had invited him to drink. His heart felt stifled. The Duke of Star Lake was slightly distracted. Children don't. I don't like to drink. Elise looked enlightened. Drink a little, a few sips is good. There was a slight blush on the princess' face. She was obviously enjoying the wine in her glass. According to the rules, it's best not to let others see the pattern of the royal family's eating habits. Yes, I heard about it. Thales sighed, feeling a headache coming on. He looked around the lively banquet hall. Fortunately, we're sitting high. No one is looking at me. Elise chuckled and stared at the wine in her glass. Yes, no one is looking. The princess swirled the glass. Her voice changed a little, and her gaze was profound. But I bet that by tomorrow, you'll feel that everyone is looking at you. Thales saw that his aunt was a little drunk. He smiled and did not answer. Are you used to it? Elise looked him up and down. This is the first banquet after your return. It's probably the first one the royal family has held in more than a decade. Everyone has to thank you. Thales paused for a moment. He looked at the increasingly lively banquet and curled the corners of his mouth. I think it's pretty good. It's safe and peaceful. Thales exhaled slowly. There are no dozens of nobles pointing out in unison that you're an illegitimate bastard. And there's no damn king forcing you to find his son's murderer. Or a bunch of ferocious northern men yelling that they are going to chop you into pieces. Thales was a little lost in thought. If I omit the part about meeting and exchanging pleasantries, it's been a long time since I've seen such a peaceful and festive gathering of nobles. Thales was silent. He suddenly felt his wrist heat up. It's okay, Thales. Thales snapped out of his daze and realized that Aunt Elise was holding his wrist under the table. She said gently, "It's okay." The princess stared at him quietly. The gentleness and pity in her eyes was a little unbearable for Thales. At this moment, Mallows appeared beside them. Your Highness, the watchman bent down and whispered, you should go. Elise let go of Thales' hand and frowned. Your Grace? Mallows lowered his voice. The Queen needs to return to the palace, now. She. Elise turned in the direction of the Queen and immediately reacted. Oh. Thales narrowed his eyes. Beside the king, Queen Kia's face was pale and she was mumbling. Gines was holding her wrist tightly, and the maids beside her were methodically getting ready to go. Thales then heard the voice over there through Hell's senses, where are my children? Luther is still young, he needs to change his diaper. His heart dimmed. Some of the guests noticed the Queen, but most of them looked away and ignored her. Mallows nodded. The Queen needs your help. Princess Elise sighed slowly. She gave Thales a helpless smile and got up. Mallows thoughtfully put a cloak on her. Thales could only say goodbye to her. But just as he turned to leave, the princess suddenly spoke. Tormund. Hearing his name, Mallows suddenly froze. Elise looked at the Queen, tightened the cloak on her body, and said faintly, have you ever regretted it? Thales frowned when he heard this, and his hand that was picking at the lettuce froze. Mallows frowned. He paused for a moment before he repeated, that's right. The Queen needs you, Your Highness. I know. Elise smiled and glanced at the watchman, her eyes hazy and sad. I have regretted it. Mallows was stunned. In the next second, Elise floated away and joined the Queen's party. 1 second. 2 seconds. In the extremely awkward silence, Thales cleared his throat, looked at the back of the guard captain who stood extremely stiff, and tentatively said, you and Aunt, don't ask. Mallows did not turn his head and sat down gently beside the prince. You're still my favorite duke. His tone was respectful and expressionless. But Thales felt a chill in his heart for no reason. Fortunately, someone appeared in time. How unlucky. Behind him, Doyle, who had returned from the toilet, patted Glover's shoulder and sat down casually. As the prince's personal guards, we have to fill our stomachs in advance. We can't go down to the banquet, we can't dance with the girls, we can't. God, it's so boring. I really miss the past. Doyle yawned. You can do it. The watchman turned his head from his seat and glanced at Doyle faintly. You can do it like before. Go down and join your father's table, join the banquet, dance with the girls, and tease. Doyle shuddered violently. Under Glover and Thales' sympathetic gazes, he then discovered stiffly that the person who was sitting in Princess Elise's seat was his superior. Lord. Lord? Doyle realized that a disaster was imminent and forced an ugly smile. Mallows snorted coldly. You know, I can let Vladivostok take your place so that you can enjoy the banquet. Doyle said shakily, Take my place? Yes, don't you know? Mallows looked at him expressionlessly. In Mindy's hall, no matter when or where, I can always find someone to take your place. Be it today. Or the rest of your life. Mallows said gloomily, You can. Do you still want to go to the banquet? Doyle looked at Glover and Thales in horror, but they shook their heads at him sympathetically. This is not your fault, child. Doyle gulped and immediately reacted. He shook his head and put on a serious expression. No, sir. What you said is wrong. Mallows raised his eyebrows. What? Doyle raised his head and crossed his arms. He looked awe-inspiring and generous. This body will either be buried in the throne's resting place, or be buried in the middle of the Emperor's life. There is no other end. Doyle said with a righteous expression, banquets and whatnot. As royal guards, we should be loyal to our duty. How can we be selfish? Glover looked at him in disdain. Thales snickered. Really? But there are quite a number of socialites and noble ladies here tonight. Many of them are good unmarried girls. Hey, don't mention this again, Doyle waved his hand, his expression was firm and unmoved, since I have you by my side, Your Highness. Why would I need any more girls? Thales had just elegantly pulled out a piece of lettuce from his plate and could not help but tremble. Mallow's lips curled up. He was about to say something, but he shuddered slightly. The next second, Mallows turned his head abruptly and looked at the hall. At that moment, Thales shuddered. He suddenly had the illusion that the watchman before him had turned into a sharp blade. Mallows stared at the entire banquet hall and said coldly, Doyle, go to the banquet immediately and blend in with the guests. Doyle, go to the banquet immediately and blend in with the guests. Pay more attention to them, especially those who have cautious expressions and stiff movements. Doyle still had a straight face. No. I want to protect His Highness here. But Mallows turned his head around and his expression became stern. I'm serious. His appearance startled the three of them. Glover, inform Captain Adrian and ask him to escort His Majesty away quietly. Then, gather the men. Sir. Glover looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Amidst the melodious and light music, Mallows looked at the lively banquet below again with a vigilant gaze. Just now, someone glanced up from below. Glanced? Thales frowned. Who? I don't know. Mallows shook his head. But I recognize that gaze. It's the resentment and despair of facing death with equanimity. Thales was stunned. Facing death with equanimity? Resentment and despair? What does it mean? In the banquet tonight. Under the trio's surprised and bewildered gazes, Mallows slowly pressed down on the long sword at his waist and expressionlessly came to a conclusion. There's an assassin. No matter how I write it, it doesn't feel right. It makes me feel despair. End of this chapter. Chapter 549. The music was melodious, and the candlelight was romantic. The banquet entered the next stage. On the dance floor in the middle of the hall, many men and women began to hold hands and dance passionately. Except for Thales. No, my lady, your boldness and straightforwardness really amazed me, and even brightened up this banquet. In his seat, facing a young, lovely, lively, and adorable noble girl in front of him, Thales dryly said some polite words, which could probably only deceive Ida. It's just that my identity is sensitive. This is a serious matter, and I cannot act rashly. Especially the first dance after returning to the country, no matter who I dance with, it will not be fair, and the others will resent me. Thales noticed from the corner of his eyes that Mallows had ended his communication with his subordinates and was walking towards him. The watchman's eyes were filled with urgency and vigilance at the same time. Thales understood what he meant. Do it quickly. So, for the stability and balance of the kingdom, for the prosperity and peace of Constellation. Thales braced himself and looked kindly into the girl's sparkling eyes. He gently held her palm and held back his disdain for himself. I can only bear with the great sorrow and give up the beauty of dancing with you. This breaks my heart. The girl in front of him bit her lower lip. Her eyes were resentful and hurt. But she lifted her skirt and bent her knees with slight annoyance. She glanced at Thales sadly, then turned around and left. She didn't seem sloppy, but she was graceful and graceful. People could not help but look at her. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and felt exhausted. This was the 9th lady who invited him to dance tonight, as well as the 44th, or was it 54th? He could not remember clearly, guests who came to visit him. So you just got rid of Lady Enosha, Mallow's voice came from behind him. Well done. So that's her name, Enosha? Thales sighed and said, I feel guilty looking at her expression. Mallows denied it decisively. There's no need for that. Lady Enosha is not only bold and straightforward, she also knows how to use her charm to capture spoils of war. Many young and handsome men are willing to go through fire and water for her. The watchman sat down at the secondary table and was as calm as water. Believe me, you do not want to duel with someone in the first banquet. Especially when there are assassins around. Thales felt a headache coming on. Oh, right. According to Mallows, at this very moment, there was a damned assassin hiding somewhere in the banquet. This was going to be big news. The king, his father, and countless nobles were all present, eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. The prince sent off the next guest who came to visit him while exchanging pleasantries. Only then did he remove his perfect smile, put down the wine glass that had been on his lips countless times, and relax the muscles on his waist. Are you sure? Assassin? Just because of a gaze? Mallow's voice was still calm. I'd rather believe it. Thales turned his head and glanced at him before he turned his head back. All right. So, a certain guy of high status, who was qualified to attend the royal banquet, tried to assassinate me crazily without caring about his own life and reputation, in front of everybody and under strict guard? Without changing his expression, Mallows raised his glass and toasted a friend at the next table. Or your father. Or my father. Thales readily accepted the advice, but he still felt gloomy and indignant. But why? I've only just returned to Constellation. What grudge do I have against you? Did I snatch his wife or kill his father? Mallows sized up the guests with a vigilant gaze, but he showed a rare dry humor. Or both. Thales glared at him in annoyance. Anyway, don't let your guard down. We haven't found him yet, Mallows said softly and continued to make arrangements. Thales exhaled. In front of him, the 10th young lady walked forward with trepidation and curtsied to him. But as a prince, he had to remain calm and put up with countless people's gazes. He had to consider the impact and maintain his composure. He had to brace himself to deal with the guests who greeted him with all sorts of motives. Including the young lady who invited him to dance. She was only about 11 or 12 years old. The nervous expression on her face reminded Thales of Little Rascal when she was young. Oh, and Saroma. That girl was caught in the flames of war in the north. And he was still thinking about how he could help her at this banquet, even though she was thousands of miles away. Thinking of the Archduchess, Thales felt uneasy again. And the only thing he could do was, smile, Thales. On this battlefield, a smile is the best armor. When you grow up, my lovely lady, I will definitely be charmed by you and dance with you. But now, we have to be responsible for your father and brother. Thales squeezed out a smile and sent away the teary-eyed and aggrieved Miss Number 10. Without waiting for him to rest for a few seconds, the 56th guest, Levi Trent Ida from Reformation Tower in Northland squeezed up to him with a smile, his face full of flattery. Polaris? We agreed. Me and you, that, oh. Thales covered his eyes and rolled them in his palms. What was that saying again? Speak of Little Rascal, and little rascal arrives? I know, I know. The prince put down his hands, endured his exhaustion, and put on his armor again. Just do me a favor, little pot lid. Little pot lid? Levi froze for a moment and subconsciously touched his pot lid. Just sit down and smile, Thales said with a headache. Take whatever you want to eat, including what's on my plate. There's only one, don't talk. Levi froze again. But the look in Thales' eyes forced him to swallow his words. The guest from Reformation Tower understood tacitly. He sat down and giggled at Thales as he ate, while stealing glances at a certain bureaucrat below. The prince smiled gently at him as a sign of friendliness. In the eyes of an outsider, it was like a meeting between bosom friends, talking about anything. They sat facing each other in silence for 5 minutes. Unfortunately, no assassins appeared. Fortunately, no one came to invite him to dance. All right, it's almost time. They must think that we're about to get gay. Thales said listlessly. He ignored Levi's strange gaze and enjoyed the rare break. By the way, Levi. Levi put down his wine glass and listened with an open mind. Duke Nanchester of the Land of Cliffs, he told me. Thales closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead hard. He found out that you bought food from Constellation and smuggled it from his territory. Levi's expression changed drastically. Thales said with interest, it looks like One-Eyed Dragon, Koster is very unhappy. You mean smuggling? Out of his expectations, Little Pot Lid's expression changed extremely quickly. What, there's actually such an outlaw in our territory? Don't worry, Your Highness, I'll be strict when I go back. Don't be nervous. Thales waved his hand nonchalantly, his face tired as he lied without any burden. I convinced him. The One-Eyed Dragon will turn a blind eye to you, in case Lampard becomes arrogant. You can continue to transport supplies. Levi's eyes widened. He tried to squeeze out a smile and found the right words. Ah, Polaris, you're really that, a blessing from the heavens? Thales found the right words for him. But you have to think about it more. But Thales just wanted to end it quickly. He waved his hand and interrupted him. If this route is discovered by Black Sand region in the future, or even if the fact that you came to me for help is exposed, then King Chapman will only think that you've long been in cahoots with Constellation and have ulterior motives. And you know how much he hates me. Little Pot Lid's eyes began to turn. You have to hurry up and find internal reinforcements to fight against the Kinslayer. Thales sighed. At the end of the day, Eksted's affairs can only be resolved from within. Internal reinforcements, internal. Thales felt that he had made himself clear enough. The two of them were silent for a while. Your Highness' priceless advice, Levi became serious. I'll keep it in mind. Thales shook his head. Of course, the One-Eyed Dragon isn't a good guy either. The teenager raised his glass and clinked it with Levi's. If he goes back on his word behind my back and cuts off your supply route, or tries to blackmail me, Thales' gaze turned cold. Remember to let me know. Levi's expression was solemn, but he only nodded. Lastly, your previous promise. Thales was nonchalant. Levi was resolute and decisive. I will definitely do it for your highness. Just like that, the Polaris sent off the troubled little pot lid. Thales exhaled heavily. He was tired and did not like it. It was as if even the sin of Hell's River had dried up. But the benefit of rest that Levi brought was only these 5 minutes. Soon, Thales had no choice but to put on his armor again and greet Miss 11, fully armed. After sending her off, he tried to focus and looked around. There was still an assassin to worry about. During this time, his, or Mallow's, Star Lake guards had already begun to move, going into battle lightly and quietly. The former police officer Commodore, who had sparred with Thales before, the fierce-looking and muscular Bastia, Franzuk, who was as tall as a flagpole, and Ferry, who seemed to be in a daze, gathered quietly. They either hid in the shadows of the corridor in the entrance hall, or pretended to be servants serving wine, or pretended to be on duty. They stood guard not far away from Thales, vigilantly scanning the people who approached the prince. In the vanguard division, Jonvald, who was a left-handed swordsman, Vladivostok, who helped Thales train with his shield, the young and vigorous Ness, the unprepossessing Oscarson, Supa, who had foreign blood, and Morgan, who had fought in the war, were scattered in the hall, each occupying a different spot. They guarded the high platform, the servants' passageways, and the entrances and exits, keeping an eye on the people coming and going. As for Praka and the other people from the logistics division, under the prince's strong request, they went to search the fireplace and other hiding places in Mindy's hall. There was once an archduke. He did not pay attention to the fireplace, and then he became king. Prince Thales, who was extremely serious. Mallow's direct messengers, Toledo and Tang Xian, went back and forth between them inconspicuously, as if they were on routine patrol. In reality, they were passing orders and communicating information. They were also paying attention to the prince all the time. Looking at all this, Thales felt even more pressured. The king, the banquet, the guests, the assassin, Constellation, Extet, Saroma, the Star Lake Guards, and the damned Mindy's hall and the title of duke, he felt like he was chained up by countless chains. The other end of the chain was firmly fixed to every pillar in the hall, rendering him immobile and on the verge of death. Thales' smile had long since turned into ice, as if he was wearing old armor. The prince looked at the lonely and shackled Duke Val from afar, and actually felt a sense of envy from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps, he was even luckier. At least, after tonight, he would not have to endure all this. At this moment, Doyle, who had gone to gather information among the guests, returned. "Commanding officer, Your Highness." He was full of energy, radiant, valiant, and high-spirited. This was a perfect contrast to the mentally and physically exhausted Thales and the troubled Mallows. Thales and Mallows narrowed their eyes at the same time and leaned forward. Both of them stared at a suspicious red lipstick that was vaguely revealed under Doyle's collar. Doyle noticed their gazes and adjusted his collar without batting an eyelid. "About this, it's intelligence work. Some senior informants charge a very high price," Mallows coughed. "Doyle?" "Apologies, commanding officer." Doyle's expression became stern and he returned to the topic at hand. "If you ask me, almost all the unmarried ladies between the ages of 9 and 39, including their male relatives, are either overtly or covertly sizing up Your Highness. Every 10 seconds, they would glance up and enthusiastically discuss Your Highness's status, appearance, figure, clothes, love life, achievements, character. The importance of Your Highness is decreasing. There are also quite a number of people who ask me about your preferences and habits, betting on who can capture your heart. Hee, how would they know that His Highness likes?" Thales frowned. Apologies, Your Highness." Doyle saw that the situation was not good and quickly changed the topic. "Forgive me for being blunt, but those people's enthusiasm in gathering information about His Highness, and the way they look at His Highness, regardless of whether they are men or women, they look as if they want to eat him alive. They are more like assassins than assassins." Doyle spread his hands in resignation. Thales was stunned and looked towards the center of the banquet. But wherever he looked, every guest was immersed in their own little world, either chatting or exchanging cups of wine. They were elegant, civilized, and polite. All of the young girls were radiant and beautiful. Some of them were enthusiastically flirting with their friends, some of them were invited to sing and dance, some of them were quiet and elegant beside their elders, but no one was deliberately staring at His Royal Highness's table. Even if there were ladies who met Thales' eyes, most of them lowered their heads politely, nodded shyly, smiled at him, or gracefully returned his greeting. They looked natural, dignified, and virtuous. They were not bothered by the prince's status at all. Just like the lady named Lenosha or Yanessa just now. It made people feel respect. Thales swept his gaze around. "Why don't I feel that way?" Doyle smiled mysteriously. "That's because you are inexperienced, and they are experienced and used to scouting out the enemy before launching an all-out attack. Mallows cut him off at this moment. That's enough. Glover is back. The three of them turned their heads in unison. Glover, who went to contact his superiors, appeared in the shadows of the corridor. Behind him was another royal guard with a calm expression and an outstanding temperament, but Thales did not recognize him. Doyle's expression changed immediately. Oh, no. Thales looked at the guard. Who is that? Doyle stood up and whispered in Thales' ear through gritted teeth, That's the bad guy, Your Highness. The bad guys of the guards, the real villains of Renaissance Palace. Thales was stunned. I am Vogel Talon. The newcomer raised his wine glass and walked to Thales' table. He bowed elegantly, more like a guest than a guard, Your Highness Thales. The second commander of the Royal Guards. And also the chief flag bearer. I wish you good health and happiness. This Vogel Talon straightened his back and glanced at Glover and Doyle. The latter too bowed reluctantly and stepped back. The second commander, Thales, who had already maxed out his armor, smiled and raised his glass, as if it was a perfectly normal social etiquette. In that case, you are the vice-captain of the Royal Guards? Captain Adrian's second-in-command? And your surname is? Talon of Ice River City? The teenager racked his brain, trying to quickly switch between the guest's title and surname. Yes, Your Highness, Vogel resolved his confusion. My uncle is the Count of Ice River City. Thales' gaze swept past the pentagram pattern on his cuff. Talon of Ice River City. A distant relative of the Jade Star royal family, one of the 13 distinguished families, a capable helper in Central Territory, the Talon family with a pentagram as their emblem. Coincidentally, their ancestor happened to be one of the Dukes of Star Lake in history. But, Thales muttered the other party's other title. Chief Flag Bearer? He suddenly thought of Samuel, the former royal guard who joined the Disaster Swords. May you enjoy the night. Vogel did not say anything else. He bowed, came to the secondary table, and sat next to Mallows. The latter clinked glasses with him. It looked like an old friend having a drink in the corner. Lord Talon, good night. Mallows' expression did not change, and he spoke in a businesslike tone. I believe you have brought the captain's orders? Oh, Tormund, Vogel called Mallows' name gently, but Thales noticed that his smile was polite, as if there was a layer on his face. Regarding the matter you reported, we look forward to your explanation. I believe Glover has explained it very clearly. The watchman said calmly, for safety reasons, we are now, clearly. Vogel swirled his glass gently and interrupted Mallows politely. Are you sure it was an assassin? Mallows' pupils contracted. Thales frowned as well. A few seconds later, Mallows said slowly, very likely. Vogel put down his glass, and his tone slowly tightened, likely? Dear Tormund, do you really know what you're talking about? Glover and Doyle sensed the tension in the air and looked at each other. This is the first formal banquet of the royal family in more than a decade after the war. It took a long time to prepare, the guests are of great importance, and it is of great significance. The vice-captain's tone became serious. Everything that happens here will spread throughout the kingdom by tomorrow. It will have a far-reaching impact. He turned to stare at Mallows as if he was staring at a criminal who had broken the law. Whether the banquet is interrupted, or the nobles are hastily arranged to leave, or the Jade Star royal family is cowardly, nervous, and searching for the assassin. Vogel narrowed his eyes. Just because a certain fellow glanced at you? Sounds like a scene from a village tavern, Tormund. The contempt in his tone was clear. Thales could not help but look at Mallows. Precisely because this banquet is so important, the captain of the Duke of Star Lake's personal guards was not angry, and his tone was as calm as ever. So if the assassination is real, the trouble will only get worse. Vogel snorted coldly. He stared intently at Mallows' profile, but the latter only looked ahead silently, as if he was not looking at him with a knife-like, suspicious gaze. After a few seconds, Vogel exhaled. We've already taken action. Vogel turned around and returned his attention to his wine glass. They will keep a close eye on anyone who tries to approach. His Majesty, His Highness, and other important nobles will be safe, but a strong shield cannot defend against a sharp spear. Mallows did not even look at him. He continued to observe the situation in the hall. The best way is to avoid accidents before they happen. Perhaps we can temporarily withdraw some of them, but Vogel's gentle tones suddenly hardened and cut into Mallows' words like steel. He even changed the way he addressed Mallows. For sunset's sake, Mallows. Please don't educate me. He spoke very slowly, but very seriously. There was a sudden silence between the two. In that instant, whether it was Doyle, Glover, or Thales, they all felt the tension. The music gradually subsided, and the ball came to an end. The bards took the stage again and sang the tragic song of the King of Blades' expedition to dragon-kissed land, but died in a foreign land on the eve of his success. Thales resisted the urge to interrupt and tried not to look at the two men behind him. He forcefully cut open a plate of lettuce, and at the same time, sent away the next guest who came to greet him with a smile. After a while, Mallows' voice came again, still calm. I wouldn't dare, sir. Vogel was silent for a while. When he spoke again, he had returned to normal. We can't chase everyone away just to avoid accidents. This is Mindy's Hall. Its opening symbolizes the return of the kingdom's heir and the return to prosperity and stability. Thales sighed in his heart. Return to prosperity and stability. Vogel looked around cautiously to make sure he did not attract too much attention. Be on high alert. The banquet will proceed as usual. He got up and prepared to leave. But this is also the Duke of Star Lake's Mindy's Hall. If anything happens, His Highness Thales will be the first to bear the brunt of the blame. Mallows turned his head slowly and looked straight at Vogel. My men are the ones who bear the responsibility. He spoke very slowly. Vogel paused in his movements. The vice-captain let go of his arm on the table and sat down again. Your men. This time, Vogel snorted coldly. His tone was no longer polite. Mallows, I think, you and your pampered team, you need to clarify your position. Glover and Doyle's expressions changed at these words. Thales frowned too. The young master squad, Mallows listened expressionlessly, while Vogel's gaze was unquestionable. Even if you've changed stations, you're still royal guards. And I'm your superior. Just like Mindy's Hall, which belongs to Renaissance Palace. Thales shuddered at these words. Mindy's Hall belongs to Renaissance Palace. Vogel's words were bone-chilling. Never, never forget that. Watchman. Mallows did not react. Just like Thales did not either. Time seemed to stop for a few seconds. In this corner of the sky, Glover and Doyle seemed to freeze. Only Mallows took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then opened them again. Of course, sir. I dare not or forget. He said respectfully. Vogel nodded lightly, looking satisfied. Until Mallows calmly said his next sentence, which seemed to be emotionless. But if I remember correctly, in a state of emergency, the inherited watchman of the guards is of the same rank as the vice-captain? Is that so, sir? This time, it was Vogel's turn to change his expression. For a second, Thales thought the temperature had plummeted and the air had stopped flowing. A few seconds later, the vice-captain stared coldly at Mallows and said in a mocking tone, That's right. According to the top-secret watchman's command, in the Praetorian Covenant, in certain states of emergency, the watchman can and should make independent decisions. And I have no right to interfere. Thales shuddered. The top-secret watchman's command. In a state of emergency. The watchman can and should make independent decisions? Thales' heart clenched. Vogel lowered his voice. His tone was cold. But you know, the last time the royal guards invoked regulations during a state of emergency, they activated this secret command and gave the watchman great authority independent of the command division. When did this happen? At that moment, Thales' mind went blank. He suddenly thought of Zacriel, who was nowhere to be found. The night of judgment. The person who should really bear the crime of colluding with the enemy, but despicably concealed the truth for 18 years. That shameful, sad, hypocritical, disgusting, self-righteous, sanctimonious, hypocritical fellow, is me. Fales was stunned. Vogel's pupils focused. He raised his wine glass, put it close to Mallow's ear, and lowered his voice. And you've really thought it through. Are you going to forcibly declare a state of emergency here, in front of me? Activate the watchman's command? Mallows and Vogel stared at each other in silence. Glover and Doyle did not hear Vogel's words clearly, but this did not affect their judgment of the tense relationship between their superior and vice-captain. Both of them did not even dare to breathe loudly. After an unknown amount of time, Mallows finally smiled. Of course, in an instant, the coldness in Vogel's eyes intensified. Glover and Doyle faces were ashen. Until a few seconds later, the watchman lowered his head gently and chuckled. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.